If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 51, Chapter number 50, Village Hidden in the Woods. Chu Pika. Pikachu agreed to jump off of Misty's head and land back on Austin's shoulder as he grinned and rubbed his head. It was no problem, the girl said before giving a nod. I'm Melanie. Nice to meet you, I'm Ash, Austin said holding out a hand as Melanie cautiously took it. Wow, she's a lot more cautious than I remember. This is Misty, Brock and Yellow. Melanie looked at each person who gave a wave as the names were said, her lips twitched at the sight of Yellow sleeping before she looked at them. Did any of you attempt to catch any Pokémon here? She asked looking at them. There was an oddish down that way that Yellow tried, Misty said in confusion. But a Bulbasaur knocked her Kakuna out. I would like to ask that you don't catch any Pokémon here, this forest is a sanctuary for injured Pokémon, Melanie said causing Brock to blink. Wait, so that Bulbasaur was yours? No, Bulbasaur was a Pokémon I found and nursed to health, since then he took it upon himself to defend the Pokémon in this place, Melanie said causing what happened to sink in with the group as Misty looked guilty about what happened. So please don't catch any Pokémon while you're in these woods. We won't, Austin said with a nod. Yellow woke up a bit after that and after explaining it to her, the group set up camp in the woods as the Melanie girl was with them. Austin knew that the sanctuary that she had should be nearby, but it made more sense that Melanie didn't trust them enough to show them the sanctuary. So you're like a doctor? Yellow asked yawning as she stretched her arms. Oh no, I'm not qualified to be a doctor, Melanie said looking bashful, but she had a small smile. I just try to do my best to take care of injured Pokémon here. Wow, you must have learned a lot doing so, Brock said as he gazed at Melanie in a mixture of admiration and curiosity. I have, but I still have so much more to learn, Melanie said to that. I hear ye, I'm traveling to be a Pokémon breeder, Brock said catching her attention. Have you learned much? Melanie asked curiously. A lot in this past month than I have in years, Brock said chuckling before Zubat let herself out with a yawning shriek. I take it you're hungry. Zubat shrieked in confirmation as she latched onto his pant leg with her small hooks and climbed up to his shoulder. Austin gave a smile as he saw that Brock is a lot closer to his Zubat than he was in the anime. Melanie took note of that. How long has that Zubat been with you? For a month, Brock said rubbing Zubat's head as he pulled some Pokémon food out of his bag and began feeding her as she nibbled on it. And you're already that close? Melanie asked in surprise. Brock has a way of befriending Pokémon, Austin said with some laughter as Pikachu gave a cry and jumped off of his shoulder. Should we let the others out to eat? Just give me a moment to prepare the Pokémon food, Brock said as he reached into his bag. As Brock said that, everyone began doing some small chores to help Brock as Melanie watched them talk to each other while doing so. These four were a lot different from the trainers she's seen when she set the traps. Those trainers tried to do anything to get the Pokémon, but these four haven't even attempted after she told them what the place was. Unknown to all of them, Bulbasaur was watching the group warily, ready to spring out if Melanie needed it. Okay, come on out. Austin said sending all of his Pokémon out, the others following his example. The area was even big enough to allow Onyx to come out as they all gave cries of greeting or in Firo's case glare. Wow, all of them look amazing, Melanie said as she saw some Pokémon she had Dawson before with them. You must take really good care of them. Yellow gave a smile. We always do. She said as Dottie ran up to her while she held Kitty. Melanie, didn't you say that you collect plants in this forest to use as medicine? Brock asked as the girl gave a nod. We don't have the best theater can get, Melanie said giving a soft smile. You love taking care of Pokémon, don't you? Yellow asked curiously. She does, Brock said with a smile, one that Misty noticed. Well, it looks like Brock may have something else on his mind. She teased causing his face to go red and he quickly reached out and covered her mouth. Be quiet, she might hear you. Brock hissed in embarrassment causing Austin to chuckle while Zubat looked a bit irked. Melanie looked at the spectacle curiously as she didn't exactly hear what Misty said before they saw Firo leave the group, heading into the woods. Firo, Austin said as the bird ignored him. Did something happen to your Firo? Melanie asked curiously. Firo was the first Pokémon to join my journey after Pikachu, but I haven't bonded with him as much when he was a Spearow as I did with everyone else, Austin explained to her. I've been trying to correct that. With that said, Austin stood up. I'll be right back, he said as Pikachu looked worried and attempted to follow him. Pikachu, please stay with the group. Chu, Pikachu said as Austin walked into the woods, after Firo before looking determined and running after him. Seeing that, Bulbasaur made to follow, to make sure that Austin wouldn't attempt to catch any Pokémon out here. Is he alright leaving by himself? Melanie asked seeing that. Ash is pretty stubborn when he wants to be, Brock said with a nod. And Pikachu takes after him in that, so he should be okay. Yeah, and his Pokémon seem fine with it, Misty said as the rest of Austin's team were conversing with the others, although occasionally they would take a glance towards where Austin, Pikachu, and Firo disappeared through. Scyther had his bladed arms crossed as he stood next to Onyx and Geodude, Pidgeotto, Clefairy, and Butterfree were next to Yellow as she held Kitty along with Dottie nearby. Raticate was yawning as she was next to Staryu and Starmie. Chapter 52, Chapter number 51 Bulbasaur. Firo just stared at the night sky before hearing footsteps and he didn't need to turn to see who it was. Hey, Firo! Austin greeted as Firo didn't look at him. But he didn't attack him, so he must be making some progress. Ro. Firo finally mumbled as he was annoyed at the silence. It's a beautiful night, isn't it? Austin spoke up and this caused Firo to glare at him. What? It is. Ro fear. Firo said in annoyance, wanting him to leave. Firo. Remember when you used to land on my shoulder as a Spearow? Austin asked and Firo was quiet as he was confused about why he brought that up. I was so happy whenever I let you out because you were the first one to join the team. Firo glanced at him as Austin sighed. But I was. I'm still inexperienced with Pokémon. Austin said looking down. I thought you were happy when you weren't because I was so caught up in the adventures we've had and the people we met. Austin stood back up and looked at Firo. I want to make things right, but I don't know how. He said looking Firo in the eyes. Firo, I just want another chance. Firo was silent as he looked at Austin before turning his head away stubbornly causing Austin's face to fall. Okay, Austin said looking down. Can I at least watch the stars with you? When Firo didn't answer, Austin was about to leave before he gave a small caw, as if saying that he didn't care if Austin stayed or not. Pikachu was watching the whole thing from the bushes before sensing someone behind him and he turned to see Bulbasaur who also saw the whole thing. Bulbasaur growled a bit, glaring distrustfully at Austin before Pikachu glared back at him. Shoo! Pika-Pie! Pikachu said reprimanding him for thinking the worst of his trainer causing Bulbasaur to scoff. True, it was hypocritical considering that Pikachu himself thought that too, but he now knew that Austin wasn't one of those humans who abuse Pokémon. Soar Bulbasaur said looking at Pikachu curiously wondering how this human caused a Pokémon to be so deluded. Pikachu's glare intensified on hearing that as his cheeks began to spark. Chew Pikachu Pika-Pie! Pikachu said at him telling him that Austin would never hurt a Pokémon like that, not even if the Pokémon attacked him. That caught Bulbasaur's attention. Soar! Pie! Pikachu gave a nod, admitting that he electrocuted his trainer when they first met and he did it more than once, but Austin didn't shout at him in anger or tried to hit him in retaliation. Instead, he risked his life for Pikachu and not just for him, but for many of the Pokémon and humans that they met on their journey. Bulbasaur listened with a row and said that it was all Toro's crap, no human could be that good. That caused Pikachu to give him a look. Shoo! He said bringing up Melanie, causing Bulbasaur to recoil as if he was just slapped her. Soar, Bulbasaur said averting his eyes, trying to say it was different but Pikachu just shook his head. Chew Pika! Pikachu pointed out that if there were humans like Melanie who cared for all of the injured Pokémon here then there were good humans out there. Bulbasaur was silent before he turned to go back to watching Melanie as Pikachu gave him a look. Ash has been gone for a while, Misty said now looking worried. Should we look for him? Yellow asked. He has Pikachu with him. Brock pointed out causing her to nod. He'll be fine. A sound of rustling caused them to look to see an Oddish coming out causing Yellow to blink. Yellow, that's the same Oddish from earlier. Yellow looked at Melanie. Will Oddish run if I try to apologize? No, he won't, Melanie promised before looking at Oddish. Do you want to join us? Oddish looked hesitant, especially when he saw Yellow and Kitty. Yellow kneeled at more eye level with it. Oddish seemed to back away slowly as if it was afraid of her. Yellow then realized that this must be the Oddish she had tried to capture. No wonder it didn't appear to want to battle. It was trying to recover in the village. Hi, Oddish, Yellow said to it. The Oddish didn't say anything and continued to watch Yellow closely, wondering if she was going to do anything. I just wanted to say I was sorry for hurting you earlier. It must have frightened you quite a bit. If I had known the situation I would not have attacked you like that, Yellow apologized. Oddish lost its curious glance and moved a little closer to her. It sure is a great place here. I can see why all of the Pokémon seem so relaxed, Yellow said as she gestured to all the Pokémon in the village, to which the weed Pokémon nodded. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, so I hope there are no hard feelings between us, Yellow told it. Oddish shook its head and happily jumped into her arms. Ah, you're sweet Oddish, Yellow smiled as she rubbed its head. You two sure seem to be hitting it off, Misty commented as she approached Yellow from behind. Yellow answered while smiling. It was then that she and Misty heard a growl in front of them. Yellow looked up just in time to see a Bulbasaur charging straight at her. She was unable to get out of the way and was knocked over painfully onto her behind, where she dropped Oddish. The Bulbasaur then stood protectively in front of Oddish. Ow! Yellow muttered in pain while Brock and Melanie ran outside the cabin to see what the commotion was about. Hey! You're that Bulbasaur from earlier. Why do you keep antagonizing us? It sounds like you are asking for a battle. Misty yelled as she pulled out a Pokeball. Melanie then ran in between Misty and Bulbasaur and spread her arms out while Brock helped Yellow to her feet. Please wait! Melanie cried. Bulbasaur was only trying to protect Oddish. What do you mean? Brock asked. This Bulbasaur has been here a while. It's volunteered to be the protector of this village, Melanie explained. This is a very reliable Bulbasaur. It is always willing to help out any Pokémon in need. Unfortunately, it seems Bulbasaur does too good of a job sometimes. Pokémon feel so safe here because of it that some of them don't go back into the wild. I see, Misty said. She then felt pushing and looked down to see Bulbasaur pushing against her leg trying to nudge her out of the village. Despite all of Bulbasaur's great strengths, it is very distrustful of Pokémon trainers, Melanie continued sadly. Brock told her. I'm sure when Bulbasaur sees that we mean no harm, it will warm up to us. I hope so. In the meantime, would you like to learn some healing techniques? Melanie asked. Yeah, Misty and Yellow nodded. Chapter 53, Chapter number 52 Bulbasaur's Past. Bulbasaur decided to follow them into the cabin, if not to at least keep an eye on the humans, but Melanie told Bulbasaur to stay outside. Soar, Bulbasaur muttered only to hear something and he turned to see the Raticate that was a member of Austin's team. Kate, Ratai. Raticate began to converse with the Bulbasaur who decided to test his curiosity about the humans that she traveled with. The Raticate answered his questions easily as Bulbasaur was stuck listening to some tales about the journey these four humans have been on. It was the same thing that Pidgeot told him, showing more credibility to how these humans acted. Unknown to him, Melanie saw Bulbasaur interacting with the Raticate. I've never seen Bulbasaur so relaxed around other humans or their Pokémon before. She commented, bringing his presence to everyone else's attention. What's Bulbasaur's story? Brock asked curiously. Melanie was silent before she sighed. Bulbasaur was abandoned by a cruel trainer. She said, her words catching Scyther's attention immensely. The trainer said that he was weak after Bulbasaur was injured badly and left him without even trying to heal him. Her fists were clenched as she said that, showing her anger towards the trainer who abandoned the Bulbasaur. That's terrible. Yellow said on hearing that. Brock's face was shadowed in anger. That trainer deserves to lose the privilege of being one. He said before giving Bulbasaur a sorrowful look. But how did Bulbasaur trust you if that happened? Misty asked in surprise. I would think that he wouldn't trust anyone after that. It wasn't easy, Melanie said, remembering yelling at that trainer for how he was abusing his Pokémon, but he just mocked her and left. Despite wanting to confront him, her main worry was about Bulbasaur, who was snarling at her as she tried to pick him up. He retaliated with Vine Whip, causing some stinging bruises to appear on her arms, but she didn't give up. Bulbasaur tried everything to make me leave him alone. Melanie had a sad smile as she could remember Bulbasaur biting her fingers as she tried to change his bandages to knock the food she attempted to give her away. But over time he overcame his hatred and began to trust me. Since then he worked hard to keep this place safe. Scyther was quiet as he looked at Bulbasaur in understanding. Both of them were abandoned Pokémon, but in his case, Paul never left them injured on releasing them, he did heal them before doing so. What Bulbasaur's old trainer did was unforgivable. Austin returned later that evening with Firo, who landed in the clearing to get something to eat as everyone else was beginning to clean up. Any luck? Yellow asked as he returned, only for Austin to give a smile. It's an improvement, Austin said, looking at her. So what happened while I was gone? Yellow hesitated before she filled him in on what they talked about, and Austin went silent. That was something that they didn't explain in the anime. But to his surprise, he saw Bulbasaur talking to Raticate, and Scyther made the initiative to come over to talk with the little guy as well. If anyone could understand him, it's Scyther. Austin thought, seeing that before he began to help with the clean-up from the dinner they had, as Melanie was speaking to Brock about the different plants used to make medicine as the breeder was writing them down, eager to learn them. Nothing else happened until the next morning, when Brock was asking more questions about the healing plants and Melanie decided to show them how to make the plants. It was interesting, to say the least, but Austin noticed that Yellow wasn't paying that much attention, probably because she could heal Pokémon without that stuff. But she did look amazed by how the medicine was made. This is useful to know, Austin said as he began to write some stuff down for himself. It wouldn't do to not be able to heal his Pokémon if there was no Pokémon Center and he was separated from everyone else. It turned out that the group was learning a lot from Melanie. She showed them the various types of plants that she uses and what each one does. She even did a few demonstrations of how she turns the plants into medicine for the Pokémon. She then let the group try it out themselves. The group was learning a lot and figured this would be very useful in case there were no Pokémon centers close by and they needed to heal their Pokémon quickly. As Bulbasaur watched the group, it couldn't help but be curious about these humans. They were unlike any trainers it had met before. Melanie had been the only human it trusted for a long time, but maybe these weren't so bad, either. The trainer called Ash especially intrigued it. So Ash, what are you doing on your journey? Melanie asked curiously as Brock was attempting to make some of the medicine. I'm going to try for the Indigo League, Austin said with a strained smile at someone else who is calling him Ash. He briefly wondered if he could get them to call him Austin as a nickname, but he didn't know how to do it without being suspicious. That's quite a goal, Melanie said in surprise. You think you'll be ready when the time comes? I'll never know unless I get there, Austin said as he began to rub Pikachu's head as the guy was on his shoulder right now. But I believe that my friends will get far. As he said that, he looked at the team, who gave cries of confirmation. You have some loyal Pokémon, Melanie said, looking like she was thinking about something. And you treat them as friends rather than animals. Well, of course, Austin said, blinking at her. Ash, what do you think about taking Bulbasaur with you? Her question was heard by everyone as they looked at her in surprise, none more so than Bulbasaur himself. What? Austin asked, not expecting that. Truthfully, he wasn't sure if he would even get Bulbasaur, considering how Team Rocket hasn't attacked the hidden village where Melanie stayed. Melanie calmly picked Bulbasaur up with a smile. Bulbasaur has always stayed here to protect the weaker Pokémon. She explained to the surprised group. But this village is too small, the bulb on his back won't grow, he needs to go out into the world now, and I can tell from looking at your team that you'll take good care of him. I would, but I have 7 Pokémon only due to some conditions set by Professor Oak. Austin said, looking at the team. If I take Bulbasaur, one of them will be going back to Professor Oak's lab. Pikachu said at hearing that as he looked at the whole team, who looked down, knowing that by the end of this discussion, one of them would be going back. Austin was at a loss as he wasn't sure who to pick. If he chose Firo, that could cause more distrust between them. Butterfree has a limited time before the mating season. Scyther just joined the team, so it wouldn't be fair to have him go, and Pikachu doesn't have his Pokeball, so he wouldn't go. That left the choice between Raticate, Clefairy and Pidgeot. A cry caused Austin to look down to see Pidgeot walking up as she gave a nod to Bulbasaur, who looked curious. Pidgeot, are you volunteering to go? Austin asked, not sure what to make of this, as Pidgeot gave a small nod. Are you sure? Too. Pidgeot cried out as she did a small motion with her wings. Austin gave a nod as he looked at Bulbasaur. Do you want to come with us? Bulbasaur looked at Austin warily and then Scyther, they waiting for his answer as he smirked, jumping out of Melanie's arms to land on the ground, pawing at it. Chapter 54, Chapter number 53, Pidgeot vs Bulbasaur. Do you want to come with us? Bulbasaur looked at Austin warily before seeing Pikachu, Raticate, and Scyther waiting for his answer, and he smirked, jumping out of Melanie's arms to land on the ground, pawing at it. I think Bulbasaur wants to battle you first, Brock observed after being silent for the whole conversation. But what about this village? Yeah, Misty said, giving a nod. Who will protect it? Bulbasaur has indeed done a great job, but none of these Pokémon should remain here forever and ever, Melanie said sadly. After they recover they should leave, but it's too safe here, so none of them return to the outside world. I can see why, Yellow said with a nod. Austin also gave a nod before looking at Pidgeot. You want to battle one last time before heading to Professor Oak for your break? Pidgeot gave a nod as Bulbasaur got ready. Pikachu had a look of disappointment as he wanted to battle, but relented as Pidgeot wouldn't be traveling with them as much after this one. The others stood off to the side to watch the fight as both Pidgeot and Bulbasaur were staring each other down. Quick attack! Austin ordered quickly as Pidgeot responded while Bulbasaur countered with Vine Whip to get her to back off as she was trying to get a clear shot in. Double team! Bulbasaur narrowed his eyes at the numerous copies as one of them slammed into him, causing him to roll on the ground before it happened again. Having enough, he sent a barrage of leaves out, destroying the copies before seeing the real one dodge, allowing him to slam a Vine Whip into her, causing Pidgeot to hit the ground where he tackled her. Pidgeot, you alright? Austin called out as Pidgeot quickly stood up, down but not out. Twister. The wind from the dragon-type move blew Bulbasaur off his feet as a Vine Whip shot out and wrapped around a tree, allowing himself to land on the floor as he made his way through the wind before another quick attack slammed into him and he was sent bulb first into the tree, stunning him. Deciding that was enough, Austin threw an empty Pokeball as Bulbasaur was sucked in. The ball began to wiggle as everyone watched with bated breath before finally, it stopped with the small ding sound showing that it was successfully captured. Austin quickly took the Pokédex out and hit a certain button to delay the transfer mechanic and switched it to Pidgeot's Pokeball, but not before he looked at the bird. Pidgeot, thank you for the great battle, he said to the bird, who gave a small cry as she puffed her chest out in pride. I'll call Professor Oak the next chance I get to see how you're doing. Pidgeot gave a nod as the other Pokémon ran to her to say their goodbyes, knowing that they had limited time before she had to go. Firo was silent seeing that, but his eyes met Pidgeot's and he gave a small, curt nod to her, returning it before she was returned. No sooner did she return did the ball glow and disappear. Austin stared at where it was for a few seconds, remembering how Pidgeot was with him since his first week in this world and now she wasn't at the moment. I will see her again, unlike what Ash did. Austin thought with a small smile. Yeah, he would. And whenever he trained near a Pokémon Center, he would swap with Professor Oak to ensure that every Pokémon he does have at the moment as well as new ones who would join would get a chance to train, bond and battle. Have a safe trip, Melanie said as they were all standing at the edge of the forest. Bulbasaur was out at the moment to say goodbye to the girl who healed him. I promise to make sure Bulbasaur is happy with us, Austin said with a smile as Melanie got to one knee and rubbed the Pokémon's head. Bulbasaur, thank you for taking good care of us. Bulbasaur said sadly. Well Melanie, since Bulbasaur is leaving I was wondering if I could stay and help out. Brock offered with a small blush on his face. It's kind of you to offer, but we'll be okay, Melanie said giving a smile. I wouldn't want to keep you from your wonderful adventures. Oh, I guess you're right, Brock said awkwardly as Misty sniggered. With that said, they continued on their way, walking on the path that would hopefully lead to Vermilion City. Dish! The four trainers, Pikachu and Bulbasaur, turned to see Oddish running towards them, coming to a stop at Yellow as he had a hopeful look in his eyes. Dish odd! Oddish jumped into her arms, causing Yellow to look surprised. Well, what do you know, Oddish wants to come with you, Austin said, hiding the surprise on his face as this was another different thing. Really? Yellow asked as the Oddish gave a nod. Congrats Yellow, Brock said with a smile as Oddish was happy to be in her arms. Bulbasaur had a smile of his own that even though he was leaving the village, at least there was someone he knew close by as he watched Yellow hold out a Pokeball that Oddish went into. Austin's Pokémon team. Pikachu, ability, static. Moves, Thundershock, Growl, Tail Whip, Quick Attack, Iron Tail, Electro Ball, Thunderbolt, Agility, Brick Break, and Dig. Combo Ion Tail, Iron Tail and Electro Ball, Sword Strike, Iron Tail and Quick Attack, Electric Impact, Thunderbolt and Quick Attack, Burrow, Dig and Quick Attack, and Counter Shield, Electric Style. Firo, ability, Keen Eye. Moves, Peck, Leer, Focus Energy, Fury Attack, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Mirror Move, Assurance and Agility. Combo Aerial Wing, Aerial Ace and Steel Wing. Raticate, ability, Guts. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Iron Tail, Dig, Hyper Fang, Sucker Punch, Attract, Thunderbolt not learned yet. Combo Sword Strike, Iron Tail and Quick Attack, Burrow, Dig and Quick Attack. Butterfree, M, Ability, Tinted Lens. Moves, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Harden, Confusion, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Gust, and Psybeam. Scyther, M, Ability, Technician. Moves, Wing Attack, Quick Attack, Slash, Brick Break, Aerial Ace, Agility, Fury Cutter, and Razor Wind. Bulbasaur, M, Ability, Overgrow. Moves, Tackle, Vine Whip, and Razor Leaf. Clefairy, M, Ability, Magic Guard. Moves, Pound, Growl, Sing, Disarming Voice, Magical Leaf, Double Slap, Defense Curl, Wake Up Slap, Metronome, and Heal Pulse. Combo Angel's Descent, Defense Curl and Disarming Voice and Magical Leaf. Pokémon at Professor Oak. Pidgeotto, F, Ability, Tangled Feet. Moves, Tackle, Sand Attack, Gust, Quick Attack, Steel Wing, Twister, Aerial Ace, and Double Team. Combo Aerial Wing, Aerial Ace and Steel Wing. Pokémon Scene, 47. Pokémon owned, 8. Badges obtained, Boulder Badge and Cascade Badge. Yellow's Pokémon Team. Kakuna, Kitty, F, Ability, Shed Skin. Moves, Poison Sting, String Shot and Harden. Combo Poison Sting, and String Shot. Doduo, Dottie, M, Ability, Runaway Moves Growl, Peck, Quick Attack, Fury Attack, Rage, Pursuit, and Aerial Ace. Oddish, M, Ability, Chlorophyll. Moves, Unknown. Brock's Pokémon Team. Onyx, M, Ability, Rockhead. Moves, Bind, Tackle, Harden, Mud Sport, Curse, Rock Throw, Rock Tomb, and Rage. Guidud, M, Ability, Sand Veil. Moves, Defense Curl, Tackle, Mud Sport, Rock Polish, Rollout, Rock Tomb, and Magnitude. Zubat, F, Ability, Infiltrator. Moves, Leech Life, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, D Air Cutter. Misty's Pokémon Team. Staryu, M, Ability, Natural Cure. Moves, Rapid Spin, Water Gun, Water Pulse, Swift, and Scald. Starmie, F, Ability, Analytic. Moves, Sicehawk, Power Gem, Thunderbolt, and Signal Beam. Chapter 55, Chapter number 54. Charmander. Alright, Bulbasaur, are you ready? Austin asked as he had the Pokédex out. I'm going to scan you to see what you know before we can start on your training. Soar. Bulbasaur eyed the Pokédex warily. It's been 3 days since the grass type joined the team, and Austin waited until Bulbasaur got a little comfortable with the group before he tried to use the Pokédex on him. Bulbasaur seemed to hang around Scyther, Oddish, and Pikachu the most out of everyone. Pressing the button, the Pokédex powered up. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon. It bears the seed of a plant on its back from birth, and the seed slowly develops. Researchers are unsure whether or not to classify Bulbasaur as a plant or animal. The Pokédex explained to the group who were listening. This Bulbasaur is male and the ability is Overgrow. Currently, this Bulbasaur knows Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Takedown, Razor Leaf, Grass Knot and Endure. The age of this Bulbasaur is 3 years and 7 months. Whoa, those are some good moves, Austin said as Grass Knot and Endure were a surprise and would come in handy. Soar. Bulbasaur gave a nod to that. So Ash, what moves do you plan on teaching Bulbasaur? Brock asked as they were taking a break from traveling. I was thinking Energy Ball and Synthesis would be a good move to know, maybe a poison type move as well like Toxic. Austin listed those 3 moves. Besides that, I want to see how Bulbasaur is compared to the rest of the team, so I may have some mock battles with everyone. With that done, he looked at Misty. Hey, do you have any advice for teaching Raticate Ice Beam? He asked as she was the water Pokémon expert and they could learn ice-type moves easily. Misty looked surprised by that before she grinned. The best way to teach her would be in a cold area where she could focus her energy on the attack, but you would have to keep her hydrated because for non-water types they need to use the fluids in their body to make it work. Austin didn't expect that, but in hindsight, it made some sense. Sadly there aren't any cold areas around here, so you might need to improvise, Misty said, shrugging. My Starmie knows some ice moves, so she could freeze a small area to help Raticate train. That would be great, Austin said, giving a smile. Thank you. Under the condition, we have a few rematches of course, Misty said with a smirk. I do need to get stronger to take over the gym. Deal, Austin said, agreeing with the terms. So Brock, how close are we to Vermilion? I'd say another week if we continue down this path, Brock said with a nod. I hope so, at least. That would be just around the time for the breeder competition to start. Yeah, I'm curious to see how that would be, Austin said, giving a smile. You ready to win it? I wouldn't say I will win it, it'll be my first time competing, Brock said sheepishly. I'm more looking forward to sharing tips with other breeders. Hearing some noises, Austin looked over and paled a bit at seeing a flock of Spearows flying by, and Pikachu shuddered, climbing onto his shoulder. Just as long as we don't piss off any Spearow, we'll be good. Shoo! Pikachu gave a nod of agreement. Bulbasaur eyed his new trainer in amusement at hearing that, remembering the watered-down story told by Pikachu. These last 3 days have been nothing but a surprise to the young Pokémon, as he couldn't help but think that these humans were strange. A light snore caused the plant Pokémon to turn and see that Yellow was asleep, leaning against the tree holding onto her Kakuna, as she was most likely following her trainer's example, causing him to shake his head. Very strange indeed. Misty, there's a bug right next to your dot. Brock began, only for Misty to scream, waking Yellow up as the redhead jumped right on Austin's back, making him stumble as he caught Pikachu, who was knocked off of his shoulder by that act. It was just a piece of grass. Let it be known that Misty's glare could have killed 100 people at that moment, as Brock was chuckling nervously before she practically roundhouse kicked him into oblivion. Brock! Yellow began poking his twitching body as a footprint was on his face. Misty! Austin felt his eye twitching. Do you mind getting off of me? Seriously, this was beginning to hurt his back. Hey? Oh sorry, Ash. Misty apologized, getting off, looking embarrassed. Straightening his back, Austin had a foreboding feeling, something about this just seems familiar. He muttered, trying to remember when on this journey it was. But what could it be? So where is the nearest path to Vermilion? Yellow asked as she stopped poking Brock, who was muttering incoherently while Austin took out the map again. Well, that would be Route 24, which we'll be going through if we keep going straight, Austin said with a nod. And there's a Pokémon Center on that route as well. Alright, no more camping out in the woods and we can get showers, Misty said in excitement as Austin chuckled. Yeah, showers are a luxury in the Pokémon world. He thought, remembering how he always had a shower a day back home because the hot water felt nice. Misty went on ahead, only to stop. Hey guys, check that out. Looking confused as Brock finally got up, the others followed after Misty. The thing in front of Austin drew his breath away. Right there, on the top of a single monolith, was something covered by a single oranberry leaf, was a tiny creature, smaller than his Clefairy even, trying to hide beneath a large leaf, and whimpering in pain as a pair of Spearows were pecking on its body ruthlessly. The little creature was trying to ignore it all, as it tried to maintain the tiny flickering flame burning on its tail end, as it slept on the rock. Austin could only stare in shock as he took in the orange form of the fire lizard, the one Pokémon that became his favorite the moment he played Pokémon Fire Red. It squeaked and whimpered as the predatory avians kept pecking over and over again at their helpless prey. Charmander. Chapter 56, Chapter number 55, Abandoned Pokémon. Butterfree, use Psybeam on the Spearows. The bug Pokémon sent a beam of psychic energy towards the hunting avians, slamming into their faces as the birds squawked angrily, at someone interfering between them and their hunt. Austin, however, had other plans. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on them. Pulling in his natural reserves of electricity in his pouches, the yellow rat sent out a bolt of condensed electrical power towards the avians, hitting them straight, and quite effectively, considering that the predators had chosen self-preservation over their hunt, and departed faster than possible under the weather. It's a Charmander, Brock said in surprise. Austin gave a nod, remembering how this little guy would one day hold his own against legendaries and be a major help to many of Ash's biggest battles. Charmander was panting a bit, and that was when Austin saw how the fire looked ready to go out. Charmander! Austin began, as he tried to get the fire lizard down from the rock, only to be slapped on his hand by a solid application of tail whip. Ignoring the bruising skin, Austin pulled his hands back. A Charmander is a pretty rare find, Do you think he belongs to someone? Misty asked as she and the others couldn't see the bruise on Austin's arm while Bulbasaur narrowed his eyes a bit looking at Charmander from the bottom up. Soar, Bulbasaur growled as he ran forward surprising everyone. Soar, Bulba. Pikachu's ears twitched as Kitty's eyes narrowed before the yellow rat ran over with Bulbasaur. Pikachu? Bulbasaur? Austin asked as this never happened. What's going on? Yellow frowned as she saw how Kitty reacted and placed a hand on her head before her eyes widened. That Charmander was abused. She said in shock. Misty raised a brow. How do you figure? She asked while Austin and Brock exchanged glances knowing how Yellow found out. Brock took over from there. The fire on its tail is nearly out and you could see the outline of some of Charmander's bones. He said observing the Charmander as Bulbasaur and Pikachu were talking to it. Charmander gave the two Pokémon a look. Chew, Pika. Pikachu gestured to its tail, basically saying it needed to go to the Pokémon Center. Mander. Charmander shook his head stubbornly. Char. Bulbasaur's eyes narrowed even further as he heard that a human promised this Charmander that he would be back. Soar? He asked wanting to know how long that was. Charmander gave a shrug saying it was close to 3 weeks. That caused Pikachu to look worried. Pika Pie. He said asking if the light he saw when being released from the Pokeball was white or blue. Mander. Charmander tilted his head saying it was blue and that did it as Pikachu had a clenched paw while Bulbasaur pawed at the ground. Pikachu ran down to the others as Bulbasaur continued talking to the Charmander and the electric mouse began making some gestures. Chew Pika Pie, Pikachu said as he had a look of worry. Pikachu was Charmander left here? Austin asked to make it look like he didn't know despite how sick it was making him. Pikachu gave a nod before pointing to Scyther's Pokeball and making a face. Released. Austin guessed and Pikachu confirmed that. We have to get him to the Pokémon Center, Brock said. Charmander heard that and shot an ember attack right at them causing them to duck as the small fireballs barely missed. Soar, Bulbasaur growled at him, telling him that he needed treatment. Mander. Charmander denied it loyally before being surprised as Austin jumped up and grabbed him. Charmander reacted by biting his arm causing him to cry out, but he didn't let go. Just listen, we're going to the Pokémon Center to get you treated, your tail is close to going out, Austin said as Charmander was drawing blood. If that happens you'll die. Charmander glared at him and bit harder causing Austin to grit his teeth. Ash, you might have to let Charmander go, Brock said in worry as Charmander could just as easily snap the bone in his arm, or burn it if he chose to use Ember while hanging on. Where is the Pokémon Center? Austin asked ignoring that. It's 2 miles ahead, Misty said already seeing how he wouldn't give up. Shoo. Pikachu was on Austin's shoulder, trying to pry Charmander's jaw free, but the lizard wouldn't do it, not even when Bulbasaur tried to use his Vine Whip to get him to let go. You can keep biting if you want, but I'm not going to let you stay out here to die, Austin said with a frown. It was one thing seeing this happen in the show and he felt sorry for Charmander in there, but seeing it in real life, seeing how much pain Charmander was in as well as how loyal he was to that asshole Damian just pissed Austin off and he wanted to help Charmander. And maybe punch Damian. As Charmander was about to bite down harder to break the bone, Yellow placed her hand on his head and focused as he began to glow, catching Misty off guard. Yellow, what are you doing? Misty asked not expecting that. SSH, Yellow whispered as she was trying to form a small empathy connection with Charmander, using her powers to heal him a bit as well as calm him down. It worked a bit as Charmander slowly let go of Austin to show the bite mark that would need to be bandaged as he looked tired before passing out. Yellow stumbled a bit as that took a lot out of her before Brock helped her keep steady while Bulbasaur and Misty gave Yellow a look of surprise. Wait. Misty looked between Austin and Brock. You two don't look surprised. We'll explain after Charmander is in the Pokémon Center, Austin said as he took off running, Bulbasaur and Pikachu right behind him. Yellow let out Dottie to keep up as she returned Kitty, leaving Brock and Misty to run after them. Chapter 57, Chapter number 56 Confrontation. It was just beginning to storm right as they made it to the Pokémon Center. Austin had the vest off with Pikachu on his shoulder, using his paw to help hold it over Charmander's tail as Bulbasaur was keeping up fine, using his Vine Whip to help Pikachu out. Nurse Joy. Austin ran in catching the nurse's attention. Please help. Her eyes widened when she saw the Charmander's condition. What have you done to the poor thing? She asked glaring at him. I didn't do this. Austin denied, looking angry at the accusation. He's telling the truth, that Charmander was like that when we found him, Yellow said, getting off of Dottie as they got into the Pokémon Center, soaking wet, Misty and Brock behind her. Get the stretcher. Nurse Joy ordered the Chansey as it took off. Charmander opened his eyes to the noise as he saw where he was, and he gave a weak cry, motioning outside. Are you crazy? If you go outside right now, you'll die for sure. Austin said as he kept a hold of Charmander, who gave him a lost look. Charmander muttered before his eyes widened as he looked past Austin. Mander. Following his gaze, Austin glared as he saw Damian, the blue-haired teen wearing a pink shirt and brown vest, on the other side of the Pokémon Center, and he was laughing with a few guys while a pile of Pokeballs were nearby. Is that your trainer? Austin asked, causing the others to look towards where he was looking while Charmander gave a nod. Good, now I have an excuse. Austin thought with a dark look. Since the stretcher wasn't there yet, Austin gave Charmander to Brock and stomped over there, not caring if his arm was still bleeding and was dripping down his arm, onto his clenched fist. Austin, what are you doing? Brock asked, following him as Austin looked extremely pissed. Just look at them, it's a pretty cool collection. Damian began, only for Austin to interrupt him. Excuse me, you wouldn't happen to own a Charmander, would you? Austin asked, giving a glare. Damian gave a cocky grin towards Austin as his friends were a little wary considering the bleeding arm. What's it to you? I did have a Charmander, but that puny thing was so weak it couldn't even beat a Magikarp. Damian taunted, and Charmander felt his heart shatter at hearing his old trainer say that. That's why I left the dumb thing on a rock. He didn't get any farther when Austin straight up punched him in the face. That caused the others to begin running over to him as he reared his fist back to punch him again, only for one of Damian's friends to interfere and punch Austin, sending him on his back. Just who the hell do you think you are? Damian raised his fist, only for Pidgeot to jump in front of Austin, his cheeks sparking, and Bulbasaur had a glare of pure hatred at this human. Austin rubbed his jaw before he spat some blood out, pleased to see that he gave Damian a bloody nose. Someone who thinks you don't deserve being a trainer, he said, gesturing to Charmander, who was in Brock's arms, giving Damian a sad look. Your Charmander nearly died because he was loyal to you. That puny thing stayed there this long. Damian chuckled. Wow, he is stupider than I thought. Shoo. Pidgeot began to prepare a thunder shock, only for Nurse Joy to intervene. Enough, this is a center for healing Pokémon, not a place to have brawls. Nurse Joy said, not wanting a fight to break out. TCH, whatever, they started it, Damian said, walking off, but he glared at Austin. Watch your back, weakling. Austin glared at him before he felt something spray his arm, and he cried out in shock as it began to sting. Looking over as he saw a saddened Charmander being placed on a stretcher, Austin saw that Nurse Joy had a bottle of disinfectant and a roll of bandages. You'll need to check the bandage every few hours, she said to him as she handed it to them. I'm going to make sure Charmander survives the night. As Nurse Joy left, Austin clenched his fist again and glared at where Damian left. Ash, you need to bandage your arm, Brock said, reminding him. I know, Austin said as he sat down and got to work. How could someone be like that? Yellow asked, her voice cracking a bit. He didn't care if Charmander would die or not. Austin gave her a look of surprise before realizing that despite seeing how Team Rocket was or hearing about Bulbasaur's story, Yellow hasn't seen anyone truly get hurt. They were lucky with Team Rocket not killing or severely injure them, so it didn't sink into her, and she only heard the story with Bulbasaur. But to see how Charmander nearly died like that and how Damian didn't care, that could have been what made it all sink in. Unfortunately, there are people who don't care for Pokémon at all, Brock said, anger in his tone. Misty gave a nod at that before walking to Austin. Hang on, you're doing it all wrong, she said, helping out with the bandages, making sure it was on tight. Thanks, Austin said, looking at the bandaged arm. So are we not going to talk about what Yellow did? Misty asked, causing them to tense. Was I the only one not to know? I have abilities that let me talk to Pokémon, heal them and form bonds with them, Yellow admitted, looking down. It's just something I've always been able to do. Ash and I found out in MT Moon when we ran into Team Rocket, Brock said, surprising Misty as they never told her that they fought Team Rocket. After that, we kept quiet about it because we didn't want the wrong people to hear. It's not that we didn't trust you, Misty, it's just that we weren't sure how to tell you, Austin said, hoping that this wouldn't cause a problem later in the road. I need some time to think about this. Misty muttered as she walked off, causing them to look down. Thunder began to boom outside, causing them to look outside. Man, the storm is tense, Brock said, seeing the wind howling. We were lucky to find this Pokémon Center. Chapter 58, Chapter number 57, Charmander and Damian. The group waited in front of the door to the emergency room as they were hoping to find out if Charmander would be well. It was still too soon to know for certain, and while Austin could think that he knew, it could just as easily have changed because it took them a bit longer to get here because of his extra training. If Charmander dies, it could be my fault, Austin thought, sitting down. I knew that he would be in danger, but I didn't hurry over to get here. I was worried about just getting home. Brock was standing in front of the door, praying that Charmander would survive. Shoo! Pikachu was next to Austin, looking worried about his trainer. Bulbasaur left to go blow off some steam at what happened. I'm fine, Austin said to Pikachu before he felt someone sit next to him and looked to see Misty was back. No, you aren't, Misty said, hearing him. Charmander will pull through. Yeah, he has to. Brock agreed, finally turning away from the door. Misty, are you okay? I'm upset that you guys didn't trust me earlier, Misty admitted, but she had a determined look. We can talk more about it after Charmander is fine. Yellow gave a nod as she had Kitty out again, hugging her. It was clear that until they heard the news for Charmander, none of them were going to be able to sleep. The light on the door went off, causing them to all tense as Nurse Joy came out. Right as soon as she saw the group, she gave a reassuring smile. Charmander will pull through, she said, causing relief to go across all of their faces. He's really lucky that you brought him in tonight. Another day and it would have been too late. She let them go in to see that Charmander was fast asleep with the tail burning a bit brighter than it has been. That's the spirit, Charmander, Brock said with a smile before seeing Austin walk in. Nurse Joy, is it alright if we stay with Charmander? Austin asked as Nurse Joy had a confused look before giving a smile. It's no trouble at all, but let him rest, Nurse Joy warned. Now knowing that Charmander would be fine, Brock walked up to her. Oh, you are so kind to souls such as us, he said in an attempt to be romantic, causing Nurse Joy to give a sweat drop. That's nice. I would be honored if you would. Brock was cut off when Zubat came out, but Misty grabbed his ear. Ow, ear. Ear. Come on, Casanova, I think it's time for you to get some shut-eye. Bulbasaur came back into the Pokémon Center, soaking wet as he looked exhausted later that night. He spent most of his time in the woods taking his aggression out on the various trees. Just seeing what happened to that Charmander made him think of what happened with him, and it made him angry. Sniffing the air as he found his trainer's scent, Bulbasaur followed it to see that they were in the ER room. He saw Charmander fast asleep, looking much better, and he gave a nod before he went to stand guard at the door. No one was getting in there to hurt that Charmander or anyone else in this room anymore. He'll make sure of it. The first thing that Charmander remembered was getting attacked by those ferocious birds as he tried to protect himself. However, his life flame was dangerously low. It never had been the best for as long as he remembered, and with all the injuries he had sustained from fighting the beast of lightning, it still had hazy memories about that lightning-fast yellow beast, with black patches all over its body, and that maniacal grin on its face. It barely had the strength for a single flame burst, not to mention the icy cold winds and the torrential downpour all around him. Then, he remembered how Damian, his trainer, had left him on the rock, promising to return in a few hours, with treatment. He had waited for the entire day, climbing up to the top of the cliff despite the strain it put on his already injured body, if only to catch a glimpse of his trainer returning to him as promised. He had waited and waited. And waited. Damian didn't come. For 3 days he had waited, and slowly felt the life flame burning inside him flicker and come to the point of getting extinguished completely. That was when the unfortunate punishment from the heavens had come lashing at him in the form of the storm, punishing him for being a weakling like he was. There had been a sneaking suspicion in his mind that Damian had also deserted him because of his weakness, but he hadn't allowed his barely held on hope to flicker because of that dangerous thought. That was why he had held on to the barely enough protection of the Oran berry leaf, doing his best not to cry out in pain as those monsters pecked harshly on his injured skin. Charmander slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a fireproof bed instead of the rock as he expected. Pushing himself up as he looked around, he paused at seeing the 4 humans, along with the Pikachu, Bulbasaur, and Kakuna from the other day, and that was when he remembered the events. That puny thing stayed there this long. Wow, he is stupider than I thought. Remembering those words, caused some tears to fall down Charmander's face as he remembered how he tried so hard to be strong for Damian. He tried to make the trainer proud of him. He believed him when his trainer said he would be back. Charmander tried to be loyal. He was stupid. Charmander muttered, causing Bulbasaur to turn around and give a soft smile. Soar, Bulbasaur said, looking tired as he walked up there. Mander. Charmander looked down only for Bulbasaur to frown. Guessing that he was still thinking about his trainer, Bulbasaur plain out told him to forget him. That caused Charmander to glare. Mander man. Charmander snarled, saying that it wasn't that easy. No, it wasn't. Bulbasaur gave a nod to agree with that. Bulbasaur said, tilting his head to the other humans. Soar Bulb. Charmander went quiet at that before he saw Austin slowly open his eyes. Morning Charmander. Chapter 59, Chapter number 58, Austin vs Damian. Austin slowly opened his eyes. Morning Charmander. He said, giving a smile at the lizard, who looked down, seeing the bandaged arm, and the lizard looked ashamed as he turned away. Charmander murmured a brief apology only to flinch as he felt a hand on his head and Austin began to rub him. You don't have to be sorry, I'm just happy that you're alright, Austin said to the fire Pokémon. Standing up, Austin looked at Bulbasaur and frowned. Were you up all night? Austin asked as Bulbasaur looked away. Sighing, Austin pulled out a Pokeball. You should get some rest, Austin said to him. Thank you for keeping watch for everyone. Soar. Bulbasaur looked as if he wanted to protest before he yawned, and that caused him to give a nod, allowing himself to be returned. Hey Charmander, I'm going to go for a walk, do you mind telling Pikachu if he wakes up before I'm back? Austin asked as Charmander looked surprised that Austin asked him as if he were more than a simple creature before giving a hesitant nod. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Those two words echoed in his head as Austin left the room. It was the first time anyone thanked him, especially for something so small. Looking outside as the sun was shining, seeing the rainwater drip off the trees, he saw Austin leave a few moments later. But his eyes widened as he saw Damian leave a bit later with an annoyed look on his face, following Austin. He knew that look. It meant that someone was going to get hurt. Pushing himself up, Charmander moved to wake up Pikachu. Mander Charmander said, causing Pikachu's eyes to open in exhaustion. Pi? Pikachu asked, rubbing his eyes. Mander. Charmander said that his trainer was in danger. All exhaustion left Pikachu's face at that. Firo, come on out. Austin let the giant bird Pokémon out with a cry. It was raining badly last night, so I couldn't let you out to fly, but it's nice out, so I figured you would want to. Firo gave a nod, not caring, but he was happy to have a chance to stretch his wings as he took off flying. Austin had a smile on his face as he saw Firo enjoying himself despite acting as if he wasn't, and he watched for a few moments in silence. Austin was then sucker punched by Damian, who grabbed the Pokeballs off of his belt. I told you to watch your back, kid, Damian said, holding Austin's Pokeballs in his hands. I figured I owed you for that punch you gave me earlier. Austin glared as he stood up. If your friends weren't there, I would have done worse. He spat out, glaring at the guy who pulled out a Pokeball. Yeah, well, let's see how tough you are without your Pokémon. Damian sent out a Machoke, causing Austin to back up. Go on, try to punch me and get your Pokémon back. You're nothing more than a coward, Austin said, glaring at him as the guy was smirking. And you're a dumbass kid. Damian returned. Row. Firo shot down with an aerial ace, slamming into Machoke, who cried for a surprise as he was sent back, spreading his wings to keep it away from Austin. What the hell? Damian asked as he didn't see Austin let Firo out earlier. Firo? Austin asked in shock as the Firo was glaring at Damian. I think I did get through to Firo. Austin thought, looking relieved as Damian snarled. It doesn't matter, I have an army of Pokémon able to beat you down. He said as he sent out a Graveler. Beat that oversized Pidgey down. Firo glared as he looked at Austin, giving a nod. Austin smirked, knowing that Firo will listen. Firo, use agility. He ordered as Firo became a blur right as Machoke and Graveler were about to tackle it. Now aerial wing. Firo appeared right behind the Machoke and slammed into him, sending him flying right into a tree, but he got up and performed rock throw with Graveler as Firo dodged using agility in a way that made it look like he was teleporting. Austin mentally compared it to the instant transmission from DBZ, or how it looked from his eyes, even though it was nowhere close in reality. Come on, hit that damn bird, Damian said, clenching a fist. Smackdown. Steel wing to break through those rocks, Austin said, clenching a fist as Firo slammed right through them, showing his power. Now Fury attack on the Machoke. Just like with Team Rocket in Viridian Forest, he was going to focus on one at a time. Machoke got to one knee as Firo flew back and Damian looked ready to lose it before he gained an idea. Rock blast on the kid. That caught Austin off guard as the Graveler fired rocks at Austin, who didn't have enough time to dodge as it was coming too fast. Firo saw that and his eyes widened. Using agility to intercept, the rocks collided with his left wing, causing a loud snap to fill the air as he slammed into the ground. Oh no! Austin thought as he wasn't expecting Damian to go that far. Firo! Austin cried out as he saw the wing was bent at an awkward angle. Finally grounded, that damn thing, Damian muttered as the Firo was struggling to get up with a broken wing. What, don't know when to quit? Row. Firo stood his ground before Austin ran out in front of Firo. Enough, Austin said in complete hatred as he glared at Damian. His eyes began glowing red a bit. That caught the guy off guard before he glared right back. Machoke, snap him with a karate chop. Row. Firo tried to move, but the broken wing caused him to fall. Move. Austin screamed in his mind, knowing that would kill him. Austin felt his legs shaking before he heard something crackling. Choo! Electricity shot out, enveloping the Machoke as he was sent flying back before Pikachu ran out glaring at Damian. What the? Damian was cut off when something bit his hand, causing him to cry out as he dropped Austin's Pokeballs to see that Charmander was holding on. Charmander, get off! He began punching Charmander and that caused Austin to glare as he ran forward. Pikachu's sword strike on that Graveler! He said as the electric mouse complied, sending the Graveler flying right into the Machoke. Damian managed to get Charmander to let go with another punch, but Austin tackled him, knocking him back before grabbing his Pokeballs. Butterfree using shot on him, Austin ordered as the purple bug Pokémon came out and obeyed, wrapping Damian up tightly as he began to protest. If you don't let me go. Damian was cut off by another punch to the face and Austin didn't stop punching until he visibly got tired. Damian was knocked out from this beating along with having a broken nose, broken teeth, and 2 black eyes. Sighing, Austin ran over to pick up the unconscious Charmander and then check on Firo. Can you walk? He asked Firo as he didn't know if returning him to his Pokeball with a broken wing would be a good idea or not. Firo gave a slow nod as he began to get up again and Austin got under his good wing to help him walk. Butterfree, please make sure that he doesn't get loose, Austin said as the bug Pokemon gave a nod. With that done, Austin began to walk back to the Pokemon Center. I just called Officer Jenny to pick Damian up. Nurse Joy said as Austin gave her the story with Firo now in the ER room with Charmander again. I can't believe that creep just tried to attack you, Misty said, looking angry that they weren't around to help out. Have you hurt anywhere, Ash? Brock asked, only for Austin to shake his head. Yellow sighed. That's good. I'm more worried about Firo and Charmander, Austin said, looking down. Charmander will be fine, Nurse Joy said before looking down. Firo, however, will need time for his wing to recover. You'll have to leave him in a quiet place until then. Austin looked disheartened at hearing that, as Firo was the only one besides Pikachu who has been with him since the beginning, and Firo has just finally begun listening to Austin again. Now he had to leave him? But he gave a nod as he thought more about Firo's injury, one that he got protecting him. I know a place, Austin said, looking at her. Will he be fine being returned to the Pokeball? Once he's out of the ER it should be fine. Nurse Joy told him before she left to go work on him. Chapter 60, Chapter number 59, Genetic Anomaly. I'm going to send you to Professor Oak's until your wing is healed, Austin said as Firo now had some binding on his wing. Firo muttered in annoyance that he let himself get injured like that. I'll call whenever I can to see how you and Pidgeot are doing, and I want you to take it easy. You think you're up to more training when you're healed? Austin asked as Firo gave a glare for that but gave a nod, showing that he would surpass any training given to him. Firo promised as Austin gave a nod and returned him, turning to Professor Oak, who was on the video screen. Brock was talking to his siblings, the same as Misty and Yellow were waiting to call her uncle as he saw Pidgeot next to Professor Oak crying hello to Austin. Hey, Pidgeot, Austin said with a smile before placing Firo's Pokeball on the transporter. Firo is ready, Professor Oak. All right. Professor Oak pressed a button and Firo was transported. He arrived safely. I'll let him out in a moment to get settled in. Your Pidgeot has been a great help in keeping the Spearow flock away from Pallet Town. Really? Austin asked as Pidgeot puffed her chest out. That's great to hear. She is something, that's for sure. Professor Oak chuckled before snapping his fingers. Oh, and be sure to call your mother, I think she's worried about you considering she hasn't heard from you since cerulean. I'll be sure to do so, Austin said, trying not to wince before the man hung up. Sighing, Austin dialed Ash's home number, to talk with Delia. Man, that was awkward, Austin muttered a few moments later as he gave the phone to Yellow to allow her to call her uncle. Austin was walking outside to see Butterfree flying back, showing that Damian was most likely picked up by Officer Jenny. Thanks, Butterfree, he said as the bug Pokémon gave a nod. Fat. Returning the Butterfree, Austin looked surprised to see Charmander looking right at him from near the ER room all healed up. Hey Charmander, Austin said as Charmander approached him. How are you? Charmander had a smile at the question. Well, what are you waiting for? Brock asked, nudging Austin's shoulder. Charmander wants to go with you. Charmander gave a nod. Yeah, and you do have a spot on the team at the moment, Misty said as Austin gave a sad smile. Yeah, I do, Austin said, getting to one knee. So Charmander, want to join us? Mander. Charmander ran up and hugged Austin, causing him to chuckle. Welcome to the group, Austin said, pulling out a Pokeball and tapping his head with it, causing Charmander to go in as there was no resistance before the ball dinged. Yellow had a smile at seeing that as she hung up after speaking with her uncle. I think Charmander made a pretty good choice on who his new trainer should be, she said, coming out there. Thanks, Austin said before he remembered how Charmander acted on evolving. I'll make sure that doesn't happen. He vowed as he figured the best way was to have Charmander out a bit more like how he had Bulbasaur out the other day. Pulling out the Pokédex, Austin began to scan Charmander. Charmander, the lizard Pokémon. The flame that burns at the tip of its tail is an indication of its emotions. The flame wavers when Charmander is enjoying itself. If the Pokémon becomes enraged, the flame burns fiercely. This Charmander is male. Current moveset: Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Tail Whip, and Ember. Dexter paused for a moment, before beeping in a red light with a message began to write on the screen. Odd specimen. Needs to be reported. Checking for newer crossbreeds. Match not found. Error. Body size mismatched. Inner flame less than optimum. Genetic typing: Dragon/Fire. Please report to the authorities. Hell? Austin looked extremely surprised, but he put on a fake smile as he put the Pokédex away. What say we head to Vermilion now? He asked with a grin, but deep down, he was wondering. Were the changes in Charmander due to natural or artificial causes? Austin's thoughts immediately went to Red's Ever. Author note: so if any of you are wondering why the sudden change from canon, it is because Red from the Pokémon Adventures manga had an EV that was experimented on by Team Rocket, and it could evolve and devolve from Flareon, Vaporeon, and Jolteon, but I didn't want to copy the adventure manga, so I choose Charmander as the Pokémon that had been experimented on by Team Rocket, creating this anomaly. What are your thoughts on this change? Also, if you have any suggestions on how I should make Austin more of a relatable character, then put that in the comments. Austin's Pokémon team. Pikachu, M. Ability: Static. Moves: Thundershock, Growl, Tail Whip, Quick Attack, Iron Tail, Electro Ball, Thunderbolt, Agility, Brick Break, and Dig. Combo: Ion Tail, Iron Tail and Electro Ball, Sword Strike, Iron Tail and Quick Attack, Electric Impact, Thunderbolt and Quick Attack, Burrow, Dig and Quick Attack, and Counter Shield, Electric Style. Raticate, F. Ability: Guts. Moves: Tackle, Tail Whip, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Iron Tail, Dig, Hyper Fang, Sucker Punch, Attract, Thunderbolt not learned yet. Combo: Sword Strike, Iron Tail and Quick Attack, Burrow, Dig and Quick Attack. Butterfree, M. Ability: Tinted Lens. Moves: Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Harden, Confusion, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Gust, and Psybeam. Scyther, M. Ability: Technician. Moves: Wing Attack, Quick Attack, Slash, Brick Break, Aerial Ace, Agility, Fury Cutter, and Razor Wind. Bulbasaur, M. Ability: Overgrow. Moves: Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Take Down, Razor Leaf, Grass Knot, and Endure. Charmander, M. Ability, Not Found, Moves, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Tail Whip, and Ember. Pidgeot, F. Ability, Tangled Feet. Moves, Tackle, Sand Attack, Gust, Quick Attack, Steel Wing, Twister, Aerial Ace, and Double Team. Combo Aerial Wing, Aerial Ace and Steel Wing. Clefairy, M. Ability, Magic Guard. Moves, Pound, Growl, Sing, Disarming Voice, Magical Leaf, Double Slap, Defense Curl, Wake Up Slap, Metronome, and Heal Pulse. Combo Angel's Descent, Defense Curl and Disarming Voice and Magical Leaf. Fearow, M. Ability, Keen Eye. Moves, Peck, Leer, Focus Energy, Fury Attack, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Mirror Move, Assurance, and Agility. Combo Aerial Wing, Aerial Ace and Steel Wing. Pokémon Scene, 49. Pokémon Owned, 8. Badges obtained, Boulder Badge and Cascade Badge. Yellow's Pokémon Team. Kakuna, Kitty, F. Ability, Shed Skin. Moves, Poison Sting, String Shot, and Harden. Combo Poison Sting, and String Shot. Doduo, Dottie, M. Ability, Runaway Moves Growl, Peck, Quick Attack, Fury Attack, Rage, Pursuit, and Aerial Ace. Oddish, Dish, M. Ability, Chlorophyll. Moves, Unknown. Brock's Pokémon Team. Onyx, M. Ability, Rockhead. Moves, Bind, Tackle, Harden, Mud Sport, Curse, Rock Throw, Rock Tomb, and Rage. Guidud, M. Ability, Sand Veil. Moves, Defense Curl, Tackle, Mud Sport, Rock Polish, Rollout, Rock Tomb, and Magnitude. Zubat, F. Ability, Infiltrator. Moves, Leech Life, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, and Air Cutter. Misty's Pokémon Team. Staryu, M. Ability, Natural Cure. Moves, Rapid Spin, Water Gun, Water Pulse, Swift, and Scald. Starmie, F. Ability, Analytic. Moves, Sicehawk, Power Gem, Thunderbolt, and Signal Beam. Chapter 61, Chapter number 60 Talks with Charmander. At night, as while everyone else was sleeping, Austin took out Charmander's Pokeball and walked for a few minutes before stopping, as he wanted to speak to Charmander alone before he did anything with the information that Charmander was different. In a flash of light, Charmander appeared in front of Austin, who greeted him with a smile. Austin stood in front of Charmander, surveying him using the Pokédex, little aware of the fact that the little fire lizard was glaring at the mechanical device with apprehension. Dexter, however, continued to rattle about its deductions. Charmander. The lizard Pokémon. The flame that burns at the tip of its tail is an indication of its emotions. The flame wavers when Charmander is enjoying itself. If the Pokémon becomes enraged, the flame burns fiercely. This Charmander is male. Current moveset, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Tail Whip, and Ember. Odd specimen detected. Needs to be reported. Checking for newer crossbreeds. Match not found. Error. Error. Body size mismatched. Inner flame less than optimum. Genetic typing, Dragon/Fire. Please report to authorities. Austin silently stood there waiting to see Charmander's reaction to the news. Charmander, meanwhile, was outright glaring at the mechanical device, which was consistently calling it out as an oddity. Ever since its birth at that place, he had lived amongst other Charmander, and to mix in with others, he had forced himself to limit his natural offenses to Ember, and the highly ineffective flame burst that he managed to pull off at times. However, with the mechanical device mocking him as unnatural, all sense of subtlety and control went out of the window and chair. A pale yellow burst of light erupted from Charmander's mouth, projected towards the obnoxious device in his trainer's hands. His trainer only barely managed to jump to the sides and avoid the freshly overpowered burst of dragon breath that the little lizard had sent towards him. Charmander! Austin yelled. That stopped Charmander short, as the results of his actions hit him. He had just, in his rage at the obnoxious device, thrown out what was potentially the most fatal attack on his unsuspecting trainer. It seemed that he didn't deserve getting a trainer after all, since it was sure that Austin would now report him and send him away to the reserves. Charmander! Austin repeated, this time in a soft voice. That was dragon breath, wasn't it? The unexpected curious comment shook Charmander off his reveries. Did his trainer still want to keep him, if merely out of curiosity? Charmander, Austin asked, kneeling in front of the fire lizard. Did you want to hurt me with that attack? Charmander shook his head vigorously. By the gods, he was just about to lose his trainer all over again. Did you attack my Pokédex? Charmander looked a little shifty, before nodding with a grunt. Why? Charmander didn't say anything, just continued to glare at the nasty little thing in his trainer's hand. This device, Austin brought the infernal thing closer, is called a Pokédex. It gives me information about. Austin stopped short before comprehension dawned on him. He regarded the little lizard closely. Charmander, I want you to answer honestly, and please keep in mind that under no conditions, am I going to desert you like Damian. Is that okay? After several seconds of hesitation, Charmander gave a nod. You can use all those. Austin paused, gathering his thoughts, draconic attacks without any trouble at all. I saw it. That was a full-powered dragon breath. Charmander hesitated for a while, before nodding his orange head. Can you show me an ember attack? Charmander gave him a look of resignation, before gathering some of his inner flames and throwing out what was possible, the weakest ember attack Austin had ever seen. Any other fire-type moves that you can do? Charmander had lost all hopes now. Surely his trainer had now known how hopeless a Charmander he was. With a barely concealed snarl directed towards his weakness, he let out a fire burst, though what came out was at most a slightly better version of his ember attack. Ash stood up, taking a few steps back. Pointing towards a random rock on the ground, he commanded, now use Dragon Pulse on this rock. Charmander gave a surprised grunt. Any problems, Charmander? Charmander shook his head in surprise. With little effort, he pulled a little of his inner draconic strength to unleash a Dragon Pulse towards the rock. The compressed sphere of draconic energy smashed into the monolith, literally annihilating it instantly. Well done! Austin crowed, clapping his hands as the fire lizard gaped in disbelief. Surely his trainer wasn't congratulating him? Tell me, Charmander, Austin came closer, did you ever use draconic attacks for Damian? Shake. Austin raised an eyebrow. Damian told you not to use them. Another shake. Damian knew about your draconic moves. Another shake. Damian ordered you to use fire-based attacks. Nod. This is messing up with my mind. Austin sat down on the ground, beside the fire lizard, who looked at his trainer with a mix of curiosity and respect. Charmander, I don't understand. He spoke gently. How is it that you can perform draconic attacks as a dragon does, and yet are unable to do a fire-type attack at all? Charmander looked away. I'm not looking down on you, buddy. Austin consoled, just trying to understand you, that's all. I mean, you've to understand. You are a little, on the smaller side, and despite being a Charmander, your movesets speak otherwise. It's a mystery which my mind cannot comprehend. Do I talk to Professor Oak about this or not? Austin thought before shaking his head. Let's just ask the professor if genetic variations occur. If it does occur naturally, then I will tell him, but if not, then I will have to decide on a new course of action with Charmander, since it may have something to do with Team Rocket. Austin thought. I understand that you are not like any other Charmander. Austin began, as the fire lizard began to assume the worst, but that doesn't matter. After all, you are special. Now, I don't know why you did not demonstrate your abilities to Damian. Something that made Charmander ponder, but I can tell you right now, that you have no need to hold back on anything, and I promise, I will find a way so that you can utilize the fire-type attacks just as strongly as well. Charmander felt his heart stop for a moment, as he registered his trainer's words. His eyes shining bright with hope, the little, orange fire lizard jumped to its new trainer's lap with an exuberant grunt of joy. Chapter 62, Chapter number 61 Mysteries. Leroy Kevin sighed as he was sitting in a chair next to a bed while he heard arguing outside of the room. It has been a hell of a few months for the Kevin family when they all came home, the parents from work while Leroy was coming back from the skate park. When it was quiet, they checked Austin's room to see him passed out on his bed looking to be asleep. But it was when they tried waking him that they found out there was a problem, so they rushed him to the hospital to find out that he was in a coma. Since then, Leroy has been coming in every day whenever he could, hoping that it was the day his little brother would open his eyes. Leroy would pass the time, talking to him as if he could still hear him, saying how some people were asking how he was and saying that some of the other kids at school were worried about him. "Come on Austin, wake up," Leroy said looking at the unconscious body as the heart monitor was still beating showing that he was alive still. "Please." The door opened to show an older man in his late 40s coming in, dressed in a blue dress shirt and slacks. "Any change?" Mr. Kevin asked his oldest son who shook his head. "I thought I saw him twitch, but I imagined it," Leroy answered him with a forlorn sigh. "Your mother is in talking with the doctor, do you want to get something to eat?" Mr. Kevin asked to hope that Leroy would say yes because the young man has rarely eaten since they found Austin like that. "I want to but. Leroy looked back at Austin. "If there's any change I'll call for you," Mr. Kevin promised as he looked at his youngest son in worry, his hand on his oldest shoulder. "Now get something to eat." "All right, Charmander use Ember on Oddish," Austin ordered as he was doing a double battle with Charmander and Bulbasaur against Yellow and Misty. "Bulbasaur, Razor Leaf on Staryu." The fire lizard shot a barrage of extremely small embers at the small weed Pokémon who ducked and dodged around them while Bulbasaur was keeping the starfish away using the leaves on the ground in front of it kicking the dust into the air to smoke their moves. It's been 3 days since Charmander has joined the group and they were getting much closer to Vermilion City, training along the way. The bandages were still on his arm from when Charmander bit him and there was some light on them whenever he changed them showing a possibility of a small scar. Taking a small chance to look over his shoulder, Austin saw Starmie with Raticate, showing the brown rat how to use Ice Beam while Brock was training Geodude against Zubat. Pikachu and Scyther were sparring, both of them were locked with a Brick Break versus Iron Tail attack. Dottie and Clefairy were sparring as well, to get stronger as everyone was busy. And Butterfree was with Kitty, showing her how to move with String Shot like how he did as a Metapod. Misty took advantage of Austin's momentary distraction. "Start, use Scald," she ordered as the Pokémon fired streams of boiling water at the 2 Kanto starters, catching them off guard as they felt their limbs locking up. "Now Yellow." "Got it," Yellow said having a determined look on her face. "Dish use Stun Spore on Bulbasaur." Oddish released a wave of yellowish powder that paralyzed Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur struggled to his feet before collapsing. Charmander looked worried as he tried to lift his head when Yellow gave an order. "All right Oddish, let's finish this off with Absorb." He could barely do anything as the vines shot out of Oddish's head, wrapping around Charmander, sapping his strength. When Charmander collapsed, Yellow and Misty gave each other a high five at winning a double battle. Austin gave a small sigh as a grin found a way to his face. "You guys did great," he said kneeling next to Bulbasaur and Charmander. "Especially for your first double battle together." It was the first time he used the two of them in a battle at all. He waited until Charmander was comfortable with the idea and thankfully he wanted to join in after the 3rd day, while Bulbasaur was finally happy to receive some training. "Mander." Charmander looked down at losing. "Charmander, you and Bulbasaur just joined the group," Austin said kneeling next to the lizard. Oddish might have just joined the group as well, but Misty is a gym leader in training and Yellow is learning at a fast pace. "Don't be so down for losing, it's how we learn to work together." Austin smiled as he knew that he was taking his loss better than every 10-year-old. Well, there's no reason to be angry and both girls fought pretty well. Austin thought as Yellow and Misty were both getting stronger, or in Yellow's case having Oddish catch up with the rest of her Pokémon. It was also the first time that Yellow was in a battle, sure it was against the newest members of his team but it showed how far she came as well. And Misty was taking the idea of Yellow's abilities well now that she had time to think about it and she did understand why they hid it because they didn't know her at the time. Charmander looked unsure until he saw Bulbasaur push himself up, shaking his head as a determined smirk overcame the plant Pokémon. "Soar. Bulba," he said causing the Charmander to give a small smile. "Great job Dish," Yellow said as Oddish ran to her and jumped in her arms causing her to laugh. "You're getting stronger every day." As sappy as it sounds, it's days like this that make me happy. Austin thought as if could see the friendship between the Pokémon and their trainers here. Austin had a smile before he looked back towards Raticate to see that she was struggling with the Ice Beam, nothing coming out as Starmie was patient with her. "You'll get it eventually Raticate," Austin called out causing the Pokémon to cry confirmation as she continued before seeing Pikachu win against Scyther, doing his victory sign. Scyther growled and made some gestures, but he didn't look too mad considering how long he lasted against Pikachu in comparison to last time. "How close are we to the Squirtle Squad?" Austin wondered as he began giving some treats out to Bulbasaur and Charmander now that they were done training for now. "We should be getting pretty close." How close though is anyone's guess. As Austin was putting the Pokémon treats up, he paused at seeing the rainbow feather that was placed in a small baggie. Shoo! Pikachu ran up to Austin and up his shoulder to see what he was looking at. Pika! I'm still wondering why he gave it to us, Austin whispered to Pikachu, who gave a nod in agreement. Pikachu was truly curious as he remembered how they saw Ho-Oh on their first day traveling together, and now another legendary gave his trainer the feather a few months later that belonged to the very same Pokémon. It couldn't be a coincidence. Chapter 63, Chapter number 62, Squirtle Squad. I'm still wondering why he gave it to us, Austin whispered to Pikachu, who gave a nod in agreement. Pikachu was truly curious as he remembered how they saw Ho-Oh on their first day traveling together, and now another legendary gave his trainer the feather a few months later that belonged to the very same Pokémon. It couldn't be a coincidence. What are you looking at? Misty asked, causing Pikachu and Austin to jump a bit. Oh, nothing, just checking on how many treats we have. Austin lied, not wanting to tell anyone about the rainbow feather yet. Still have enough to wear. If we make it to Vermilion by the end of the week we'll be fine. Yeah, we are running low on supplies. I think there's a small town nearby, Brock commented as he turned away from the mock battle, leaving Zubat and Guaidud to stop as they were panting in exhaustion, tired but happy to be training. How far is it? Yellow asked, straightening her straw hat as Dottie was trying to peck it in fun. 2 hours down the road if I'm reading this right, Brock answered with a smile. So how about we continue down the road? Sounds about right, Austin said with a nod as they began to prepare to move. None of them noticed a group of shadows watching from a nearby bush. Nothing happened as they walked down the road, taking in the scenery. Pikachu and Clefairy were running ahead, playing a small game of tag as they kept moving, and Oddish was joining them. Everyone else was in their Pokeballs as they were a bit tired from the training earlier. Don't wander too far, Oddish, Yellow called out as the weed Pokemon was very playful. Don't worry, Yellow, Oddish was always pretty cautious, Brock said reassuringly as Clefairy ran further ahead. Now Clefairy on the other hand I'm worried about. They'll be fine, plus Pikachu is with them and he's pretty responsible, Austin said before he saw Pikachu trip Clefairy with his tail as a small joke. Most of the time. Dish odd dot. Oddish stopped as his foot went into the ground, causing Pikachu and Clefairy to come to a stop as the ground came out from beneath them. Pikachu/Oddish/Clefairy. The collective cries from their trainers came as all of them ran to the hole to see the three were unharmed for the most part, just their pride damaged. Chew, Pikachu muttered, wondering where the hole came from. Bulbasaur, can you please lend a hand? Austin asked, sending the plant Pokemon out, who cried as he let 2 vines go down, allowing the Pikachu and Clefairy to climb the vines before they wrapped around Oddish, pulling him out. Thanks. Soar. Bulbasaur looked at Oddish, checking for injuries despite the weed Pokemon saying he was fine. But what's a hole doing out here? Brock asked in confusion before they heard laughter. Looking ahead quite a bit, they saw 5 blue turtle Pokemon with brown shells that had a yellow underbelly laughing. Each of them wore sunglasses, but while 4 of them had round glasses, one of them had a pair that was extremely different from the others. Whoa, those are Squirtles, Brock said with a raised brow. Anyone notice how we seem to run into rare Pokemon easily? Austin blinked, not expecting Brock to say that, but it was true. There was Clefairy, along with Bulbasaur and Charmander. Scyther was a rare Pokemon in Cerulean, and that's not counting the 2 legendaries that he's seen. Wait, you were the ones who dug the hole, weren't you? Misty asked, her temper showing as she picked Oddish up, who looked fine if a bit ruffled. Don't you see that someone could have gotten hurt? The leading Squirtle did a poor imitation of Misty's face, mocking her. TLE, Squirtle Squirt. He teased, laughing. Misty's face was beginning to turn red as she gritted her teeth in anger. Why you? She looked ready to charge at them. Soar. Bulbasaur ran out there, glaring at them. Bulba. The leading Squirtle stopped as Bulbasaur called him a coward and glared right back. Title. Soar, Bulbasaur confirmed that was what it said. They were having a small standoff, both of them were waiting for the other to make the first move before sirens could be heard. Squirtle. Squirtle ordered as the other 4 took off, but as he ran, he gave one more look towards Bulbasaur, his expression saying that they weren't done. That was weird, Misty said, as that wasn't normal behavior for Squirtles. What's weird is the fact that there are a whole group of Squirtles out here. They're rarely wild Pokemon, Brock said with a frown. Do you think they belong to anyone? Are you guys all right? All four of them turned to see Officer Jenny coming to a stop behind them on her bike. Has anyone been hurt here? No, we're fine, Austin said, seeing how Pikachu was glaring at where the Squirtle Squad left along with Bulbasaur. Just some Squirtles making a pitfall. Making a... Officer Jenny groaned. Great, the Squirtle Squad is at it again. Squirtle Squad? Brock asked, his curiosity overriding his desire to court Jenny. Yeah, think like a gang, only with Pokémon. Officer Jenny told them as they got the idea. I've never heard of a Pokémon gang, Misty said in surprise. Yellow gave a nod. Me neither. They're all Pokémon who were deserted by their trainers, Jenny said, causing Bulbasaur to give her a surprised look as he glanced back to where the Squirtle Squad left, but this time in silent contemplation. Deserted? Yellow asked as she easily remembered Scyther, Bulbasaur, and Charmander's story. They don't have a trainer, so they go wild and play tricks on the whole town. Officer Jenny explained sadly. What is it with trainers deserting their Pokémon? Austin asked out loud in anger as this was beginning to grate on his nerves. All they're doing is hurting them. Sadly, it's not illegal for that to happen. We've tried making it a law but it wouldn't pass. There were too few trainers who would choose to keep their Pokémon in response to releasing them, Jenny said, shaking her head as Austin raised a brow from this new info. But, sadly, they don't have anyone to look after them, otherwise they wouldn't have turned out the way they are. Soar. Bulbasaur had a small look of understanding now. Chapter 64, Chapter number 63, Habits. Sadly, it's not illegal for that to happen. We've tried making it a law but it wouldn't pass. There were too few trainers who would choose to keep their Pokémon in response to releasing them, Jenny said, shaking her head as Austin raised a brow from this new info. But, sadly, they don't have anyone to look after them, otherwise they wouldn't have turned out the way they are. Soar. Bulbasaur had a small look of understanding now. He was still angry at how their little prank could have harmed his friends, but Bulbasaur understood to a certain degree why they were acting out now. I need to get going. If any of you see the Squirtle Squad, give me a call. Officer Jenny said as she took off. Hey wait, Brock said as he realized he didn't try to ask her out yet. Aw man, now how am I going to woo her? Ow. Misty grabbed his ear in exasperation. The only thing you're wooing is space. She said, dragging him along down the road. You're going to yank my ear off, Brock complained as he struggled. Austin gave a small chuckle at this. No Pokémon Center, Austin muttered as they were in town now, doing some shopping. He was hoping to swap Pidgeot out with one of the Pokémon he had to give her some more training as well as see how Firo was doing with his healing. But it looked like that would have to wait for a bit longer. I'm probably only going to add the last few Kanto Pokémon Ash caught, that way there won't be too many. Austin thought as back, knowing that it would be easier to do it that way. Looking up from the treats that various Pokémon enjoyed, Austin saw Misty buying a fishing lure and frowned as something was beginning to bother him. It had something to do with fishing. That was when Austin remembered how Pikachu got hurt by the Squirtle Squad while they were fishing in the original timeline. Hello, would it bother you at all if I could give you a call, Ak? That sound caused Austin to snap towards the counter where he saw Brock flirting with the store clerk, and Zubat intervened, causing him to fall over. Or maybe just a letter would do. The clerk blinked at the scene as the others approached the counter to pay for their stuff, each of them putting the items they were buying alongside Brock's stuff. He was getting some shampoo and brushes for the Pokémon along with food ingredients. While they were being scanned, Austin looked confused at seeing a sketchbook before he saw the clerk give it to Yellow, who gave a smile and thanks. Oh right, she drew in the manga. Austin thought, remembering how Yellow's sketchbook was like her own Pokédex at one point. Well, it's going to be dark in a few hours, we could go on a bit longer before camping for the night, Brock said as they walked out after buying everything. Then we should be in Vermilion in 2 days. I thought we would never get there, Misty said, sounding relieved before a stream came into view. Hey Brock, do you mind if we fish instead? Well, why not? Brock said with a smile. Austin gave a small yawn as he sat down near the stream, letting Charmander and Bulbasaur out as he figured they would like to be out a bit more as well as to help bond with the two since they were still relatively new to the team. Brock had a map out and was looking at the various routes between them and Vermilion as the time for the breeding competition was drawing closer for him, while Misty was getting the fishing lure ready to begin fishing. Charmander yawned as Bulbasaur sat down next to him. Soar, Bulba. Bulbasaur had an amused look as Charmander looked a little tired from the battle earlier. Yellow sat down, leaning against a tree, and began drawing in her new sketchbook. She was beginning with Kitty when she was a Weedle. Yawning, Austin was sitting near Bulbasaur and Charmander before he laid down his hat, shadowing over his eyes as he smiled, enjoying the sun's warmth, while Pikachu was behind his head, pawing at his hat in worry with how quiet he was being. Austin meanwhile was pissed off by people just abandoning their Pokémon, as while the manga was dark at times, the anime was never shown to be that bad in his world. Then again, he supposed that they would have to take some stuff out if it was on TV, as he was remembering how the cartoons he's watched as a kid were light compared to reality. Austin sat up again, not paying any mind as Pikachu tilted his head to the side. I'm also angry at myself for what happened to Firo. Austin said to himself as he could still see the rock coming at him before Firo took the hit, getting his wing broken in the process. I should have moved. I happened in a split second, no one would have expected for you to react like that. Austin said to himself. Maybe. Austin thought before he chuckled. He always had a habit of speaking to himself, and his brother wouldn't let him hear the end of it when he told him why he was daydreaming most of the time, and after that, he never told anyone about his habit. Suddenly Austin heard a voice. Well, you're certainly taking it easy, aren't you, Ashy boy? Chapter 65, Chapter number 64, The Power of a Small Dragon. Well, you're certainly taking it easy, aren't you, Ashy boy? Austin turned his head along with everyone else to see Gary with his usual cocky smirk as a Growlithe was next to him. Oh right, he was around when the Squirtle Squad was causing trouble. Austin thought with a shrug. What do you want, Gary? Austin asked, giving Gary a bored look, secretly smirking as he saw his eye twitch in annoyance. Well, not that it's any of your business, but I'm just stopping by to buy some supplies before I head to get my 4th badge, Gary said with a smirk. How many badges do you have, Ashy boy? Ashy boy. Misty gave Austin a confused look. 2, Austin said, already knowing what was going on, while Bulbasaur was glaring at Gary, seeing the arrogance of this young trainer. Gary chuckled. Wow, only 2? He asked as he looked from Austin to his companions. Oh hey, Brock. Gary. Brock gave a nod of greeting as he remembered the trainer from the gym match. How's your Squirtle doing? Wartortle is doing great. Gary bragged with a chuckle. Along with all of my other Pokémon, I must have caught 40 by now. What about you, Ashy? 8, Austin said, not caring, causing Gary to chuckle. So I see your cheerleaders aren't around you, did you lose them? Nah, they're just taking a break and I was bored before seeing you, Gary smirked. But still only 8 Pokémon, are you that bad of a trainer? Char. An ember nearly hit Gary as Charmander got up, glaring at him for saying that to Austin, while Bulbasaur growled as he stood next to him. Hey, watch it, Gary said, a little annoyed by that as he frowned. Geez, can't even control your Pokémon, Ashy? No wonder you're lagging. Geez, how do you know him, Ash? Misty was annoyed by his arrogance. He's very detestable. Brock finished for her with his arms crossed. Yellow gave a nod, remembering how he acted on the Nugget Bridge. We started our journey on the same day, Austin told her as Gary laughed. You mean you started yours late? Remember who overslept and missed out on getting the actual starters before making do with your electric rat? Gary asked in a mocking tone. Was he ever this bad during Ash's journey? Austin thought. Pikachu glared, his cheeks sparking before Austin spoke up. So what? He asked, glaring at Gary. Yes, I overslept, but I'm happy I did, otherwise I would never have met Pikachu and I would do it over again. PSH, that's probably why you're the deadliest of trainers from Palette, Gary said, giving a nonchalant shrug. That's not true. Yellow said to him. Ash is one of the strongest trainers. Oh? You got yourself a little cheerleader? Gary asked with a smirk as Yellow went red from that. I thought I recognize her from Cerulean. What did you pay her or something? Yellow is my friend, Austin said, giving him a look. And I don't pay people to say that about me, unlike you with your cheerleaders. That jab caused Gary to frown. Oh, you have a bit more of a backbone than I remember. Didn't you used to yell about how you would be a Pokémon master whenever I dissed you? I decided not to let you get to me, Austin said, sweating a bit as Gary was noticing the differences between him and Ash. If anyone besides Delia would see that, it would be him. Austin thought as Gary frowned. Right, how about I knock you down a peg? Gary asked, pulling a Pokeball out. 3-on-3. Shoo. Pikachu clenched a paw while Bulbasaur and Charmander moved out to stand next to him, although the latter was nervous. You guys sure? Austin asked as Bulbasaur and Charmander were his newest Pokémon as they gave a nod. All right, I accept. Both of them were in a field near the forest, glaring at each other. Kick his butt, Ash. Misty told him as this guy's attitude was grating on her nerves. Brock kept quiet as he looked between them. He knew how strong Gary was when he battled him with just a Squirtle only. Chances are, he was a lot stronger with a more balanced team, and Austin was going to be using his two newest Pokémon along with Pikachu. So Austin would be at a major disadvantage in this fight. Gary, he's our man, if he can't do it no one can. The cheerleaders that Austin was speaking about were doing what they did as Yellow gave them weird looks. I thought Ash was kidding about the cheerleaders, Yellow said as her Pokémon were out with her. Unknown to everyone there, the Squirtle Squad was also in the area, using the battle as a distraction to set up another prank for anyone else who walked through this area, although the leader was interested to see this fight, especially since he might watch the Bulbasaur who insulted him get beaten down. Last chance to back down before I humiliate you, Ashy. Gary taunted as he held a Pokeball. His Growlithe was near him. Growlithe, watch this match and you'll see how strong you can become. Must be his newest Pokémon. Austin thought with a frown as he stood with his 3 Pokémon out. Why don't you put your poke where your mouth is? He returned. Charmander, you're up. Charmander walked out, looking determined to win despite how nervous he was. Well, you found some rare Pokémon, I'll give you that. Gary mocked as he was a bit surprised that Ash had 2 of the 3 Kanto starters before he kissed the Pokeball as he threw it, sending a Nidorino out. Both of them glared at each other before Gary took the initiative. Horn attack. Nidorino moved quickly, causing Charmander to take a step back before Austin called out the order. Smoke screen. Quickly stealing himself, Charmander let out a cloud of dark smoke that covered him as Nidorino charged through it, missing the Charmander due to lack of vision. Now Metallic Dragon Claw. Charmander's claws glowed green with a metallic shine as he slashed them across the Nidorino's back, the Dragon and Steel type combo move negating the poison spikes as the Nidorino landed on his feet, jumping back as he did a double kick that Gary called out, sending him rolling back. Charmander pushed himself up as he winced in pain. That was a lot stronger than the people that Damian fought before he saw Nidorino coming in with another double kick. Seeing Gary's confident smirk, Austin knew that the trainer wasn't taking him seriously as he glared at him. But that would work for him because Charmander could win if he was careful. Austin grimaced as he wasn't so sure about the plan he just thought of. Charmander, use Ember. Gary busted out laughing. Just an Ember? That's one of the weakest fire-type moves. He taunted as Charmander gritted his teeth at hearing the word weak. Charmander shot a barrage of embers at the Nidorino, who moved through them as the poisoned Pokémon was getting ready to do another horn attack. Stay there, Austin ordered as Charmander tensed, fighting the urge to get out of the way as the Nidorino got closer and closer before he reacted. Use your Metallic Dragon Claw to stop him. Everyone stared in surprise as Charmander's claws glowed and he braced himself as Nidorino rammed into him, causing him to slide back as he was trying to stop the poison Pokémon before digging his feet into the ground. Charmander was struggling as the Nidorino was slowing down. He wouldn't be able to keep this up for long, but he looked over his shoulder to see Austin, who despite giving the order looked worried, and he forced himself to keep going. He wasn't going to lose this battle, he refused to. Charmander growled as the Metallic Dragon Claw increased in size. Austin immediately took out the beeping Pokédex and saw that the unknown ability of the genetic anomaly of a Charmander was Tough Claws, but something was missing as Austin saw a few question marks lining beside Tough Claws, meaning Charmander had another ability that he hadn't activated yet. Now use it. Austin ordered as Charmander slashed forward, launching Nidorino into the sky. Charmander knew that he could use Dragon Breath to defeat the Nidorino, but it wanted to prove that he was a great fire type and that Damian was wrong. A huge blast of fire was shot at the Nidorino, causing a small explosion as the Nidorino was blasted back to the ground, while Charmander looked more injured from the explosion as he was panting. What was that? Yellow asked, worried about Charmander. That was a flame burst, Brock said, recognizing the attack. A powerful one too. Gary stared in shock as Nidorino wasn't getting back up, so he returned it. Okay Ashy, so you got lucky. He said, although there was no arrogance in his tone, he sounded cautious. I better stop holding back then. A scream caused them to stop as they saw that parts of the flame burst hit some trees and were spreading at an extremely quick pace. Oh no, Austin said in shock as they accidentally started a forest fire. Chapter 66, Chapter number 65, Aura Sphere. Starmie, use water gun. Misty sent her Pokémon out trying to put the fire out before it got worse. Wartortle, you too. Gary sent his starter out as it landed and began firing streams. But the fire was spreading too fast, smoke was now filling the air. This is bad. Brock had a handkerchief over his mouth and one over Yellow's as he sent Geodude out to use Sand Attack to help with the fire. Yellow had to return her Pokémon as they didn't have any moves to put out the fire. Austin returned a protesting Bulbasaur as he didn't want him to get hurt while Charmander looked horrified at what he just did. TLE. The cry caused Austin to look over to see that a burning tree fell on the leader of the Squirtle Squad, pinning him while the rest of the squad was separated from him with the fire going on. Squirtle! Austin shouted as he ran towards the tree. Hang on, Austin said as he stopped with the flames on the log kicking up. I could use some help right now. He would normally use either Scyther to slice this tree up or Butterfree to use Confusion to lift it, but with the fire around them, it was bad. Squirt? Squirtle looked surprised as Austin grimaced before he grabbed a part of the tree that wasn't on fire and strained, trying to lift it enough to where Squirtle could get out. Ash! Brock saw what he was doing. Get out of there! Not yet, Austin muttered as he wasn't making any progress. Pikachu was trying to help even though his size wouldn't work like that. Charmander was even trying to help, trying not to think about how he had a hand in starting the fire. Hold on Squirtle, almost have you out, Austin said as he kept going. TLE. Squirtle looked over to see the rest of the squad using their water guns, trying to get to their leader before another shape made it to the tree and picked it up. Get a move on Ashy! Gary snapped as he had a Machoke lifting the tree trying to ignore the fire burning his hands. Giving a nod, Austin grabbed Squirtle and moved, letting Machoke drop the tree to avoid getting burned. But another tree fell, cutting them off as the rest of the Squirtle Squad made it to them, checking on their leader who waved it off. TLE, Squirtle Squirt! Squirtle gave an order as he pointed at Austin while Gary's Wartortle was using water gun to blast the fire with Machoke throwing dirt at the fire. The Squirtle Squad didn't hesitate as they began to fire their water guns, everyone working together managing to put the fire out, much to the relief of everyone. Oh man, that was close, Austin muttered as he coughed, the smell of smoke still in the air. TCH, I can't believe you, Gary said with a frown. At least make sure your Pokémon don't start a fire in a battle. Hey, Charmander didn't mean that. Austin snapped at him as the fire lizard looked down in shame blaming itself for the fire despite Pikachu trying to tell him otherwise. That doesn't change the fact that it happened, Gary said as he returned his Machoke and Wartortle before he turned and left, not bothering to continue the battle after what happened. That was very irresponsible of you. Austin winced as Officer Jenny was glaring at him with all of them inside of the police station after what happened. Do you realize the severity of what could have happened if that fire wasn't put out? I do, Austin said looking down. Officer Jenny, Ash did not mean for that to happen. Misty tried to say but Jenny shook her head. That's why he is not behind those bars, Jenny said making Austin wince. You are lucky that the fire was put out or this would have been a lot worse for everyone here. Yes ma'am, Austin said looking down. By law, I'm supposed to take the Pokémon that started it away from you because of your actions. Jenny began as Austin's eyes widened and Austin quickly placed a hand over Charmander's Pokeball protectively while the others tensed. But I've heard from my sister about Output what happened with your Charmander's old trainer and what you did to save him, so I'm giving you a warning. If something like this happens again, you will lose your Charmander. Do you understand? Yes ma'am, Austin said as he never knew about that law and made a note to be more careful in the future about that. Jenny glared at him before her gaze softened up as she could see that he got the message. Thankfully something good came out of that mess. She said looking outside as the Squirtle Squad now had coats on, being greeted warmly by people. The Squirtle Squad are appointed as this town's firefighters. That's good, Brock said with a smile at the idea that the squad wouldn't cause any more trouble like this. Yes, now all four of you better get going before anything else happens, Jenny said to them as they quickly left. Ash, it wasn't your fault, Brock said as they were traveling again on the road the next morning. No one would have expected for that to happen. Brock's right, who knew that could occur during the battle, Misty said as Austin kept quiet. I know, but still. Austin had his hand on Charmander's Pokeball as he looked at it. I almost lost Charmander because of what happened. How is Charmander doing? Yellow asked in concern. He's blaming himself for this, Austin said gripping the ball. His first win and this happens, I should have waited until Charmander was ready instead of just throwing him in like that. Austin was even blaming himself considering it was his strategy that led to that. Charmander wanted to battle. Brock reminded him. Ash, sometimes things can happen in a battle intentionally like Damian hurting Firo or unintentionally like this, you can't just focus on what went wrong. Austin went to say something else when another voice cut him off. Squirtle. All four of them stopped and turned to see the leader of the Squirtle Squad standing nearby looking at them. What's Squirtle doing here? Misty asked in surprise before Squirtle ran forward and pointed at Austin. TLE Squirt. Squirtle said, pointing from Austin to him to the Pokeball before he crossed his arms with a smile. Ash, I think Squirtle wants you to catch him, Brock replied, causing Misty to groan. Lucky, I need another water Pokémon. Austin blinked before smiling. Sure thing, Squirtle. He said, a little relieved that this part of canon wasn't screwed up. Despite the fire being his fault, it was probably because he wouldn't leave Squirtle under the tree. Pulling out an empty Pokeball, Austin paused before sending Raticate out. Hey Raticate, I'm sending you to Professor Oak's for now, Austin said, causing Raticate to glare. I'll be bringing you out for more training when we reach Vermilion, and I will be using you in the gym battle as I promised. Kate, Raticate muttered before accepting the situation as she saw the Squirtle, who gave her a curious look. I'll see you later, Austin promised as he returned her before looking at Squirtle. Are you ready? Squirt? Squirtle smiled as Austin lightly pressed the Pokeball to his forehead as he was sucked in, sunglasses and all. One button press on the Pokédex later and Raticate took his place of being sent back. I guess that's another good thing that came out of this, Brock said with a smile as Austin grinned. Yeah, it is. He said, taking out the Pokédex as he scanned Squirtle. Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokémon. Squirtle's shell is not merely used for protection. The shell's rounded shape and the grooves on its surface help minimize resistance in the water, enabling this Pokémon to swim at high speeds. The Pokédex beeped. This Squirtle is male and the ability is Torrent. Currently, this Squirtle knows Tackle, Tail Whip, Bubble, Withdraw, Water Gun, Bite, Rapid Spin, Protect, and Aura Sphere. The age of this Squirtle is 2 years and 4 months. Austin's eyes widened at that last move. Squirtle knew Aura Sphere. How did Ash even miss that? Austin wondered. Nice moveset. Brock complimented. Squirtle seems to be a powerful addition to your team. Why yet? Austin said in shock. Aura Sphere was learned in the games as an egg move, so maybe that was how Squirtle learned it this time. Come on, Misty said, cutting into his thoughts. We're still on the road, we need to get to Vermilion soon. Right, Austin said as they continued down the road. Chapter 67, Chapter number 66, The Lighthouse. Don't tell me we got lost again, Misty complained as the group were still walking. It's only been a day since the incident with the forest fire, and this time Austin wasn't trying to get lost due to the breeding competition being in 2 days for Brock. But it seems that even with trying to make it there, mistakes could be made. Maybe it was left. Austin muttered. Chew. Pikachu sighed on his shoulder. Well, we should be close, Brock said, sounding nervous about being lost again. I can smell the ocean at least. Really? Yellow sniffed the air as the ocean scent was indeed in the air, showing that they were close to it at least. Have you ever been to the beach? Misty asked her in surprise as Yellow shook her head. No, the only places I've been before joining Ash on his journey were Pewter City and Viridian City, Yellow said to her. The closest thing to me was the lake in Viridian. We'll have to change that, Misty said, already seeing them relaxing on the beach after traveling for so long. The beach does sound nice. Austin agreed. There's one in Vermilion we can go to after the breeding contest, right? That sounds like a great idea, Brock said, giving a smile. Yeah, I haven't been to a beach in years. Austin grinned as they were walking a bit faster. Come on, he said, running ahead, deciding to pull an Ash for the fun of it. Wah! Ash! Misty called out as all of them were now running to keep up. Eventually, Austin managed to find his way out of the woods as he saw a beautiful sunset over the ocean. Whoa, nice view, right guys? Shoo! Pikachu agreed with a smile. When no other answer came, Austin turned to see that he accidentally lost the others in his run. Well, this is bad, Austin said, chuckling sheepishly as Pikachu hung his head at the understatement before his ears pricked as he heard a sound and he turned to see something. Pie! Following Pikachu's line of sight, Austin saw a small crab Pokémon walking sideways. Its upper half was red while the lower was white. Krabby! Austin grinned as he sent Squirtle out, who cried as the sunset shined off of his sunglasses. Hey Squirtle, you up for your first battle? Squirt? Squirtle clenched a fist as he looked at the Krabby, who clicked its pincers in retaliation. Rapid spin. Squirtle tucked his limbs into his shell and launched himself, spinning at the Krabby as its pincers glowed, and slammed a metal claw into Squirtle, causing him to fly back, a little annoyed. "All right, tackle." Squirtle gave a nod and ran forward. As Krabby was preparing another metal claw, Austin switched it up. "Use water gun to launch yourself into the air." Squirtle did so as Krabby swung, missing completely. "Now use rapid spin again." This time, the rapid spin hit as Austin unclipped an empty Pokeball and threw it, sucking the Krabby in. Squirtle landed, ready to attack should the Krabby break out as the ball wiggled. This was the scene that Yellow, Brock and Misty came out of the forest to as they saw the Pokeball wiggling, all three of them showing surprise that Austin was catching another Pokémon already. "Come on!" Austin thought before the Pokeball stopped wiggling with a ding. "All right." But then it disappeared, causing him to groan. "Crap, I forgot to switch Krabby out," Austin muttered. Squirtle. Squirtle looked happy that he won the match, despite it being against a wild Pokémon, as Austin returned him, thanking him for the help. "Wait, you caught another water Pokémon?" Misty asked, causing him to jump as he didn't know that they found him. "Well, I still need a diverse team to switch out when I get to the Indigo League, and there's nothing wrong with having a second water type," Austin said quickly as Squirtle yawned. "Ash does have a point, it isn't unusual for most trainers to have up to 20 Pokémon at this point," Brock remarked with a thoughtful look. "And you can bet that at the Indigo League they will have a lot more than that." "How many more?" Yellow asked curiously. "About 50. "Whoa," Yellow whispered in surprise. "Hey, what are we going to do tonight?" "I don't know about anyone else, but I can't stand another night of sleeping in a sleeping bag," Misty said with a frown. "It does get tiring." Brock agreed. "But we haven't seen a Pokémon Center in days, and this beach is far out of the way." "Pika! Pika!" Pikachu cried out, causing them to look at him as he was pointing in a certain direction. "What's that?" Yellow asked as they all saw a giant building on a cliff nearby. Misty smiled. "It's a lighthouse, and every lighthouse has a keeper," she said, clasping her hands. "They must have some extra beds. And there will be someone there to tell us where we are," Brock said, looking hopeful. "Then what are we waiting for?" Austin said as they all took off running, this time staying together, and the sky was dark by the time they reached it. While running, Austin remembered Professor Oak's words. "There's a researcher living near Vermilion City at the lighthouse by the name Bill. I'll inform him about your arrival. I am hopeful he'd be able to get you answers to Charmander's condition." Professor Oak knew about Charmander's condition as the report of his Pokédex was directly sent to him without him knowing it, which made Austin frown since it was a violation of privacy. After the call with Professor Oak ended, where he refused to send him to Oak since he now knew that Charmander's condition was not natural, meaning Team Rocket had experimented on him, which alongside Damian's abandonment had affected Charmander's mental health, and he wanted to be there for his friend, and sending him to Professor Oak might have been a better choice in some ways, but he didn't want to give Charmander the idea that he was abandoning him, even if it wasn't the case. For Charmander, it would be the world as Damian, and he needed to build a bond with the tiny dragon before he was sure he could have Professor Oak look at him. Professor Oak, being the wise man, said that he trusted his decisions and gave Austin the idea to look for Bill so that he could see if Charmander didn't have any underlying health problems due to its genetic makeup. Chapter 68, Chapter number 67 read. Austin shook himself out of his thoughts, looking at the rocky terrain overlooking the expansive water body, as he took a step in the direction of the only edifice on the land. The building had several layers of walls built around it, leading to the door. On the walls, Austin could see, were engravings of fully evolved Pokémon. "Look here, Charmander," Austin muttered, pointing towards the stone engraving of a rather ferocious-looking Charizard. "Someday you'll just like this. Is it just me, or does this lighthouse look weird?" Brock asked curiously as there were stone engravings of various Pokémon on the walls. "I think they look awesome," Yellow said, seeing the various Pokémon. "Well, we should ring the bell unless we do want to stay out all night," Misty said. "I've got it," Austin said as he crossed the threshold, before reaching up to the large front door, as he pressed the doorbell. The bell was just like how it was in the show, causing everyone to shiver a bit, and after a while, the intercom came on. "Who's there?" "Excuse us, sir, but we're travelers and we're lost," Brock explained to the intercom. "We were hoping that you could perhaps tell us where we're at. And we've been camping out for quite a while, so we're also wondering if we could stay the night," Misty spoke up. Before the speaker could decline, Brock took over again. And I was wondering if I could use your kitchen to make some dinner for our group. I would be more than happy to make something for you. That's great. Can you cook without using tofu? Oh sure, I can cook a lot of things without tofu, Brock confirmed as he heard a sigh of relief on the other side. That's good, I haven't eaten anything but tofu since my cook went on vacation. The voice said. Come on in. The giant doors slid open on their own, revealing their electronic functions, creating quite a juxtaposition compared to the more primitive exterior. The insides of the lighthouse were more akin to the interior of the gym, only much more sophisticated and advanced. On second thought, even Professor Oak's lab was remarkably plebeian compared to the one he was standing in, and this was just the entrance. Wait, you with the Pikachu? That caused the group to stop. You wouldn't happen to be related to a Red, would you? That caused Austin's eyes to widen in shock, as Red was the original trainer from the video game, and for Bill to ask that just confirmed that the silent protagonist existed in this world. Austin shrugged. Sorry, but I don't know him. Oh, I thought you would have known him. I swear you're the spitting image of him, especially with your Pikachu, although it's been years since I've seen him when he helped me out of a spot of trouble at my cottage on Cerulean Cape. The voice sounded nostalgic. Hey, do you have a phone by any chance? Austin asked as he wanted to see how his other Pokémon were doing. Of course, he had to pretend because it would be weird to everyone if he knew exactly where the phone was. There's one near you, Bill said, causing the group to turn to see a computer with a Bellsprout phone near it. Hey, a video phone. Misty said, causing Austin to smile. I'm going to call Professor Oak. He said as he hadn't talked to him since they got Charmander at the Pokémon Center earlier that week. I'm sure that your Pokémon are doing fine, Ash, Brock said with Austin already dialing the number. Yeah, but I still want to see them, Austin said, putting the phone to his ear as the video came up to show Professor Oak cooking something. Hi Ash, you caught me cooking dinner. Professor Oak greeted me with a wave. My cook is on vacation and I have to fend for myself until she returns. What's with the cooks taking vacations at the same time? Austin thought as Bill said the same thing before he shook his head. Sorry to interrupt, Professor, but I wanted to make sure my Pokémon were doing well and if Raticate and Krabby arrived safely. No worries Ash, your Pokémon are all doing fine. Professor Oak said with a smile at him. Fearo's wing is still healing, but he's not letting it bother him. He's been using his talons amazingly enough to train despite me trying to stop him. Yet, when I first caught him and Pidgeot, I got them to learn how to fight without flying just in case they were ever grounded, Austin said, rubbing the back of his head. A clever idea. Professor Oak said thoughtfully as he looked at Austin curiously, most likely seeing the differences as well. Well, about your other Pokémon, your Raticate is extremely well trained and strong for one of her species. There was a group of Rattatas that were stealing food and she set them straight in less than a minute upon arriving here. Austin chuckled a bit at hearing that. Now as for your Krabby, he didn't receive any training because you just caught him, right? Professor Oak asked as Austin gave a nod. I could tell from how small he is compared to Gary's Krabby, see for yourself. With that, he showed the two Krabbies in different bowls of water and Gary's was enormous compared to his. Whoa, Brock said in surprise while Misty had a look of awe at the giant water Pokémon. That's some Krabby, Misty whispered. It's huge, Yellow said in shock. Austin couldn't help the twitch of his eye at seeing this again. But I have to say, despite the vast difference in the number of Pokémon you and my grandson have caught, I'm impressed that you've managed to catch a Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. It is rare for a trainer to get one without receiving it as a starter from me, yet you've managed to catch them by yourself. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say by myself, Austin said, scratching his cheek. Professor Oak gave a nod before he looked curious. By the way Ash, where is it that you're calling me from? The number isn't from any of the Pokémon centers. We're on a lighthouse on the top of a cliff near Vermilion, Austin answered as understanding dawned on Professor Oak's face. Professor Oak looked at Brock, Yellow and Misty before looking at Austin, who just shook his head as the message was clear. He didn't tell his friends about Charmander's condition. Chapter 69, Chapter number 68, Pokédex. Oh, that must be Bill's lighthouse, he's the one responsible for creating the transfer system that trainers use today. Professor Oak said, causing Brock, Yellow, and Misty to look surprised. Why, he even helped me make something that you could use your Pokédex for. Wait, really? Austin took the Pokédex out. The Pokémon centers have a system where I can add the upgrade from palette. Once you get to Vermilion, just call me and I'll have the upgrade added. Professor Oak grinned. Gary already has his and is taking advantage of it pretty easily. Austin looked curious, but Professor Oak chuckled. I want to keep it a surprise until you get it, Ash. He said as Austin gave a nod. So is Bill around? I'm right here, Professor. Bill's voice echoed around them. Good to hear from you, so the upgrade was a success. No negative results at all. Professor Oak said with a laugh. I'll email you them later if you want. That would be very much appreciated, Professor Oak, Bill said, sounding relieved. Thank you for going through the trouble. It's no trouble, Bill, this is a great breakthrough for our research. Professor Oak said before smiling. But would it be possible if you teach my young friends here what you know about Pokémon while they're there? And try to look into the matter I told you about. Of course, Bill answered before a buzzer went off on Professor Oak's end. Oh, that's the tofu, I need to go. Professor Oak was quickly taking the food out of the pot, blowing on it to get it to cool down before the screen went black. Well, I guess introductions are in order. The lights came on before they saw a Kabuto walking toward them. I am Bill of the lighthouse. Be Bill's a Pokémon? Misty asked in shock. So is he like Meowth? Yellow asked curiously while Brock was shaking his head. No, it can't be, that's a Kabuto, Brock said, trying to process what he was seeing. An extinct Pokémon. Austin however chuckled. You guys do realize it's a costume, right? He asked, attempting to keep a straight face as they stared at him incredulously. Shoo. Pikachu however agreed as he could tell it wasn't a real Pokémon. He's right, I'm Bill the Pokémon researcher, I'm just stuck in this costume, Bill explained, relieved that none of them sent out Pokémon to attack him. I need someone to push the button. That one there? Yellow asked, approaching as she could see the blue button underneath the arms. Yes, I tried to get it myself, but these arms are too short, Bill explained as Yellow pushed it and it opened to show a young man, surprisingly in his 30s, in a red suit with short, wavy green hair as he straightened his back as it cracked. Thanks for helping me get out, I've been stuck in that costume for hours. Why were you in there? Yellow asked curiously as Bill finished stretching. Was there a costume party or something? Nah, it's for my research, Bill explained with a smile. Getting inside its skin helps me get inside of its head. So basically like walking in someone else's shoes? Austin asked, earning a nod from Bill. Exactly, there are a lot of extinct Pokémon and I'm currently studying how they lived. Just putting on a costume is one way of finding out what they were like, Bill said, pointing to the costume. See how they moved, the troubles they can get into. Although I think I should make the claws bigger just in case I get stuck like that again. That would probably be a good idea, Misty said, not sure what to make of this guy's unique research methods. A loud growl filled the air, causing Austin to wince. Hee hee. Austin grabbed their stomach nervously as the others looked amused. I think I'll get started on dinner right now, Brock said, getting his backpack off to get his supplies. It didn't take long for Brock to make something as they were all eating. All of the Pokémon able to fit inside were out eating as well, although there were some problems with Bulbasaur and Squirtle glaring at each other while Charmander was by himself. I have to say, all of you have some good Pokémon, Bill commented as he bit into his portion of the meal, happy not to be eating tofu. Thanks, Austin said, looking at all of his Pokémon only to see Squirtle itching to try and steal some of Bulbasaur's, earning a vine whip in retaliation. So Bill, you made the Pokémon transfer system? Brock asked curiously, earning a nod from the researcher. I did, I got the idea when the rule that a trainer must carry up to 6 Pokémon came into motion a few years back. I thought it would be disheartening that they wouldn't be able to catch more, so I worked on it, and after a few years it was a success, Bill said before going red. Not to say that there weren't any issues. Like what? Misty asked, wondering what type of problems the early stages brought up. I first started when there were only 2 transfer machines in my house. I was testing it on food, but when I went to work on the inside of one, a wild Rattata ran into the other, starting up the process to where I was merged with it, Bill said, earning shocked looks from everyone. If it wasn't for Red, I would have still been trapped as a Pokémon/human hybrid, and the transfer system wouldn't be as good as it is now. That's from the manga. Austin thought with a frown, wondering if Red was on MT Silver or something at this point. Or if MT Silver even existed in this Pokémon world. This Red sounds like a good friend, Brock said, although he frowned, wondering where he heard that name before. He always came by whenever he was in the area, but he just stopped a few years ago. I haven't heard from him since, Bill remarked before he looked at all of the Pokémon. But you are all lucky in being Pokémon trainers. How so? Yellow asked looking up from her meal. Your jobs are to catch all of the Pokémon in the world, Bill told them. Back before I met Red there were only 150 known Pokémon, but over the years it has grown to where there are more than 1,000 different kinds, each of them unique to various regions, and many more that may still be out there. That many? Yellow looked amazed, as she never thought about how many Pokémon there were due to just being in Kanto. Indeed, that is one of the many wonders of this world, along with how they're all unique in various ways, Bill said. Ash, you have the Pokédex right. Austin gave a nod. There are only 4 Pokédex users out there, Bill said, surprising everyone. The original 2 belonged to Red and the son of Professor Oak, Blue. Those were mere prototypes for the 2 that exist now, belonging to Professor Oak's grandson Gary and you. Austin had wide eyes as he slowly pulled his Pokédex out. He always thought that just about every trainer had one like in the anime. But to hear that besides the prototypes there were only 2 created? This is extremely different, Austin whispered, not expecting this at all. Professor Oak has given another one to someone and he's in the process of creating more, Bill said, smiling at Austin's shocked face as Yellow pulled out her Pokédex. Chapter 70, Chapter number 69, Alpha Pokémon. Wait, then why did Professor Oak give it to me? Austin asked in shock, standing up. There were 2 other trainers from Palette that left that day, so why did I receive one? Only Professor Oak can answer that, Bill said with a shrug. But if you ask me, it's probably because of how much like Red you are. How much like Red I am? Austin stopped with wide eyes as a possibility struck him. Blue was their father of Gary, considering how Bill just said he was the son of Professor Oak. Austin slowly sat down as he wasn't sure if he was even right with this line of thought. Could Ash's father be Red? Hell, he could be overanalyzing this, but the thought just stayed with him. But still, you should probably keep the Pokédex to yourself, Brock said, a little worried. With the amazing stuff it was shown to do, you wouldn't want it in the wrong hands. Like Team Rocket? Austin thought, now realizing the magnitude of this Pokédex as he swallowed nervously. Gee, got it. On another note, I hope I'm not being too nosy, but how many Pokémon do you have, Ash? Bill asked curiously. Well, I have 9 Pokémon, Austin said, being thankful for the change of conversation. But counting the evolutions into it, up to 16. That's a good amount for a beginning trainer these days, Bill said with a smile. Not too many, but not a small amount either, and you guys have at least 3 each. That last question was directed to Yellow, Brock and Misty, who gave a nod. Altogether the amount of Pokémon you would have together is 19, Bill said to them. Everyone has a different meaning in using Pokémon. Us being human and the Pokémon being who they are alongside us. At night, while everyone was sleeping, Austin and Charmander went to Bill, who had been informed by Professor Oak about Charmander's situation. Bill took both of them to his inner lab, where he began his checkup while Austin was there for Charmander. This, Bill declared, is nothing short of extraordinary, Ash. The researcher looked up from his microscope. Charmander's genetic sample is fascinating. It is almost like I'm seeing the genetic samples of a Garchomp in a fashion. Austin's mind was racing 1,000 miles per minute, but do not arise any suspicion, he said. Garchomp. A Sinnoh native. It is the apex dragon species in that land. The Sinnoh champion Cynthia has one, and Arceus knows that specimen is nothing short of legendary. Austin just nodded, as he knew full well what kind of a beast Garchomp was. However, it seems like someone has been experimenting on artificial dragon breeding, and has produced somewhat successful results. Your Charmander himself is an example of that. You mean to say that Charmander was born in a lab, by artificial breeding? Austin took a deep breath, as this had pretty much confirmed it. Charmander was just like Red's Eve. I'm sure of it. Bill frowned. There is only one thing that confuses me, which is the other peculiar symptoms that your little friend is showing. His inner flame is notoriously low for both species, and his monster gene, which he has acquired from the Charizard side of his parents, is dormant, for lack of a better word. Inner flame? Monster gene? What does that mean? Bill looked up. Sorry, I'm not used to talking in layman's terms. He looked embarrassed. Let's put it this way. Fire-type Pokémon have something known as an inner flame inside them, a form of spiritual fire that is, in layman's terms, their connection to fire, so to say. Different fire types demonstrate various forms of materializing their inner flame on their physical self. For Charmander, it is the flame on his tail. For the Typhlosion line in Johto, it is the flame on their back. For example, Ponyta, it is very much the same. There exist some fire types, like Growlithe for instance, who do not necessarily display an outer materialization of their inner flame, but that is beside the point. Okay. Austin nodded, doing his best to keep up. The only other type that has an inner flame is the dragon type, because well, their affinity to fire type, in addition to water, electric and normal types. Because of that, a dragon too has a form of inner flame, though it only represents the fire part of its physiology, and is, as is clear, much less than say, a pure fire type like the Arcanine line or the Charizard line. Austin nodded his head again. Because fire types are complete creatures of fire, their inner flame is greater compared to dragons who are only part fire. Exactly. Bill agreed with an earnest clap. However, your Charmander has, well, an inner flame even smaller than an average Garchomp. Crab. Which means, that his affinity to fire is weak at best, while his, draconic genetics are much more pronounced. Bill paused. You can also say that your Charmander is a Garchomp in the body of a Charmander in a way. Austin thought. Austin said. Bill chortled at the trainer's reaction. What I mean is, your Charmander's proclivity towards draconic attacks will be superior to most of its species, and in the same way, his affinity towards flame-type attacks would be inferior to most fire types. Would be. Austin caught on. And people say that it is too early to start recruiting, Bill muttered, looking at the bright young teen in front of him. Caught that, didn't you? Here, my friend, is what is extraordinary about your Charmander. And what's that? Austin asked, perplexed. His genetic constitution is, bizarre, and not permanent, at least not in certain aspects. While his genetic growth as a Charmander can be pretty well projected and conceptualized, I cannot say exactly what evolution might do to his DNA. I don't understand, Austin confessed. Bill showed signs of irritation but controlled it. Whoever said that being a teacher was an easy job anyway? See, the Charizard line has two particular attributes in their constitution, only one of which can exist in a particular specimen. These two attributes are known as the dragon and monster respectively. Charmander with the dragon attribute demonstrates an affinity towards draconic attacks, not the level of affinity your Charmander shows but close enough. Those with monster attributes in them become taller, stronger, and larger, reaching a height of around 10 feet creating alpha Pokémon. That's twice the size of the average Charizard, Austin exclaimed. That's the monster attribute of an alpha Pokémon to you. Bill said. Have you ever seen an alpha Pokémon? Austin shook his head as Bill clicked a remote as multiple pictures and videos of alpha Pokémon in the wild flashed on the screen. Austin was shell-shocked to see pictures and videos of these alpha Pokémon ranging from Lopunny to Gliscor etc. It was truly enlightening to show Austin fully well that this world had much more mysteries than what was shown in anime or manga. Chapter 71, Chapter number 70 Royal Pokémon. Looking at Austin's shell-shocked expression, Bill nodded and continued. That's the monster attribute for you, Bill advised. However, such specimens only hold as fire/flying types, and have extremely low affinity for draconic attacks, if at all. In other words, a Growlithe would snort at their Dragon Rage attack, but their Inferno, or worse, Blast Burn would take down a Steelix in a single blow. Damn! Bill smirked. You Charmander, however, because of his unique genetic constitution, has the active dragon attribute from the Garchomp parent, and thus, his affinity with draconic attacks is as good as the Garchomp line, which is, let me say, beyond amazing. There is a reason after all, why even the first-generation Gible can perform a Draco Meteor attack, which even adult Charizards with active dragon attribute fail to accomplish at times. Austin stupidly nodded. The interesting thing here is that Charmander has received the monster attribute from its Charizard parent. But then shouldn't it be larger and stronger than others? Austin asked, confused again. Theoretically, it should. However, for reasons I cannot fully comprehend at this moment, the monster attribute is somewhat dormant at this moment. Because Charmander here has a notoriously low inner flame, and, from what the psychic treatment has unveiled, has always tried to use fire-type attacks, thus overusing his limited inner flame, it has taken a toll on his physical form, and thus, is responsible for his frail nature and smaller body size. So you are telling me that if Charmander focuses on his draconic attacks instead of fire-type ones, his body will slowly show signs of growth? Austin surmised. I'm sure of it, Bill answered with a grin. This is extraordinary, though forbidden, and with due reason. Charmander is very lucky that he was born with these, bizarre genetic combinations, and not, let's say, a complete runt useless at either thing. Austin swallowed. You were talking about evolution or something? Bill snorted at Ash's way of reference. Yes, that. Because Charmander's genetic makeup is so distorted at present, there is every possibility that evolution might set things straight, and reactivate the monster gene in him, as a Charmeleon. If things turn out right, he'll be one mammoth of a Charmeleon with super affinity to draconic attacks, though, as unfortunate as it is, his affinity to fire type will remain low for the foreseeable future. It doesn't matter. Austin proclaimed. Bill raised an eyebrow. It doesn't concern you that your fire type is not an optimal specimen of his species? Surely you should get yourself a better Charmander who has everything normal in his makeup. Nah, I'll stick with mine. Austin declared proudly, his fingers subconsciously caressing the Pokeballs on his belt. Charmander and I are in for the long run, as are my other Pokémon. Bill's spectacles flashed. Interesting, you know you are really lucky to have the Cantonian Royal Trio. Cantonian Royal Trio. Austin was confused by what Bill meant before Bill smirked and started explaining. Cantonian Royal Trio is the title for the 3 starter Pokémon of the Kanto region. 800 years ago the Kanto region was divided into many different parts, and during that era, a trainer by the name of Nobunaga united the entire Kanto region under his or rather the shogun's rule. Any opposition to his rule was quickly destroyed by his 3 most trusted Pokémon, Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur. While his reign over Kanto only lasted for 20 years, the changes he brought to the region made Nobunaga very popular with the common folk of Kanto. Even after his eventual death, the people of Kanto honored their kind and benevolent shogun by giving the 3 species the title of the Cantonian Royal Trio. Austin's jaw dropped to the floor as he stared at Bill. His mind was racing with so many questions, and out of all of these questions Austin stated, "Do the starter Pokémon of other regions have such a history?" Bill answered, "Yes, but unfortunately I don't know that much about the history of other regions. You can ask the professor to get you some books on the history of the other regions and their specific royal Pokémon if you are interested." "Ahem, Bill, I have a few questions." "Ask away." "So why does it look like the evolutionary line of Caterpie to Metapod should end with Behemoth, and why does Butterfree look like the evolved form of Venonat?" Bill smiled before taking out a book from the shelves. "Let's see. Ah, there it is. Well, Ash, to answer your question I must explain to you about the research of Professor Yanasi Berlitz on this very topic." Later that night, Austin was up by himself, looking at his Pokédex. He was still surprised by the fact about the Pokédex right now. Only 4, well 5 considering the professor still has one, exist at the moment. Red and Blue exist and are both adults right now. But Green and Yellow were nearly in their teens when they should be the same age as Red and Green, but then again nothing makes sense in this world. Just what else should he expect? Arg, I can't stop overthinking everything. Austin thought of annoyance before he saw Pikachu shift. Shoo. Pikachu yawned as Austin smiled at him. "Tired?" he asked before looking at the other Pokémon as they were asleep before frowning. Charmander was missing. Pushing himself up, Austin looked at Pikachu. "Hey, keep an eye on everyone else, I need to find Charmander." "Pie." Pikachu agreed with a nod as Austin left the room that Bill loaned to him. It took a while, but Austin eventually found Charmander by himself on the top of the lighthouse. "There you are," Austin said, surprising the fire lizard. Charmander gave a nod to his new trainer as Austin stood beside him. "Trouble sleeping?" Austin asked as Charmander gave another nod. It was quiet as they both looked outside. "It wasn't your fault," Austin said, causing Charmander to frown, knowing exactly what he was talking about. "Mander Char." Charmander shook his head. "Man." Austin sighed. "Charmander, none of us knew that was going to happen, it was more my fault than it was yours," he said, earning a vehement look from the Charmander. "Mander man." Charmander protested as he didn't think it was his new trainer's fault. "Charmander." Austin smiled at him. "Look, we can't change what happened, but we can learn from it." With that he looked up at night. "That's all any of us can do." Chapter 72, Chapter number 71, Giant Pokémon. "Let me get this straight," Austin surmised. "You mean to say, that if a Pokémon specimen can, by completely natural means, be born with a genetic pool superior to his species?" "Significantly superior," Bill stressed. "Right, significantly superior to its species, then such a successful positive mutation." "Mutation. Right, a successful positive mutation. Natural mutation. Please stop interrupting. Austin scowled. So, such a successful, positive, natural mutation will often show its presence by altering the skin color of the Pokémon specimen. Yes. And such Pokémon are called shiny. Correct. Bill elucidated. For instance, from the shiny feathers of the Pidgeot, I showed you must have certain traits that put it beyond others of its species. What about that egg move? Bill frowned. A normal flying type like Pidgeot had a dark type as a parent, and was born with a shiny nature. He looked up gleefully. You are quite the bright kid, why don't you try to become a Pokémon researcher? Austin looked at his hands and knew that he doesn't belong in this world and the chances of him going back are high when he travels to Sinnoh, hence he didn't want to get attached. Well, it's your own choice, Bill answered Austin, who chuckled a bit. Bill scowled. If you're done laughing at my predicament, I'd like to continue my explanation. Right, sorry. Bill scoffed but continued without delay. As I was saying, shiny Pokémon exhibit several traits that are, in a fashion, too fantastic for the rest of its non-shiny species to have. He smirked before continuing. And one of such successful mutations is the mythical King's nature. King's nature. King's nature, Bill repeated. Think of it like Charizard's monster gene, only doubled, if not tripled in its action. A monster Charizard would be around 10 feet tall, but a King Charizard would probably top over 25 feet. That's Austin's eyes widened as he remembered the giant Dragonite, Alakazam, and Hunter, in the manga and anime. Undeniably awesome and unbelievably fantastic, I know. Bill grinned, and part of my research here deals with the myth of the Seven Kings. The myth of the Seven Kings. Yes, Bill answered, his eyes burning with excitement and passion. Eons ago, there were 7 dragon kings who ruled the region that is today composed of the Kanto, Johto, and Hone regions. A Charizard, a Gyarados, a Garchomp, a Haxorus, a Kingdra, a Salamence, and a Dragonite. None of them was legendary, and yet, the blood of the Elder Dragon flowed through them more fluidly than any other of their kind on the planet. Despite being normal, compared to the legendary beasts of the universe, together the 7 kings were an unstoppable force of nature. There is a reference to a certain mystical catastrophe caused by a certain darkness. The legends are quite vague about that bit anyway, and this cataclysmic dark power was too powerful to stop, even for legendaries themselves. The 7 dragons, it is said, fought this thing and stopped the cataclysm from happening, though not without losses. And Austin was hanging on to his every word. Out of the 7 kings, one fell to the distortion world, never rising again. One got sunk beneath an active volcano, and the 3rd distributed his ashes across a plain. The 4th's tomb is guarded by fire, the 5th died braver than the rest, while the 6th never rose above the sea floors, and the 7th lived to tell the tale. Silence pervaded the room, as Austin did his best to grasp whatever Bill had shared with him. From what we know, it was the King Charizard who got his ashes distributed through an entire plain, one that is today known as the Cherrycific Valley. What's that? Austin decided to fake being confused as he asked. Cherrycific Valley? It is a solitary island in the Johto region with several active volcanoes on it, though surprisingly, the volcanoes never erupt and yet maintain a steady flow of liquid magma out them, enough to keep them in an active state, and yet slow enough to allow the magma to cool before it can reach the plain. The entire island is said to be some kind of Charizard haven, and Charizards from all over the world go there. Some stay there all their lives, train amongst themselves and grow stronger. I'd advise you, that when your Charmander had evolved fully, you should get him to train himself there. The very air there is saturated with the king's power, it is said. Wow, Austin whispered before he remembered something. Bill, the 7th one, the one who lived to tell the tale. Austin paused. Who was that? Bill smiled oddly. The King Dragonite. And it is in his search that I have spent the last 6 years alone in this lighthouse. I hope that one day he'll hear my call and wake up from the ocean floors. Austin suckled in his breath before asking, as he knew what was going to happen. And 2 days ago, I received a certain electromagnetic disturbance that could only be caused by a substantial change in the ambient draconic energy in the air. You mean? Austin's words died in his throat, and a long, ever-distant call reached his ears. It was strangely enticing, mesmerizing, almost as if something afar was calling him. You hear that? Bill asked in a whisper. That's him. The king. He's coming. Bill paused. And when he comes, you and I will be the lucky ones to meet him. Chapter 73, Chapter number 72 Red Ketchum. For eons, the last of the Seven Kings had passed his time, his mind trapped in enchanted slumber by the all-knowing aberration sealed on land, until he who burns the earth shattered the fallen's graveyard, and now, the humans would slowly move in. Was this the oncoming of the storm they had foretold? The spirit of the forests had still to travel, and thus, it wasn't time enough for the last king to rise in defiance. Therefore, it must wait. Amidst the swirl of the ocean, it must wait. Deep beneath the ocean's floors, cohabiting beside the guardians of the sea, the king waited, and waited, waiting for a sign, a totem, anything that could be a symbol that the time had finally arrived. There would be, of course, more events in a time before the cataclysm came burning down from the heavens again, but at least this time, the aberrations sealed on land wouldn't be able to betray their kind. Time will tell. Time, and the spirit of the forests, will tell. Let's see if you can figure out what the above cryptic message means because it is important for the events in the story. Meanwhile in Pallet Town. Professor, what could have caused this? Daisy Oak asked while looking at the unfolding anomaly from the laboratory's terrace. It had been completely normal around 15 minutes ago, and suddenly, the entire Kanto region seemed to be engulfed in some kind of swirling fumes and dense fog. Anyone else would have perhaps called it a weather anomaly and left it at that. The more superstitious ones would have proclaimed it as the judgment of the legendaries on humankind, and that Armageddon was near. Samuel Oak, however, knew better. The concentration of draconic energies in the atmosphere has suddenly crossed the Maryland benchmark, Oak muttered ominously, as he rushed back to his lab, and began typing commands into one of the mainframes in the lab, gathering information about a possible epicenter for this anomaly. Most anomalies had to have a certain epicenter, and if not, at least a radius which they were generated from. Unless of course, it was. Samuel Oak stopped himself before entertaining that thought. Daisy palmed her mouth in excitement. The Maryland benchmark? But that's impossible. The sheer presence required for that would be too high that the resultant positive interference of a. It has happened before, Samuel paused. Twice. He thought. Once. It has happened once before, some 40 years ago. It did. Daisy was blank. But, how? The sky-high dragon had come down to the earth because an alien, Pokémon had dared to pass through her dominion without her permission. The sky-high dragon, you mean Ray? Do not speak of her name so lightly. Samuel chided her. Names have power, Daisy. Please do not use them lightly. But the name in question is not exactly her true name, is it, Professor? Daisy challenged. For a man so well-traveled and a genius, Samuel Oak certainly was a man of contradictions. More so, when it came to legendaries. For someone who had been unchallenged as an elite for over 20 years, Samuel Oak held unfathomable terror when it came to legendary Pokémon. That may be so, Samuel snapped, but I forbid you from using it. Not even in my absence. Whatever you say, Professor. Daisy frowned. But you never completed that. What exactly happened back then? Samuel looked nostalgic. The sky-high dragon came down roaring at the extraterrestrial abomination, and the two of them had a battle, one that had engulfed the entirety of the North Pole for over a year. An entire year. Daisy was shocked. How is it that I haven't read anything about it? Classified information. You need specific levels of clearance for that. As it is, only me, Professor Sycamore of Kalos, and a certain someone know about it. Not even the Indigo League or Lance has any knowledge of those events since it was declared on a need-to-know basis. Then how did you? I was there, Oak admitted. We were researching the existence of fossils of a certain Pokémon that could be called the precursor to the modern-day Mega-evolved Gyarados. Daisy was stumped. And? As I said, the information is classified. I cannot share any further details than that, forgive me. Daisy swallowed. Do you think that something like that is happening once again? I believe so. Samuel sighed in frustration. Though it seems centered around the Kanto region, specifically in the regions surrounding the Cerulean Sea. The Cerulean Sea was the expansive water body that surrounded the regions of Pallet, Cerulean, Viridian, and Vermilion, before meeting up with the Pacific Ocean further east. That's a small region, considering everything. It is, indeed. Samuel felt his left eye twitch, as he read the results of his simulated program, one that had tracked down the location of the epicenter. Daisy. Don't tell Delia, you should know that Ash called in on me some hours ago. He did? Daisy asked, that's surprising. Why is that surprising? He is her son, why wouldn't he call her when he's out as a trainer? Oak asked in surprise. Well, Ash has always been so very much like his father, suffering from wanderer's lust and, truth be told, I was half expecting to not see him for at least until he had attained all the badges and given a try at winning the Indigo Conference, Daisy admitted, rubbing a lone tear that threatened to fall from her right eye as she thought about what that would do to a sweating woman like Delia. Daisy. Oak chided. You know that there is more to Ash than being his father's son. I know. Daisy had an indecipherable expression on her face. Red Ketchum certainly did make sure of it that he removed a significant part of himself from Ash. You know why he did it? Oak tried. Yes, and I understand it damn well. Doesn't mean I've to like it, do I? Oak looked away. Daisy, you should know that when Ash called me this afternoon, he was, in Bill Montgomery's lighthouse, the one located at the Route 24 ferry junction. It must be the same there as well then, considering Daisy rattled off before it hit her. Professor, don't tell me. Oak took a deep breath. The exact epicenter of this anomaly is 870 meters away from Bill's lighthouse. Oak paused, unsure of how to continue. And it is moving closer to it by the minute. Chapter 74, Chapter number 73 Giant Dragonite. Bill's lighthouse. Austin was in two minds. 1. On the one hand, he certainly wanted to see this mythical King Dragonite for himself, a pseudo-legendary dragon who had once been the ruler of the region, and had made sure that civilization thrived and did not get erased by this uncertain, apocalyptic phenomenon. On the other hand, he was terrified of meeting a Pokémon that supposedly had power above a legendary Pokémon, and through the anime, games, and movies he knew very well how strong they were. Are you ready, Ash? To be entrusted with the opportunity to behold the greatness of a king dragon? I admit this would be one of those times when I should yell, Eureka or Excelsior. I'm uncommitted. What about my friends? Austin exclaimed in worry. Don't worry, I have my Kadabra keeping them safe. Austin sighed in relief as he heard that. Another ever-distant voice loomed into the heavens, past the darkened clouds, past the ever-deepening mist that had manifested itself all around the lighthouse, and possibly even further. Do you think it would be a good idea, Bill? I mean, what if it attacks us? Austin asked, keeping his tone as skeptical as possible. Bill gave him an awkward look. Why would you say that? Have you perchance had the sheer luck to stand in front of a legendary? Yes. No. Austin lied. I'm just asking, you know. Bill chortled. Your paranoia is admirable, Ash, but there is a time for that, and, his face shifted into a grin, one that was too much like his older brother Austin realized, and there is a time for unbridled hope, like this. I can only hope that your hope saves you from getting killed, Bill. Austin didn't say. Despite Bill's technologically advanced fortress that was the lighthouse, Bill didn't have some stupidly powerful Metagross to save him, nor another Alakazam to teleport him out. On second thought, he should start looking into capturing a psychic Pokémon, specifically of the Abra line, given their innate talent for teleportation. Staying alive was so much better, the after effects of psychic travel are damned. He's coming, Ash. The king's approaching closer. Bill began excitedly, his shaking limb pointing towards the humongous shadow due west, approaching them with exaggerated slowness. Austin turned in the direction, and froze. In awe. The shape, still engulfed in darkness, was easily over 100 feet in height, almost as tall as the lighthouse itself. The behemoth slowly traversed past the silent waters as it pushed its way towards the lighthouse, towards an overly excited Bill and a stupefied Austin who was staring at it in wonder. Austin could make out the two wings on either end, easily spanning over 30 feet in length by the minimum, and the two tentacle-like protrusions on either side of his head, though they looked more like horns from the distance, and his body was more sharp, instead of the slightly globular shape that Lance's Dragonite was. King Dragonite, Bill muttered. And Salon. In hindsight, that was probably a mistake. The moment Bill muttered his name, his true name, the pseudo-legendary king turned his attention towards the researcher and by extension, the kid standing beside him. The king's eyes narrowed as he detected a possible emptiness within the kid, standing aside from the man who had, in possible arrogance, dared to call upon his name. You dare! The loud, powerful, menacing voice shattered both Bill's and Austin's minds, as the king communicated his thoughts. You dare, command me with my name. Bill took a step back in fear. But I never forgive me, King Dragonite. It has been my dream to behold your presence. I have been researching. But the king's attention had shifted from the stupidly arrogant man to his companion you. He addressed Austin directly. Shouldn't have existed. Me? I shouldn't have existed. But why? For some reason, Austin knew instinctively that the king dragon was speaking to him, and that Bill couldn't hear it. But the king had already spoken, and now, it was time for his judgment. In a motion bizarrely fast for someone of his age, the mighty dragon spun around, his tail came lashing past the waters, splashing waves on either side, as it slammed onto the lighthouse, shattering the psychic defenses in place, breaking past the powerful walls as it destroyed the upper part of the terrace. By some stroke of luck, both Bill and Ash, who were standing on the terrace, were not dead and had escaped with minor scratches and bruises at best. Austin had the sneaky suspicion that he had survived not because the king missed its mark, rather, he had survived because he hadn't. He looked back, trembling as he did, towards the expansive sea, but the king had already vanished from sight. I guess. Bill stood up, completely shaken by the events. I guess this is what happens when you overstep the boundaries. He gave a half-hearted grin. You're right, once again, Ash. It was a mistake trying to send signals, trying to spot the sleeping king. It was an even worse mistake to call out his true name. True name? Austin asked, completely shaken by the experience he had just had. You mean the saw something you spoke? Forget that I ever mentioned it, Ash. Never mention to anyone what you saw and experienced here. This is a classified event and must remain as such. Right. Classified events. I seem to encounter them plenty. And forget that you ever heard the king's name. Forget that something like an alone exists. Yep, cool. Once again, Ash. I feel like I owe you, considering that it was my actions that almost caused our premature deaths. I'm quite sure he doesn't understand both how true and yet inadequate the statement is. It is okay, Bill. You couldn't have known that the king would get enraged and everything. And you didn't listen to me. Either way, I'd like to make things up for you. Bill paused. Let's go downstairs. Wait, what's going to happen to the terrace? Oh, that. Bill waved it away. I'll just get it fortified back ASAP. He paused. Damn, that king was over 100 feet. Looks like my estimations were wrong. Does the job of a researcher pay that well? Austin thought. I hope everything gets back in form as quickly as possible. It will, no doubt. Bill grinned. Besides, this isn't the worst thing I've been in. I'll believe that when I see it. Chapter 75, Chapter number 74 Vermilion City. You just keep down this path and you'll reach Vermilion in 4 hours, Bill said, pointing in a direction early the next morning. The breeding competition is said to start tomorrow, so I'll keep an eye on the television for you, Brock. Thanks, Brock said with a relieved smile at the thought of making it in time. And Ash, good luck against Surge, he's the real challenge for trainers at this point, Bill said, turning to Austin as Pidgeot was on his head while Charmander was hanging off his shoulder. The fire starter was a little uncomfortable as Austin suggested keeping him out of the Pokeball would be good for him. I love a good challenge. Austin quipped with a smile as he held out a hand that Bill accepted. Thanks for letting us stay the night, Misty said, earning a laugh from Bill as Austin glared at him since he had his Kadabra induce the trio into a psychic sleep to not let the secret of the giant Dragonite leak out. I should be thanking you for, it's been a while since I've had such lively company and a good meal to boot, Bill said, looking at the four of them. Be sure to visit whenever you're in the area. I'll keep a room in the lighthouse open for all of you. We might take you up on that offer, Yellow told him as they all began to walk down the path, waving goodbye to Bill as he waved back. He was pretty nice, Brock said after a bit before Misty let out a small cheer. And we're almost to Vermilion too, Misty said, now looking happy. Civilization, here we come. Along with the breeding competition and the gym, Austin said, earning a confident cry from Pidgeot while Charmander kept quiet. Yellow kept quiet as they walked down the path. The others were talking about what they wanted to do. Do I still want to compete in the battle chateau? Yellow thought to herself as she didn't want to cause her friends, Pokémon, to get hurt because of her incompetence. Ash wanted to be in the Indigo Conference, Brock is doing the breeder competition and Misty is training to take over the Cerulean Gym. What about her? Was she still going to compete in the Battle Chateau after what had happened the last time? Hey Yellow! Austin's voice broke Yellow out of her thoughts as she saw that she was lagging and the others were paused a bit ahead. You coming or what? Sorry, Yellow called back as she ran to catch up, not missing how the others looked a little confused about her weird behavior. Yellow, is there a Battle Chateau in Vermilion City? Yellow shook her head. The nearest Battle Chateau is in the Celadon City, Brock exclaimed as Austin saw the hesitation in Yellow's eyes. Recalling how he was hesitant in participating in the speech competition because he stuttered in the last competition before his big brother gave him a pep talk. To Austin, it looked like she was still doubting her capabilities as a trainer. Tapping Yellow's back as she turned to see a smiling Ash. You will do fine, this is what you have been training for. Just believe in yourself and your partners. Even if you lose. So what, you have no other place to go than up right now and I know you will succeed. Copying his brother's pep talk, Austin saw a Yellow look at her Pokeball as a look of determination flashed on her face. Austin continued to walk forward on the path to the Vermilion City, with Yellow looking at his back. In her eyes, he looked so cool right now. Are you coming? Austin called out as Yellow ran forward towards her friends with her straw hat covering the blush on her face. 00000000000. It was silent as the heroes of this story were in silent awe as they were on a path, their clothes dirty and unkempt with wide smiles on their faces as the sun was looking like it was ready to set due to some complications on the road that day with a sudden rainstorm earlier. In front of them was a port-like city with a sign. Welcome to Vermilion City. Hooray, we're finally here. Misty cheered in relief as she clasped her hands together. Bubble bath, here I come. We'll have to hit the laundromat, Brock said looking at the dirt on his vest. And I need to register for the competition tomorrow. I want to explore the city, Yellow said in excitement, barely able to keep her excitement contained. I'll put off my training until after the breeding competition, Austin said with a smile as he was curious about what it would be like before cupping his chin. But I'm going to call Professor Oak to see what he has for me with the Pokédex upgrade. Besides, Brock saw his Cerulean Gym battle, so it's only fair he cheered him on with the breeding competition. Shoo! Pikachu's pitiful cry caused them to stop and look down to see him weakly laying on his stomach as a growl emanated from him. But first, how about we get something to eat? Brock proposed with a chuckle as he could ask about registering at the Pokémon Center. I second that, Austin said, picking Pikachu up. As soon as they entered the Pokémon Center, Austin had to stop himself from staring. There a few tables down was another trainer his age with purple hair, wearing a purple jacket with black sleeves and dark pants. We just got to Vermilion. I am not going to instigate a battle with him. Austin thought, not sure how he would stack up against this guy point in time. As if sensing someone was talking about him, Paul casually looked over to see the new arrivals and he snorted, not thinking much of them, especially with one of them carrying a Pikachu in their arms like that instead of using a Pokeball. Although he did recognize Brock from having to battle him at one point in his journey, so about as curious about what Brock was doing in Vermilion. Chapter 76, Chapter number 75, Upgrades. Welcome to the Pokémon Center, how may I help you? The Vermilion nurse Joy asked as Austin felt his eye twitch. Okay, this is ridiculous, how can so many people look alike? Austin thought as this one was a cousin, yet all of them could pass as freaking twins. Are they robots? Clones? This was beginning to bother him. Brock looked ready to swoon before he felt a familiar weight on his shoulder and saw Zubat giving him a look despite having no eyes, and he coughed before getting serious. Nurse Joy, do you know where I could register for the breeding competition? You can register here, you're just in time too. Nurse Joy said with a kind smile that made it harder for him not to swoon, typing on the computer at the desk. Another hour and you wouldn't be able to enter. Brock looked relieved at how they made it just in time as he gave the nurse the information needed to enter. Good for you, Brock, Austin said with a smile before placing his Pokeballs on the counter along with Pikachu after she was done. Can you also heal up our Pokemon? They will be at their full health in no time. Nurse Joy promised as the others did the same thing, Brock having to return his Zubat. Eventually, they were sitting at a table which was near Paul as it was the only table available due to how many trainers were in the center. So Ash, what's your plan against Surge? Brock asked curiously to take his mind off the upcoming competition. Well, I have 3 Pokemon planned, but I don't know how many Pokemon I will be able to use at all, Austin said, cupping his chin in thought. Pikachu is a definite, despite being an electric type he has a good chance, especially with Dig. Bulbasaur has an advantage due to how electric types don't affect him too much, and I did promise Raticate that she will fight in this gym as well. You sure about using Bulbasaur? You haven't been able to train him as much as the others. Misty reminded him as Austin gave a nod, agreeing with that. Yeah, but I'll be doing the usual train for a week before challenging Surge, Austin told her, causing Misty to look surprised, while Yellow and Brock kind of expected that due to how Austin did that in Pewter and Cerulean. I'm not going to use Charmander because I want to give him some extra time before a gym battle. And the others are weak to electric moves, with 4 of them being part flying while the other 2 are water types. Austin finished up with a nod. But if I would have to choose the last 3 for this battle, just in case it's a 6-on-6, I would have to pick Pidgeot, Butterfree, and Scyther, considering they've been with me longer and Fearow is out of commission with his wing for a while. There was no way he was going to use Squirtle or Krabby, considering he did just catch them. You put a lot of thought into this one. Yellow sounded surprised because while he made the plans and strategies for the first 2, he sounded extremely serious in this one. That's because I've heard about how brutal Surge was at times with his opponents, Austin said with a small frown. Winning the first 2 gyms is fine and all, but Surge is on a whole different level. And I mean no offense to you guys by saying that. That last part came out quickly as he remembered that while what he said was true, it would sound like he was saying the first 2 were weak when they weren't. It's fine, Brock said, knowing that Austin didn't mean it like that. Misty looked a little annoyed, but she didn't yell at him. And you're right, every gym from Surgeon is a bigger challenge than the Pewter or Cerulean gyms. Austin gave a nod, looking relieved. But enough about that, what do you have planned for the breeding competition? Austin said to Brock, who had his arms crossed. Truthfully, I don't know what they'll be doing, it's going to be a bit of a surprise, Brock said, looking up. You'll do fine, Yellow said with a smile, as she knew how Brock cared for his 3 Pokémon, causing the former gym leader to chuckle in appreciation. Thanks, Yellow, Brock said to the young girl as Austin chuckled before he looked towards the video phone. Well, I'm going to call Professor Oak now, Austin said to them. That way I can figure out what this upgrade is. I was wondering when you would call. Professor Oak answered with a smile, as he knew that Vermilion City wasn't that far from Bill's lighthouse. Sorry Professor, I got a little sidetracked, Austin said, rubbing the back of his head before shaking his head. Anyways, how do we do this upgrade? Just plug your Pokédex into the computer, it has a cord on the side. Professor Oak said as he had it set up to work on from a distance. Austin looked surprised as he pulled the Pokédex out and finally saw the small cover on the side. Pulling it off, there was a cable that he pulled out and plugged into the machine, like how someone would hook an MP3 player to a laptop, as Professor Oak got to work. This shouldn't take too long, just need to make a few slight adjustments. Professor Oak said as he began to work on the system that made the Pokeball itself teleport to his lab. This system was usually on the trainer ID cards that were given to them, but Professor Oak had the ID cards inputted inside of Gary and Ash's Pokédex to have it work like that. While he worked, he casually checked the Pokémon that Austin has seen or caught. Yes, he could have done that without hooking up to the Pokédex, but he wouldn't get the information that the Pokédex itself would give him, and he had to say he was impressed. The Pokédex showed the moves and even the videos showing the first 2 gym battles. Again, they're usually sent to the trainer's ID card, so that was how he could see this. He copied the videos to watch later. His win/loss ratio was on there as well, showing only 2 losses out of all of his battles, which impressed him because Gary has lost up to 4 battles total and he hasn't had as many, as Ash has spent more time just training them in spars. Although Gary has more badges and Pokémon than Ash does, so they're both in the lead in certain aspects. And there you go. Professor Oak said with a smile as Austin unplugged his Pokédex. I made up to 2 different upgrades. That caught Austin's attention. 2. Yes, the first one is something I'd like to call the National Pokédex. Professor Oak said as Austin's eyes widened from recognition of the games. The old system only showed the Pokémon of the Kanto region, now you can get the information from Pokémon to the Alola region. Alola. Austin hasn't heard of that one, so he filed it in the back of his mind for now as Professor Oak continued. The second one has something to do with the transportation. First, do you have a Pokémon you want to send back? Well, they're with Nurse Joy right now, Austin said as Professor Oak gave a nod. Well, when you want to send a Pokémon back and trade it out with the others you have here, just press the white button on the Pokédex. Professor Oak said as Austin opened it in surprise. This one? Austin asked, vaguely recognizing this from the anime. It was mentioned when Ash first caught Krabby before being dropped entirely. That one. Professor Oak confirmed with a nod. Now you can transfer your Pokémon on the road to keep up with all of their training. Chapter 77, Chapter number 76 Talks between companions. Now you can transfer your Pokémon on the road to keep up with all of their training. Austin felt his jaw drop from the potential of this upgrade. Amazing, I know. Professor Oak said, amused by the young trainer's reaction before he gained a serious expression. But with that said, remember, only you and Gary have this feature, so you have to use it wisely. I'm trusting you both. Gee, got it, Professor Oak, Austin promised as he knew how much potential this could have. Good. Professor Oak said, now smiling again. Now good luck in your next gym battle. That night, Austin was laying on one of the two beds in the room all cleaned up while Brock was in the shower. There were a lot of trainers at the Pokémon Center lately, so no one could get a room to themselves. So they compromised with Austin and Brock sharing one room while Misty and Yellow shared the other. Pikachu yawned as he was curled up next to Austin, his fur cleaned and brushed, while Bulbasaur was nearby, his bulb smoothed out. Charmander was next to Bulbasaur, the fire on his tail curled up in a way to prevent a fire as it was burning brightly. His skin looked shiny from some care given to him. Squirtle was by himself, his sunglasses on, while his shell was shining from being scrubbed. Butterfree was on the back of a chair, his body looking shiny as his wings were smooth, and Scyther was leaning against the wall, his blades sharpened. Geodude and Zubat were nearby in Brock's bed as well, both waiting for their trainers as they looked cleaned up and healthy. Hearing the door open, Austin looked forward to seeing Brock in his pajamas. Feel better? He asked, causing the young breeder to chuckle. Much better, Brock said to him as he sat on his bed before sighing. But I'm also a little nervous. About the competition tomorrow. Austin guessed, earning a nod from Brock. Don't be, you'll do fine. If anything, I would be worried about the competition. Brock snorted, his lips twitching a bit. Thanks for the vote of confidence. He said genuinely. No problem, Brock, Austin said, yawning. Just know that Yellow, Misty, and I will be in the crowd cheering for you. Brock looked a little better before he looked at Austin. So what do you think the girls are doing right now? Austin blinked, not expecting that question before he thought about it. Probably talking like we are. He said, sounding unsure. Or they went to sleep because it's been a long day. I guess, Brock said, tilting his head to the side. Why did you ask? Austin asked curiously, sitting up as Pikachu grumbled before changing his position to fall back asleep. Just trying to keep the conversation going, I guess, Brock said with a shrug before he gained a dopey grin. And maybe I can ask Nurse Joy out to dinner after the competition. Austin looked a bit creeped out at seeing the grin. Brock, don't you think you're being a bit too forward with girls? That snapped Brock out of whatever daydream he had as he gave Austin a quizzical expression. What do you mean, Ash? Well, you've been pretty forward with almost every girl who caught your eye these last few weeks, Austin said, rubbing the back of his head, not sure how to explain this, and he didn't want to say how it was a bit creepy to said girls. Don't you think it would be better to slow it down a bit? Brock raised a brow as he thought about it a bit. Ash, I'll admit that maybe I could act a bit better, but I just don't want to be alone in my life. He said with a sad smile. I want to find someone to spend my life with and be in a relationship with. I suppose I can understand that, Austin said as he thought about how he tried asking Jane out in middle school. It would be nice to find that one person. His statement, however, caught Brock's attention as he looked at Austin with another quizzical expression. That was a mature sentence coming from a 10-year-old. But Brock shook his head. It was how Ash was. Then he grinned. Well, I think that one person for you is closer than you think. He said, chuckling as now Austin looked confused. Got to say, I'm a little jealous. What are you? Austin stopped as he remembered how he knew Yellow had a crush on him. If anyone could see it, it would be Brock. Austin took a deep breath before exhaling. I'm not that all interested in dating though. He said, surprising Brock. There are other things on my mind. Like getting back to my world for starters. Austin thought as he looked up at the ceiling. Add to the fact that this is Ash's body, not mine, it would be awkward to date someone in this body. Let alone someone who is 5 years younger than me in my real body. Yellow yawned as she was getting ready for bed, as her hair wasn't in a ponytail at the moment as she was in her pajamas now. Dottie and Dish were on the floor fast asleep with Kitty between them. There was a big tank in their room where Misty had Goldeen, Staryu, and Starmie relaxing in. As Yellow sat down in her bed, Misty, who was in the other bed, turned around and propped herself up with her elbow on the pillow. So Yellow, I've been meaning to ask you something, she said, gaining the young girl's attention. When did you join the group? She knew that Brock was the gym leader of Pewter, so it was obvious that he joined Ash on his journey after the gym battle. For some reason, Misty hasn't asked, because the one time she did he gained a displeased look on his face as if the answer made him angry. Same time as Brock, Yellow said with a smile as she thought about the memory. But I met Ash in Viridian Forest about a week before. Was that where you got Kitty? Misty asked with a bit of hesitation, as while she was getting used to the Kakuna, the bug type still creeped her out. Arceus forbid when it evolves into Beedrill. Yellow didn't say anything to Misty's phobia as she shook her head. No, Ash caught Kitty as the 6th member of his team, she said, surprising the Cerulean water trainer. I didn't have any Pokémon when I was in there, so I was hoping to catch one, but it didn't work out the way I'd hoped. So Ash just gave you Kitty? Misty wasn't expecting that. Sure, he was nice and all, but to give someone he just met a Pokémon just like that? Yeah, Yellow said, remembering the memory with a big smile. That was when Misty gained a mischievous look on her face. So do you like him? Yellow's eyes widened at the sudden question as her face turned a deep shade of red. What? She asked her, now nervous. Misty chuckled at how obvious Yellow was being in her reaction. I mean. Yellow looked ready to pass out before Misty took pity and stopped her small teasing. It's not that hard to see why, Misty said, remembering how Ash saved her from the Scyther and how he acted when Charmander and Squirtle were in trouble during her short time traveling with this group. Yellow gave a small nod, her face still scarlet. Austin sighed as he couldn't sleep. His mind was so preoccupied with thoughts. This world was different from the anime, so much more different. Was the mess with Cyrus responsible for this in his attempt to create the perfect world? This was just giving him a headache. Char. Hearing Charmander's call, Austin turned to see a restless Charmander standing beside the window looking at the night sky. Austin walked toward Charmander and picked him up. While a little surprised, the small Pokémon quickly calmed down when he saw his trainer, who lovingly rubbed the fire lizard's scalp. Can't sleep? Char. Haha, me neither. Charmander yawned as he looked at the night sky as Austin said, let's just try to get some sleep, buddy, tomorrow is going to be a big day. Char. Buddy. I have something serious to talk to you about. Char. Confused, the small Charmander looked at his trainer, who smiled reassuringly and said, you're different from a normal Charmander. Charmander's head dropped as he heard his trainer's words. He knew from the time of his birth that he was different, but he tried to fit in with everyone else, so he never embraced his difference. He only acted like he was like everyone else, but deep down he knew that he was different from everyone around him. Charmander. Can you look at me? Charmander looked up to see his trainer with a wide smile as his trainer hugged him. Being different doesn't have to be something bad, it just means that you are special. Always remember that, Charmander, you are special and you are my Charmander. Char. Charmander teared up a little as he heard his trainer's words, who stood up and took out the Pokédex. Showing Charmander, Bill's report, Austin slowly explained to his little friend how he was different from any normal Charmander. So buddy, how do you want to approach this? Char. Charmander looked at the floor and then at his claws. He didn't know what to do. He was just lost. Feeling his trainer's palm on his head, Charmander heard his trainer say, don't worry, we will figure this out together. Char. Chapter 78, Chapter number 77, The Breeder Competition Part 1. The next day, everyone was in front of a stadium inside Vermilion City. Here it is, Brock murmured as he was shaking a bit. The other three looked at each other with resigned looks, as Brock has been acting like this all morning despite assurances that he would do fine. Misty sighed and got behind Brock and began pushing him forward, surprising the breeder as he nearly fell over. Come on before we die of old age, Misty said in exasperation. I was preparing myself. Brock protested as he had to walk to keep from doing a face plant. Yellow giggled at the action as she tilted her straw hat up and followed before Austin walked behind them with a chuckle of his own. So wait, there are only 4 competitors? Austin asked in surprise as Brock was looking through the rules. I would think there would be more. Well, there aren't that many breeders out there, and there are contests in other towns today as well, Brock explained as Austin blinked before realizing that would explain how there were a lot of coordinators at the Grand Festival with how many contests were shown in the anime. And this is the first year they made this, so it does make sense when you think about it. What do you do? Yellow looked curious as Brock looked back at the transcript he was given. We have to have up to 2 Pokémon, Brock said with a smile as he did fit the criteria. There are 2 rounds, the first one is where we brush and bathe our Pokémon in a small amount of time followed by showing some of their skills. You have that one in the bag, Austin said as Pikachu gave a nod of agreement. Right, well, the final round is a small battle tournament that would show the bond between the breeder and trainers, Brock said, putting it down. As a former gym leader, that last round would be easy, Misty commented, but she knew that it didn't guarantee victory. Former gym leader? A new voice asked, causing the group to look over to see a 12-year-old boy with black hair and dark brown eyes wearing dark blue jeans and a black jacket with a blue shirt showing underneath it. Wow, the competition just got tougher. Thanks, and you are? Brock asked as the boy smiled. Call me Ray. The young boy introduced himself as he held out his hand for a handshake that Brock accepted. I'm a breeder in training from Unova. Austin blinked as he didn't remember anyone named Ray from the show that fit his description. Did he appear in a later episode after he stopped watching? Then again, this world was so much different from the anime. That's pretty far away, Brock commented in surprise, but he had a smile at talking to a fellow breeder. You're in this contest too? Yeah, it's my first competition, so I'm a little nervous, Ray said a bit sheepishly. Glad to see I'm not the only one, Brock remarked with relief. Austin went to ask Ray about Unova, but the intercoms came on saying that anyone participating was to get ready immediately. Well, that's our cue, Ray said with a wave. See you on the stage. Yeah, you too, Brock said, returning it. He seemed nice, Misty said as Brock left to get ready. But Unova? That means he could have Pokémon that we don't normally see. Yeah, apparently Kanto Pokémon are just as rare in Unova as they are rare in Kanto, Austin said as, despite not watching the Unova series, he did see the first episode of it. Come on, we should find some seats to watch this. Welcome one and all. A short man with a white beard and black sunglasses, wearing a black suit, greeted as he teleported onto the stage with an abra on his shoulder. To Vermilion City's first Pokémon breeding competition, I am your host as well as the chairman of the Pokémon fan club, Edward Prince. Clapping could be heard as the man introduced himself, while Austin was chuckling due to how this guy looked exactly like he did from the manga. Now I'm sure you're all eager to see the 4 breeders that we have to participate, so here we are, Prince said as the curtain opened up to show the 4 competitors. Brock looked ready to pass out as he felt eyes on him, but he saw the encouraging grins of his friends and steeled himself before deciding to act like how he does when he hosts a gym battle. Slowly he calmed down as his face was set in stone while the competition began, and he watched as he saw how the other breeders introduced their Pokémon. The first one up was a young lady named Brittany as she sent out a Pidgeot that looked healthy as it flew around, landing on her arm. She was followed by an ace trainer named Dylan sending out a seal that clapped excitedly as it did a flip. Brock was third as he sent Zubat out, who screeched as she flew around before landing on Brock's shoulder, rubbing against him affectionately. Finally, Ray sent out a Magikarp that splashed everywhere as it cried with excitement, landing in Ray's arms and causing him to chuckle. Amazing, you can just see the quality of every Pokémon here. Edward said in his microphone as the 4 breeders to be smiled. Now let's get started, everyone has their tools. Hey, so this is like a dog show back home. Austin thought with interest as he watched the 4 begin cleaning their Pokémon, from the Pidgeot getting its feathers preened to Magikarp getting his scales waxed. Makes sense in a way. Water splashed the stage as the seal was happy at getting cleaned up. Just look at the feathers on that Pidgeot, the color of them shows how healthy it is, Edward explained to the crowd as the Pidgeot raised a wing to allow for his trainer to get underneath there. And that seal, its playfulness is proof of how much stamina it has. The seal clapped at hearing that as it wanted to play. The exuberant scales of that Magikarp show a lot of beauty in the Pokémon, and just look at the fur on that Zubat. Edward said to the crowd. Astonishing, pun not intended of course. Pretty soon, the 4 trainers were ready to go through the planned obstacle course as the stage shifted to show up to 2 different paths one could take. There were hoops on fire for those who fly in the water, with nets making them go in a certain direction rather than swimming all over the place. Now, while this obstacle course is important for winning, it's also good for setting up the matches in the final round, Edward explained to both the crowd and the breeders. The length for both courses are the same and you will need to make it to the end to have it set up, anything goes. The first 2 who make it will face each other in the first round, likewise for the last 2. The winner of both matches will face each other off in the finals. Now are there any questions? Chapter 79, Chapter number 78, The Breeder Competition Part 2. Now, while this obstacle course is important for winning, it's also good for setting up the matches in the final round, Edward explained to both the crowd and the breeders. The length for both courses are the same and you will need to make it to the end to have it set up, anything goes. The first two who make it will face each other in the first round, likewise for the last two. The winner of both matches will face each other off in the finals. Now are there any questions? None of them spoke as the Pokémon tensed. Alright then. Go. Edward ordered and the Pokémon took off as soon as he finished with Pidgeot flying right by Zubat through one of the hoops, knocking her off course before she steadied herself and used her echolocation to find the hoops and follow after the bird, attempting to overtake her. Seal and Magikarp both made it into the water where they swam, the seal practically dominating this part with the swift swim ability. Zubat was having trouble as the Pidgeot kept flying in front of her as she tried to pass while also attempting to not get burned. She wanted to win this race for Brock very badly. That was when she remembered how the judge said anything goes and quickly put some more speed in before using the hooks in her wings to latch onto Pidgeot's talon, surprising the audience while Edward laughed. It seems that Zubat is hitchhiking on Pidgeot, will she turn this around? He asked while Pidgeot's trainer looked surprised by that. Hey, isn't that cheating? Brittany asked a bit hesitant as this was one of the first breeding competitions. Remember? Anything goes. Within reason. Edward explained, causing them to get it as Zubat climbed over the Pidgeot right as the bird was about to reach the finish line and jumped off the head, making first. And the winner of the first round is Zubat, followed closely by Pidgeot. As soon as he said that, Seal shot out of the water and landed on the finish line, splashing all the while as Magikarp came out a second later. That does it for the first round, Edward said, overjoyed at how this was going. In the second round, the first match will be Brock of Pewter City vs Brittany of Celadon City. Following that will be Ray of Aspertia City vs Dylan of Cinnabar Island. That was amazing, Brock. Austin said as they were speaking with their friend in the locker room. Zubat handled that obstacle course like a pro. Thanks, Ash, Brock said, smiling as Zubat was eating to get her energy back, still looking exhausted from the race. It was a close one though. No kidding, that Pidgeot was fast, Misty said to that. Not to mention how that Magikarp was quick on the draw as well. Imagine when it's a Gyarados, Austin said, looking back towards Ray who was calmly feeding the happy Magikarp. So who are you using for the next round? Yellow asked, causing Brock to grin. Guadud. He said, holding up the Pokeball of one of his oldest friends. The last few times I have battled it was with Onyx and I want to make sure Guadud doesn't feel left out. Here we are with the first battling round, Edward said, excitement practically vibrating through him as Brock and Brittany were standing on the stage apart from each other. Are the contestants ready? So the pewter gym leader, hey. Brittany flashed a grin and Brock looked a bit love-struck by it. Just because you won the obstacle course doesn't mean you'll win the battle. I may have won the obstacle course but you won the beauty contest. Brock flirted, causing her eyes to widen. Austin groaned as he did a face palm. Looks like my talk didn't work at all. Brock, less flirting, more focus. Misty shouted at him. Zubat, calm down. Yellow was saying as Brock left Zubat with them and the bat was trying to fly over there to use leech life on Brock. Don't think flattery will get you anywhere. Brittany stammered out, a bit red in the face before she sent out a purple shell that opened to show two eyes and a pink tongue sticking out. A shelter. Brock thought as Misty's shout got him to break out of his lovesickness. This won't be easy. Guadud, go. Brock said, switching to his gym leader voice as Guadud came out, slamming his fists together to knock some dust in the air. Shelter, start with iron defense. Brittany ordered, the shellfish closing up as it began to glow a silverish color. Follow with takedown. The shelter shot forward, still glowing, showing that if it hit, the move would count as a steel type. Counter with flamethrower. Brock said quickly, surprising the others as Guadud opened his mouth, shooting flames out that knocked the shelter back, causing it to cry in pain as the steel move caused the flames to stick. Now rock Polish. Guadud wasted no time in raising his speed while flames were still on the shelter, showing it was burnt, thereby decreasing the force of his physical attacks. However, Shelter fixed that quite easily by using Aqua Ring, restoring some health while getting rid of the status effect. Now keep your distance, use brine. At Brittany's order, the Shelter shot a mouthful of seawater at Guadud, who smirked and countered with a thunder punch, the electricity surging back right at the Shelter before he could do anything, thereby knocking the Shelter out, declaring Brock the winner. Guadud knows flamethrower and thunder punch. Austin asked in shock. That doesn't make any sense, why didn't he use any of those attacks in the gym? Ash, that was because it was your first gym battle, he had to hold back a lot as I did, Misty told him, causing his eyes to widen. Once you get up to 7 badges though, any more after that will be a gym's full strength. Great, Austin muttered, hanging his head, as now it made a little sense with the full team against Brock. So wait, that means you were holding back on me as well. Austin realized, looking at Misty, who just smirked. When I have 8 badges we are having a rematch. Yellow looked at him in surprise. Why when you have 8 badges? Because I want to make sure we can keep up at her full strength. Austin deadpanned, knowing that no matter how strong his team was now, they still had a long way to go. Maybe during training for the league I can re-challenge the gyms at their full strength. That was pretty good. Brock turned to see Ray as they were in the break room. Your Gue dude has some nice moves. Thanks, when's your fight? Brock asked with a smile. In a little bit, I was just going over the strategy with the Pokémon I'm using, Ray answered as Brock gave a nod before noticing the small Pokémon by his leg. It looked like a green bipedal snake with red eyes as it gazed up at him, all while keeping a small paw on Ray's pant leg. Chapter 80, Chapter number 79, The Breeder Competition Part 3. Is that a Snivy? Brock asked, crouching down a bit to where he was close to its level. I've never seen one before. Ray chuckled. Yeah, Snivy here has been with me for a while. He said, looking down at her affectionately. And before you ask, she won't be the one I'm using here, I'll be using my starter for this one. I'll keep a watch out for your battle then, Brock said, looking Snivy over as she looked away shyly. The leaf on her tail is pretty smooth, I take it you brush her every day. You know it, I also have poke blocks and poffins for her and my other 2, Ray said, reaching down to pick Snivy up as she curled into his arm, looking happy. I take it you do the same to your Gue dude and Zubat. And Onix as well, Brock confirmed, as there wasn't anything wrong with him sharing who his 3rd Pokémon was, especially considering that he wasn't using Onix for this one before they heard the announcement for the next battle. Hey, good luck. Thanks, I'll be sure to win this one to compete with you though, Ray promised as he was looking forward to testing his skills against the former gym leader. Now for our second round, we have the last 2 breeders ready to battle. Edward announced, looking even more excited with Ray on one end and Dylan on the other side. Now let's see their Pokémon. I have this with Golduck. Dylan said, sending out another water Pokémon as it landed, spraying water everywhere, its a red jewel on the forehead glowing as the water glistened on its blue skin. A water type, hey? Oh well, I think we can handle this. Ray called out, sending a small cicada-like Pokémon with wings, the body mostly yellow with accents of black and grey mixed in. What do you think, Ninjask? The Ninjask flew around rapidly as a blur, showing off his speed before landing on the ground, 2 arms in an X formation. In the audience, Misty froze up a bit on seeing the Ninjask while Austin recorded both Pokémon in his Pokédex. Dylan tensed as they both got ready. Begin. Edward declared, backing way up as he did so. Hydro Pump. Edward ordered immediately as the Golduck shot a huge blast of water right at the bug before it vanished in a blur, ending up right behind the Golduck, who barely turned around when a slash ordered from Ray slammed into it, sending it skidding across the floor. Don't take that, use Psybeam. Gathering psychic energy from its beam, Golduck shot multiple beams at the Ninjask. Flash Clone. Ray called out with a smirk as the Ninjask did a combination of double team and agility, making extremely fast after images fly around the Golduck, who looked extremely lost. Use your psychic abilities to find the real one. Dylan said, now nervous as Ray was proving to be a powerful fighter. Then use Aerial Ace on him. The Golduck focused before shooting upwards right at the one high above the rest. Thanks, Ray said with a grin, unnerving Dylan. Finish with Giga Drain. The Ninjask shot past the Golduck before latching its teeth into the side, glowing as the grass move took effect. Feeling drained, the Golduck fell unconscious and began to fall, but the Ninjask kept hold until they were both on the ground so the water type didn't slam into it. Whoa! Austin looked intrigued by how strong this guy was, especially with how he used double team and agility like that. Doing something like that would be a huge advantage in any match. He'll have to see about asking Ray how he did that. Can Zubat fight like that? Yellow asked, looking at the small bat who tilted her head, doing a small screech to see what was going on. She can learn double team, but not agility as far as I know, Austin answered, looking through Dexter. But it could be something to look into. Just as long as there are no more bugs, Misty muttered, earning a bemused look from Austin. You do realize we have 3 bugs on the team here, right? Doesn't mean I want to think about it. Misty snapped at him. Brock had his arms crossed as he watched the battle, now more worried as Gue dude was next to him. Geo. Guedud asked, seeing his trainer all tensed. I'm fine, but we're going to be hard-pressed to win, Brock said to his friend. I'll have to see about catching another Pokémon soon, I could do with some diversity. Brock decided, as he has so far been watching only Ash catch Pokémon and he only had 2 rock/ground types and a poison/flying. Maybe a fire type. A grass or water type wouldn't hurt either. Guedud however looked at the screen, seeing the Ninjask win as he glowered. He can't lose this match, especially with how long it took Brock to get started on his dream with having to put everyone else before him. Dude, Guedud murmured, making a promise to win this match, no matter what. And here we are. Edward said, looking positively thrilled as both Brock and Ray were on opposite sides of the field, facing each other. The 2 finalists of our competition, who will win the breeder medal from this? Hey Brock, Ray called out, causing Brock to look at him. No matter who wins this, no grudges, alright. Deal, Brock said, agreeing with those terms as they both got ready, sending Guedud and Ninjask out respectively. Chapter 81, Chapter number 80, Brock's rival. The 2 finalists of our competition, who will win the breeder medal from this? Hey Brock, Ray called out, causing Brock to look at him. No matter who wins this, no grudges, alright. Deal, Brock said, agreeing with those terms as they both got ready, sending Guedud and Ninjask out respectively. Edward gave the all-clear and ran off the stage. Sunny day. Ray ordered as Ninjask shot an orb of light to the roof, to create a makeshift sun. Quick, use rock polish and then flamethrower. Brock said, taking advantage of that development while raising the speed considering how fast the Ninjask was. Ray grinned as the Guedud finished glowing to show that rock polish was complete and breathed in, an orange glow in his mouth. Counter with solar beam. Ninjask shot a green orb of pure energy at the Guedud right as it unleashed a torrent of flames, both moves slamming into each other, creating a huge explosion that Ninjask used as cover to fly through, creating double team duplicates as one of them used X-Scissor, slamming into Guedud and sending him flying. The rock Pokémon used his 2 arms to dig into the arena, slowing himself down before pulling chunks of it out to perform a rock throw that Ninjask flew around. Ninjask, let's finish this up, Ray said as the Ninjask appeared behind the Guedud, using Fury Cutter to send the rock Pokémon into the air. Solar Beam. The Ninjask reacted faster than Brock as the powerful grass move was shot towards Guedud, creating an explosion. Guedud. Brock called in concern before a cry could be heard from the smoke as a blinding light emitted from it. Is that? Yellow asked, seeing the light as she recognized it. It is, Misty said, looking relieved as a new shape landed on the field with a huge thud. Grave. Graveler roared as he was a huge bulky rock with 4 arms and 2 legs, his injuries are still apparent but not as bad as before. Alright. Austin cheered as Zubat gave a screech to show her relief. Geo, no Graveler, Brock said in awe, as in his time as gym leader none of his Pokémon evolved. Graveler turned towards him and gave a thumbs up with one of his 4 limbs before getting ready for Ninjask. That was unexpected, Ray muttered, although he looked happy that the match was still going on. Ninjask, use double team to make more duplicates. Ninjask gave a buzz of agreement and got to work, but Graveler wouldn't have that as he showed off a new move by slamming his 4 arms into the ground, causing the stone to shoot upwards, knocking the duplicates out of existence while Ninjask was having a hard time dodging before one nailed him. That was Stone Edge. Brock realized before he saw the Ninjask hurtling towards the ground, still able to fly as he was trying to keep upwards. Finish this with Flamethrower. Ninjask was only able to pull himself up, but he took a point-blank Flamethrower, blasting him back to where he landed on the ground. There you have it, folks, just like that we have a winner. Edward jumped on that as Ray sighed, returning Ninjask with a grin. All of you were astounding in our first breeder competition, but alas only one of you won, Edward said as all 4 breeders were on the stage, all of them having the 2 Pokémon used to compete out. We saw the bonds of friendship between every one of you with how your Pokémon were willing to go to all lengths to win for you. Brock, step forward. Brock did so, looking both nervous and trying not to cry from joy as Zubat was on his shoulder and Graveler was standing next to him. Your Pokémon were the ones to show the most friendship with you with both their willpower and trust in you, Edward said with a smile behind his beard. One of them even evolved for you to win this, so it is with great honor that I award you with the Vermilion breeding medal. He handed Brock a gold medal, one side having the docks while the other had the engraving of the Vermilion Stadium where the contest took place. You just need 2 more before you are qualified to compete in the national breeding competition, Edward said with a smile. Good luck. Well, I guess I better go, Ray said, already packed up as Snivy was on his shoulder and Ninjask was on his head, nestled in his hair. It was great competing with you, Brock said, shaking Ray's hand as Austin, Misty, and Yellow were off to the side, letting the two talk. I hope to see you in the Nationals. Oh, you will be warned, though I will be a lot better by then, Ray said with a grin at the former gym leader. Don't think you'll be able to beat me just as easily. Same here, Brock said, giving a nod of respect. All right, rival, Ray said, surprising Brock as the Unova breeder gave a wave, walking away. Rival? Brock asked before feeling someone elbow him as Misty had a smirk. Well, of course, you're both aiming to be the best breeder, Misty reminded him. You need someone to keep you on your toes. So how does it feel to be another step closer to your dream? Austin asked, having a smile of his own. It was nice to see that there was something for Brock in this version of the Pokémon world. It feels great, Brock said, holding out the medal as he gazed at it. All of my time as a gym leader I was always giving out the Boulder badge, but to receive something like this, I truly thought I would never accomplish my dream when I was stuck as the gym leader. Accomplish? You're going to surpass your dream, Austin told Brock firmly. Just never give up on it. Pika. Pikachu jumped on Austin's shoulder as he voiced his agreement with that. Thanks, Ash. Brock put the medal in his bag, making a plan to buy a case for it later. But right now let's focus on the Vermilion gym for you. After the beach. Misty inputted, as that was another reason they came to Vermilion, causing Austin to chuckle. Sure, he wanted to go and win the badge so they can continue, but the idea of a beach? That just reminds him of when he was raised in Honolulu. Why not? Austin asked as it was getting dark. He could get up early to do some training before they spend the rest of the day at the beach. There was still a week before they do plan on challenging Surge. So what is there to do at the beach? Yellow asked Misty curiously, as this would be her first time at one. Austin didn't listen to Misty begin speaking to Yellow as they made their way back to the Pokémon Center. Chapter 82, Chapter number 81, Vermilion Training. Austin sighed as he was in front of the Pokémon Center extremely early in the morning. It was at least 6 as of right now. Yellow, Brock, and Misty were still asleep at the moment while his team was in front of him. Pikachu, Butterfree, Scyther, Bulbasaur, Clefairy, Charmander, and Squirtle. All 7 of them were looking very attentive, although tired. All right, it's time for some training, Austin said, making sure that he had all of their attention. But considering now I have more than 6 Pokémon, I'll be changing some things up in this training. So for now I'll be training you 7, but it will also be to help Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle to catch up with everyone else, as they haven't received as much as the others. The 3 mentioned Kanto starters all reacted differently. Bulbasaur pawed the ground a bit, eager to get stronger, and Squirtle scowled, his sunglasses glinting, at the idea of being weak at the moment, but relented considering he saw how strong the others were compared to him. Charmander, however, grabbed his tail that was curled in front of him in worry, no doubt remembering the flame burst incident. Once I do that, I'll have to switch to get Krabby up to speed and keep Pidgeot and Raticate up to par with everyone, Austin said, making sure they all understood that. Fearo's wing is still injured at the moment, so he won't be able to train until it's healed, but when he does heal, he'll be joining in on the training. He didn't mention the training being more frequent with the upgrade to the Pokédex that Professor Oak gave to them. Now I'm sure that all of you are wondering what I'm going to be helping you learn, Austin said, pulling a notebook he was carrying under his arm out, and opening it. Bulbasaur and Butterfree, the 2 of you will be spending some time learning Energy Ball together. I want Bulbasaur to learn a move that will give him some range, and Butterfree could do with a grass move to counter rock types. I found a video on the Pokédex that will show you how it's done, so you can get the basic idea. Both mentioned Pokémon looked at each other before giving a nod. Alright, Pikachu, I want you to focus on your speed during this training period. You know a good variety of moves, so we'll be working on how fast you go before we work on teaching you Magnet Rise and Double Team, Austin said, causing Pikachu to pout, and the trainer smiled. We could also have Bulbasaur show you how to do Grass Knot if you want, to give you an advantage against heavy-set opponents, but Magnet Rise is a must-have for you to counter ground types. I'll also help you with another combo later on. Pikachu gave a nod, pacified by the thought of the advantage these moves would give him. Sure, his Iron Tail and Brick Break would give him an edge, but Magnet Rise would help get rid of the weakness entirely. Scyther, I have a combo I want you to try and learn by the end of the week if possible, but for that, you need to know Sword Dance and Air Slash. Think you can learn them quick? Austin asked as Scyther gave an affirmative nod, eager at the thought of finally having a combo of his own after seeing Pikachu, Raticate, Pidgeotto, and Fearo's combo attacks. Butterfree looked a bit down before Pikachu walked over and patted his back, reminding him that their trainer would help him make a combo for him if he wanted, making the Butterfree perks right back up again. Now for you two, Austin turned towards Charmander and Squirtle. Squirtle, you have some good moves already for offense, so we're going to work on your defense a bit. Later I can ask Brock to borrow Graveler to show you how to do Mud Sport, and I'll have Scyther show you how to use Double Team so you can add that to your arsenal. Squirt? Squirtle looked annoyed at not learning the offensive moves, causing Austin to chuckle. If you master them I can have you learn Ice Beam alongside Raticate, Austin promised, causing the tiny turtle's eyes to widen behind his shades, clenching his small fist in anticipation of learning an attack that would give him a major advantage against dragon and grass types. Good, now Charmander. Austin looked towards the fire lizard, his face softening a bit as he got to one knee in front of the lizard. Along with Squirtle I want you to learn Double Team, and I'll ask Graveler if he can show you how to do Thunder Punch to give you an edge against other water types. Do you want to work on your Flame Burst? Tr. Charmander shook his head vehemently at the idea of that attack, showing that using it last time left some mental scars. Alright, then we won't. Austin would be lying if he said he wasn't disappointed, as Flame Burst was an incredibly powerful move, more powerful than Ember, that was for sure. But he wasn't going to force Charmander to learn the move when he didn't want to. And he did understand why Charmander was adamant about it. Clefairy, let's start working on the move Gravity for now. I have a lot of interesting ideas about that move. Clefairy happily jumped up and down. Everyone got what you want to do? Austin asked, earning cries of confirmation from all of them. Good, now gather around so I can show you guys the videos showing the moves I want you to learn. A good 2 hours later, Austin was watching how everyone trained. He could see Bulbasaur and Butterfree trying to form a ball of green energy, although they were having trouble. Charmander and Squirtle were attempting Double Team, but they kept losing their concentration after only one afterimage appeared. Squirtle however kept pushing himself to master it with the promise of Ice Beam in the future, and his determination kept Charmander up and going as he didn't want to be left behind. Scyther kept focusing as he moved in a dance that he saw from the video on the Pokédex, attempting to learn Sword Dance, but the energy that was needed to work on the blades disappeared as soon as it appeared, showing a lack of discipline with it. Clefairy was struggling to execute the move, but there was a visible improvement from the previous attempts. Finally, Pikachu kept attempting to levitate himself using the magnetic fields on the earth with his electricity, not having much headway as he couldn't keep it up for more than 3 seconds, showing how much power was needed for the attack. Austin meanwhile was attempting to write down other combinations to attempt in the future. Maybe something with Squirtle's Aura Sphere to surprise opponents. Austin thought, tapping his chin in thought with the end of the pen. And Thunder Armor with Pidgeot and Fearo when I can train him again. Thunder Armor was such a cool combo, and Austin felt like it was such a waste that it never happened again after Hone. Maybe Thunder Armor won't work, since in an online article that Thunder Armor was just a visual representation of the activation of Swellow's ability Guts, Austin thought. What about something called Chemical Warfare for Butterfree with his Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, and Poison Powder, mixed in with Confusion to control where it goes? Austin grinned and wrote it down before grimacing, as some of these combos he would need to do the math for, and he hated that subject. But it was necessary. Stopping as he was examining the combo he wanted Scyther to learn, naming it Thousand Sword Dance, Austin thought back to Squirtle knowing Aura Sphere. That made him think of Ash being able to use Aura during one of the movies in the Battle Frontier arc. How did Ash get to access his Aura in the Tree of Life? Why didn't Ash ever try to use Aura? Austin went into deep thought before his eyes widened. Wait, the time Ash used Aura in the movie, he had Sir Aaron's gloves or he had Rylu's help. Truthfully, the thought of using Aura would have been pretty cool, then again using too much could kill him, as proven by what happened to Lucario in the movie. Wait. Lucario, Austin whispered, his eyes lighting up. What if I release Lucario early and get him to teach me? The Tree of Life wasn't in danger until the Battle Frontier, right? I should research the location of Cameron's castle, then I'll visit it before the League, Austin decided, knowing that their team would be stronger by then. Besides, if I release Lucario early, his Aura reserves would build back up and he won't die due to low Aura reserves. Hey, Ash. Austin looked over to see Brock giving an amused smile as he had some blue swimming trunks and his shirt on. You ready or what? Chapter 83, Chapter number 82, A Beach Day. Hey, Ash. Austin looked over to see Brock giving an amused smile as he had some blue swimming trunks and his shirt on. Are you ready or what? Oh right, the beach. Austin forgot about that due to the training, standing up as he did so before looking at the others who stopped when they heard Brock's voice. Okay, that's enough for now, I want everyone to relax. He heard some groans from Scyther and Squirtle, but the others looked happy. The girls said they would meet up with us here soon. Brock said, his shirt now off and sunglasses on, giving a grin. Austin was now wearing black swimming trunks as Pikachu was beside them, holding a float. Yay! Race you to the water. Austin chuckled and ran after him, intent on enjoying himself at the beach for the moment. He could see Charmander, Clefairy, Scyther, Bulbasaur, and Butterfree sitting where their stuff was doing a mixture of guarding and relaxing while Squirtle was running with him and Pikachu to get to the water. Ah, the water is cool and the beach is hot, Brock said, floating on his back. A perfect combination. I take it your Pokémon are taking it easy at the moment? Austin asked, pushing his wet hair out of his eyes, showing that it was getting a bit long. Well, none of them wanted to come out at the moment, Brock said with a sigh, a little disheartened by that. You know how Onyx and Graveler get towards the water and it's too sunny for Zubat to be out without being burned. Makes sense, Austin said, chuckling as Squirtle played a prank on Pikachu by pulling him under the water, causing the electric mouse to come back up, too soaked in salt water for his electric attacks to be of any effect, while the turtle was laughing at the death glare he was receiving. Whoa! Brock had a big grin and Austin followed his line of sight only to force himself to look away as there were a lot of people on the beach. Most of them were young women in swimsuits that revealed a bit. I knew there was a reason you wanted to come to the beach, Austin said in a teasing tone as he kept his eyes away. Brock chuckled at the teasing as he knew Austin didn't mean anything bad by it. Hey, how's the water? Misty's voice caused them to both look towards where she was holding a Master Ball beach ball, dressed in an orange and yellow two-piece with 3 Pokeballs on her other hand, while Yellow was fidgeting a bit red in the face wearing a red and black one-piece swimsuit. Water's great, Austin said, trying not to stare as he was still a guy. Hop on in. Misty didn't need any further convincing as she jumped in, throwing the beach ball at Brock, who caught it with a laugh. Yellow kind of hesitated before she got in as well. Flashes of light erupted from the Pokeballs that Misty had, sending Staryu, Starmie, and Goldeen out into the water. Where are the others? Austin asked at seeing that. Dish is with Bulbasaur at the moment, Yellow said, gesturing to the beach where they saw Oddish laughing as sand was kind of buried on top of his stomach. Kitty and Dottie are with the others as well, Yellow answered him, although she looked away with a red face. So how was your training? Got a bit of a head start, Austin kept the conversation going, smiling a bit. Even came up with a combo for Butterfree to give him later on. Enough talk about training, water splashed Austin, courtesy of Misty, causing him to splutter while Pikachu and Squirtle laughed at him. Come on, let's have some fun. The day was passing by pretty quickly for them as they spent it just having fun. It didn't matter if it was swimming, building sand castles with their Pokémon, or just relaxing in the sun. We should do this more often, Brock commented as all of them were laying on the beach right now. All we've done before this was just traveling and training. Not to mention how we keep getting involved in problems down the road, Misty reminded them as she sat up. I mean, ever since I joined up we had Pokémon Tech, the incident with Damian, the Squirtle Squad, and those are just the ones I can name off the top of my head. Yeah, plus with what happened at Mr. Moon, Brock said with a sigh, causing Austin to frown as he momentarily wondered whatever happened to Jessie and James, as he was expecting them quite a few times the last few months. It makes days like today worth a lot. Hey Ash, did you ever get any problems before we all joined on your journey? Yellow asked, causing Austin to chuckle. The Spearow flock on my first day, he said, causing Misty to smile as she remembered that. Along with meeting Team Rocket the first time that night at the Viridian Pokémon Center, meeting the same Rockets in the forest 2 days later, and then the Beedrill swarm. You just seem to be a magnet for trouble, aren't you? Misty asked with a laugh to show she didn't mean anything by it. Hey, I'm not trying to find trouble, Austin said a bit half-heartedly as he knew that some of them were going to happen, just not how. Pikachu just shook his head. Shoo. Pika-Pie. He said, adding his 2 cents in. To Pikachu? Austin asked, giving his friend a look. The conversation kind of died as they went back to relaxing, but Austin however was thinking about all of those events. Both that already happened and that was to come. And those were just anime events. What game or manga events will happen? Will he end up fighting Giovani in Celadon? Will he have to fight Zapmul Kuno in Saffron during the Silph-Co incident? Will Price be the masked man in Johto? So many what-ifs that could happen, so little evidence to base anything off of. He might know, but he didn't know what to prepare for or if he should have to at all. Austin shot up, his eyes widening as one possibility just came to him. Was Serge a part of Team Rocket in this reality? Along with Koga and Sabrina? He forgot all about that part from the manga with all of the surprises that happened. Chapter 84, Chapter number 83 Exercise. Austin shot up, his eyes widening as one possibility just came to him. Was Serge a part of Team Rocket in this reality? Along with Koga and Sabrina? He forgot all about that part from the manga with all of the surprises that happened. Ash? You alright? Brock asked as Austin quickly sat up in his thoughts. I am. I just thought about a combo for Pikachu. Austin lied. Well, it wasn't a lie, as he did think of one earlier, but he didn't want to share what he was fearing. Shoo. Pikachu looked curious. I'll show you later, Austin promised the electric type. The next day, Austin was back to training, although now he had Raticate and Pidgeot with him, as Scyther and Butterfree were sent back to Professor Oak for him to check up on, as well as to continue their training individually while he focused on the two he has with him now. Raticate was still working on Ice Beam, as well as showing that she managed to master Thunderbolt while she was at the ranch. But she and Pikachu were competing on how fast they could go with Dig, causing quite a few holes that had to be covered up by the end of the training session. Pidgeot caught as she flew overhead, happy to be around the others again, as well as being introduced to Charmander and Squirtle in the process. Austin couldn't think of much besides the Thunder Armor to teach her, so he figured agility would be a good move for her to know. You ready? Austin asked as Pikachu was on top of Pidgeot, already explaining the idea, although it was more of a theory to his Pokémon at the moment. Pidgeot cried for confirmation while Pikachu got ready. Alright, we're going to start slow with Thunder Shock, mostly to build up your resistance to electric attacks up, Austin explained, and after a moment, Pikachu began to give small sparks to Pidgeot, covering her in electricity. It only took 7 seconds before Pidgeot cried out, causing Pikachu to stop. Shoo. Pikachu looked worried, only for Pidgeot to shake her head, showing she wanted to continue. Don't push yourself too hard, Austin said to her with a frown. I want you to take it slow, not injure yourself badly with this. Pidgeot gave a nod, agreeing to that, as it looked like Austin and Pikachu to an extent wouldn't budge at that. So to learn Thunder Punch, you have to focus energy into your fist, Brock explained as Charmander was next to Graveler, the evolved rock Pokémon, showing how to build up the electricity. Squirtle was off to the side practicing Mud Sport as Graveler showed him earlier. Once you feel the energy, you have to focus on it being electricity, but you have to know how it feels first, so you might want Pikachu to do a small shock later to give Charmander an idea. Austin gave a nod, listening to that as he watched the Thunder Punch on Graveler's fist, showing a lot more power than what was in the breeding competition, light up. Brock, thanks, Austin said while Charmander was attempting to focus. It's no problem, Ash, Brock told him, flashing a grin. If anything, I have to admire the number of techniques you're teaching your team to cover their weaknesses. I might have to look into some of your combinations myself. Austin gave a sheepish chuckle at that before seeing Pikachu and Pidgeot still working on the Thunder Armor. This time Pidgeot lasted for 10 seconds before having to rest after an hour of working on it. Just think, pretty soon you can have Firo back working on that, Brock said, causing Austin to remember how Firo's wing got broken. If I was fast enough to dodge that rock blast, then Firo wouldn't have been injured like that, to begin with, Austin muttered, causing Brock to frown, considering something. Hey Ash, come here, Brock said, sitting down, motioning for Austin to do the same. Austin blinked before doing so, as Brock seemed to be putting on a serious face at this moment. Have you ever tried exercising before? Brock asked curiously, his closed eyes seemingly searching for something. Just a few push-ups now and then, Austin replied, thinking back to his life before the Pokémon world. Why? I'm a bit out of shape myself, do you mind helping me out by being a spotter? Brock asked, although his tone could tell Austin that Brock had something else in mind. And in return, I could do the same for you. A bit out of shape? You exercised a lot? Austin asked, and Brock's face twitched a bit at the unintended jab. You know how gym leaders protect the city or town where they reside at? Brock asked, earning a nod from Austin. To do so, we have to know how to defend ourselves and follow rigorous training so we know how to fight. That made Austin's eyes widen as he realized that he could learn how to defend himself. He was traveling with 2 gym leaders after all. Brock could see that he caught his interest. I could talk with Misty a bit to see if we could help both you and Yellow learn how to defend yourselves without your Pokémon, but we have to see if you can keep the exercising up, he explained to the trainer. You don't have to answer me now, but the offer is open whenever you need it. I don't have to think about it, Austin said, his tone holding no second thoughts. If it helps me in avoiding my friends from getting injured because they were protecting me, then I'm all for it. Brock gave a nod, a little pleased with how Austin took to that. Alright, we'll start easy, for now, just 10 push UPS and sit UPS followed by a small run after some stretches, he said to Austin, both of them standing up. Over the next few days, we'll slowly add to them. Got it, Austin said. Chapter 85, Chapter number 84, Kitty's Evolution. Around 2 days later, Austin had Krabby out in front of him as the small crab Pokémon stared at him. He sent Bulbasaur back to rest after an incident with energy ball exploding in his face. Krabby, the river crab Pokémon. While awkward on land, their pincers are superb weapons that can grow back if broken off in battle. When Krabby senses danger, they cloak themselves with bubbles from its mouths to appear bigger. The Pokédex told Austin as he scanned him for the first time. This Krabby is male with the ability Sheer Force. Currently, this Krabby knows Bubble, Mud Sport, Vice Grip, Leer, Harden, Bubble Beam, Mud Shot, Metal Claw, and Chip Away. The age of this Krabby is 1 year and 4 months. Not a bad move pool, Austin said with a nod to the latest member of his team. It says here you can learn Fury Cutter, Brick Break, and Dig. What do you think of adding those moves to the list? Kooky. Krabby pinched its pincers together, not caring one way or the other, but he did eye his new trainer curiously due to being a wild Pokémon his whole life and began to approach him with a playful glint in his eyes. And maybe I can have you join Squirtle in learning Ice Beam. Austin had his chin cupped in thought now before he felt pain as the Krabby pinched his shin, causing him to cry out, trying to get the playful Krabby off of his shin. Staryu, use Rapid Spin. Misty ordered while she and Austin were having a double battle. Starmie, cover Staryu with a Thunderbolt. Krabby, Mud Sport to counter the Thunderbolt, and Raticate, block the Rapid Spin with Iron Tail. The forementioned Pokémon all jumped into action with Staryu flying all around with Rapid Spin, a bolt of lightning following behind, enough to where the starfish wouldn't be caught by accident, but Krabby shot the mud in the air, cancelling the Thunderbolt while Raticate watched before jumping up, her tail glowing as she made contact with Staryu. Psybeam when Raticate lands, Misty said, Starmie complying as Raticate found her left foot caught before she could move out of the way. Now Staryu, Power Gem. Kate. Raticate grunted the rock move, blasting her back, but she got up quickly and unleashed a Thunderbolt that blasted into the Staryu, knocking him down while Krabby used Mud Shot on Starmie. The starfish Pokémon immediately got back up. As Starmie was shaking his body, Austin already gave the next order. Ice Beam. Raticate opened her mouth and fired, but the beam disappeared right before it hit the Starmie. Starmie return, Misty said, seeing that as she knew the weed Pokémon wouldn't be able to win with this disadvantage. Austin sighed at that. Oh well, he said a bit down that Ice Beam didn't work. Raticate looked furious with herself in that. It was a lot better than last time though, give it a few more tries and you'll master it. Staryu looked up at Misty, wondering if they should continue before she shook her head as they found some problems needing to be addressed in the battle itself. Ash, Ice Beam is a pretty complex move, especially for a Pokémon who isn't a water or ice type learning it. Raticate was tired when you ordered it. So if it was at the beginning of the battle she would have been able to use it? Austin asked at hearing that. For now, when Raticate fully masters the attack she'll be able to use it whenever she wants, Misty told him, explaining the problem right now. I see. Austin mused, looking at Raticate, to see that she did indeed look tired. Krabby on the other hand isn't strong enough yet to fight with your preferred battle style, Misty said, catching his attention again. You always hit hard and fast with your Pokémon, but Krabby's frame makes it hard for him to keep up, especially with him being the smallest of the team. So what do you suggest? Austin asked, bending down to look over his 2 Pokémon. Krabby can learn a move called Hone Claw. I would recommend that and then add it with your battling style, Misty suggested to him. Hone Claw raises the physical power of the Pokémon using it, so it would help a lot. Austin was panting the next day, running with Brock, Misty, and Yellow through the beach. The only one suffering from exhaustion at this point besides him was Yellow, who was sweating badly. Austin had Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Clefairy, Charmander, and Squirtle running with him, and they were fine. In fact, they were having fun running with him, while Yellow only had Kitty out so she wouldn't be tempted to get on Dottie to rest. Come on, just another mile to go, Brock said, a little amused, but he was also impressed because despite just starting 4 days ago, everyone was keeping up pretty well. Pikachu showed off a bit by running backward, earning a scowl from Squirtle as he attempted to do the same, only to trip and get stuck on his shell after rolling a bit, struggling to get back up. Charmander and Clefairy went to help him up while Bulbasaur was chuckling at the turtle's plight. Yellow was sitting under a tree with Kitty and Dottie next to her with her sketchbook out as she was drawing a picture of Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle as they were resting nearby. Her drawing skills were getting better with each attempt and she was getting a little more confident with her skills before she felt Kitty move to surprise her as he never moved that much outside of battles anymore. Placing her sketchbook down, she put a hand on Kitty's head and focused, her eyes widening in surprise. Kitty was getting close to evolving. Yellow frowned, biting her lower lip a bit as she felt excitement coming from Kitty because of her empathy ability. Truthfully, she didn't know how she felt about Kitty evolving. On one hand, she was happy that Kitty was excited about it, but on the other hand, it was a Beedrill and the swarm flashed through her mind as she thought about that. Something wrong. Yellow jumped as Austin's voice broke into her thoughts, earning a growl of annoyance from Dottie who shifted in his sleep. Ash, Yellow said, taking a breath to calm herself as he looked apologetic. Sorry, I didn't mean to sneak up on you, Austin apologized, sitting next to her, causing her to feel nervous. But you looked pretty deep in thought, so what's wrong? Yellow looked as if she was about to say nothing before sighing. Kitty is getting ready to evolve, she explained, causing Austin to blink. Hey, that's great. To be honest, I'm surprised it took this long, Austin said before realizing something. Wait, why is that bothering you? Kitty's next form is Beedrill, right? Now Austin got it. It's not surprising you feel a little unsure after how I met you, Austin said, bringing up the swarm. But I don't think you have anything to worry about. Yellow looked at Austin in surprise. It doesn't matter if Kitty becomes a Beedrill or not, she's still Kitty, remember? Austin grinned at her surprised face. Think about all the good times you've had with her. Doing just that, Yellow thought back to when she was given Kitty by Austin, as well as how Kitty seemed to adore her and protect her in MT Moon and beyond, always trying her hardest to fight, not caring if she was a Weedle or a Kakuna. You're right, Yellow said, feeling a little ashamed by the small uneasiness she had about Kitty becoming a Beedrill. I think that no matter what, you and Kitty will always be close to each other. Austin stood back up, brushing grass and dirt from his jeans. Just remember all of the good times you have. With that said, Austin went to get back to training before Yellow stood up, making Dottie growl again before he turned over, making himself comfortable. Ash, she said, making him turn back towards her to see a lot of determination on her face now. I want to battle you. Chapter 86, Chapter number 85, Alpha Beedrill. Ash, Yellow said, making Austin turn back towards her to see a lot of determination on her face now. I want to battle you. Austin blinked, not expecting that before seeing that she was holding Kitty, showing that she was going to help give Kitty the final push to evolve, causing him to smile as he knew just who to use in this battle. Got it. Holding Squirtle's Pokeball, Austin had the Pokédex in front of him as he pressed the right buttons before it glowed, transferring Squirtle for the right Pokémon as Kitty was on the field across from him. This will be a one-on-one match between you two, Misty said, being the referee as Brock was making dinner for the group. The battle will end when either one of the Pokémon is unable to battle or when one of the trainers gives in. Butterfree, take the field, Austin said, sending the bug Pokémon out, who looked surprised as he saw his opponent. It was kind of ironic here when Austin caught Kitty as a Weedle, Butterfree was a Caterpie, and now they were going to have a battle showing how far they came. Misty looked at them a little unnerved by the two bug Pokémon, but she took a step back. Begin. Poison String. Yellow made the first move as Kitty shot a net of a string with the poison needles on it right at the butterfly, who did a twirl as he dodged the attack. Quick use string shot to get to a high vantage. Kitty quickly reeled herself towards a tree, hiding in the bushes. Can you see her? Austin asked, earning a nod from his bug Pokémon. Alright, Psybeam right where she's at. Butterfree wasted no time in blasting the purple energy at Kitty, who quickly used string shot to pull herself out of harm's way, ramming Butterfree with a makeshift tackle as she did so, sending him rolling in the sky before disappearing into the bushes again. Austin smiled a bit, remembering the first practice battle he had with Yellow when Kitty was a Weedle. Yellow has come a long way. Time to kick this up a notch. Austin decided, his smile becoming a smirk. Butterfree use chemical warfare, he said, deciding to try out the combo he gave Butterfree that week. Yellow's eyes widened as she didn't realize he managed to get Butterfree to learn that as the 3 different spores shot from Butterfree's wings, all of them glowing purple to show that Butterfree was controlling where they would go with his confusion attack as they shot at Kitty's hiding space, engulfing the cocoon Pokémon before she could move. The poison part didn't bother Kitty all that much due to obvious reasons, and she was doing good with fighting the sleep part. But the stun spore part had her locked up with enough time for Butterfree to slam into her, sending her flying from the tree back to the battlefield where she rolled, struggling to regain movement. Psybeam. Austin said, seeing if Kitty could get out of this or if this was the end of the battle. The purple energy erupted from Butterfree again, but a blinding light emanated from Kitty, the light blasting the Psybeam away. Kitty was finally evolving. It was a combination of shed skin and evolution as two stingers erupted from the cocoon, followed by the body with the buzzing noise of the wings as Kitty flew up into the air, her two hand stingers glinting from the light. Austin had to keep his jaw from dropping as Kitty looked much bigger compared to the Beedrill in the forest, almost dwarfing Butterfree. Kitty seemed to be extremely happy as she flew around the field, enjoying the feeling of being able to fly. Misty quickly ran to where Brock was as her face was pale at seeing the bee Pokémon while Brock looked surprised and intrigued by the size of the Beedrill. "Whoa," Yellow said at seeing that as she took the Pokédex out. "Chew," Pikachu said next to Austin in awe. "Beedrill, the poison bee Pokémon. The poison in this Pokémon can take down any opponent with its 3 poison barbs. Its best attacks always involve high speeds where they are nigh untouchable in the sky. Note this particular Beedrill is an alpha Pokémon and a candidate for being a queen in a Beedrill nest as the size and strength are bigger than normal." The Pokédex beeped, explaining the situation. This Pokémon has learned the moves Fury Attack, Twineedle, Rage, Agility, Toxic Spikes, Brick Break, and Aerial Ace. The ability has changed to Sniper. Hold up. Brick Break and Aerial Ace. Austin was caught off guard by that as those were moves that a Beedrill couldn't normally learn by themselves. But how? Beedrill finally flew back down to the field, making it to the spot she was in less than a second, showing impressive speed. Seeing that, Yellow remembered they were still in a battle and she also heard the added moves from the Pokédex. Kitty quick use Aerial Ace. That snapped Austin out of his thoughts as he hurriedly snapped the Pokédex shut. Butterfree use confusion around you to shield yourself. Fway. Butterfree moved quickly, but Kitty was much faster as she reappeared behind Butterfree in a split second right before air slashed into Butterfree, knocking him off center as he was trying to right himself. Yellow followed up with a Fury Attack and this time Butterfree was ready, blasting the air around him catching Kitty with confusion and he wasted no time in slamming Kitty into the tree. Kitty shook her head right as a Psybeam slammed into her but she was still conscious. Just how strong did Kitty get? Austin thought wondering what was going on before Kitty glowed and seemed much faster. Crap, she used Agility. Now Butterfree was having a much harder time keeping up as he idly wished she was still a Kakuna as he had an easier time fighting before a Brick Break slammed into his head, sending him to the ground where he fell unconscious. Butterfree is unable to battle, the winner is Kitty, Misty said surprised by the outcome but no one was as surprised as Yellow was. "We won?" Yellow asked quietly. Yes, she won against Austin before but that was in a tag battle alongside Misty against 2 of his newest Pokémon. This was a one-on-one battle against his Butterfree who was with him since before she met him. Bzz. Kitty flew around Yellow quickly, happy to have won before landing on her back, the stingers carefully around her side as its wings stopped buzzing showing them to be visible behind her while the back stinger was positioned to where it wouldn't hurt her trainer. Bzz. Yellow couldn't help but smile as Austin walked up to Butterfree, as the bug woke up. Fway. Butterfree asked groggily, wondering what large Pokémon hit him. "You did great Butterfree," Austin said to him before looking at Yellow with a grin of his own. "I have to say that was an amazing battle Yellow." Their Yellow smile got wider at that as she tried to ignore her face going red. "Thank you," she said to him. "For teaching me how to battle and for everything." Fat. Butterfree righted himself as he flew to the top of Austin's head and nodded towards Kitty who let go of Yellow and flew over to him. Bzz. Kitty seemed to be poking her stingers together as Butterfree tilted his head in confusion by something she said. Pikachu busted out laughing at Butterfree's expense, while Austin blinked before remembering how Kitty always acted around Butterfree. "You have to be kidding me." Austin thought with a twitch before chuckling. "Like Pokémon like trainer, I guess." That was also when he noticed how Kitty looked pretty banged up despite the wind showing that while she could deal some damage, she was a glass cannon in taking it. "So does anyone know why Kitty got so big on evolving?" Misty asked. All of them were sitting down now. "I've never seen a Beedrill that big before." She was eyeing Kitty warily due to her bug phobia. It could be because of all the time she spent as a Kakuna, Brock hypothesized, his arms crossed. Bug Pokémon typically spend a week in a cocoon to prepare their bodies for evolution, Kitty spent at least a month as a Kakuna. That probably had something to do with it. Austin raised an eyebrow since they didn't know about the monster gene in alpha Pokémon. Well, he will tell them later about it. An Abdrill's strength is the speed they're capable of combined with the sniper ability enhancing critical hits. I'll have to work on my team's speed in the process. Austin thought back to who he had with him. Pikachu, Raticate, Butterfree, Pidgeot, Bulbasaur, and Charmander. The three he had training were ready for Surge. The battle for his third batch would be tomorrow. Chapter 87, Chapter number 86 Confrontation with Paul. Austin was up extremely early again the day of the gym battle with Pikachu on his shoulder, standing outside to watch the sunrise. He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. Not only would this be the toughest battle yet, but he was also still unsure of which version of Surge he would be fighting. If it was the one from the anime he would be relieved, as while that guy was a bit of a dick, he was a good person at heart. However, if it was the version from the manga, the Team Rocket Lieutenant, he might be in for a fight of his life. Shoo! Pikachu spoke up, his ears twitching much to the duo's surprise before they heard footsteps and turned to see Paul coming out of the Pokémon Center. Morning! Austin greeted, looking away as he decided to at least be civil. Paul didn't say anything, but he did give Austin a bored, unimpressed look. Austin winced. Why did he even greet Paul? Oh well, might as keep the conversation going. It's a beautiful morning, isn't it? Man, that was a horrible attempt. What do you want? Paul asked harshly, not knowing who this was. Just being friendly, Austin answered with a shrug. Well, and I'm bored as well, considering the gym doesn't open for another hour. That caught Paul's attention. You're challenging Surge? He asked, looking from Austin to the Pikachu on his shoulder. Are you by any chance using that Pikachu? Yes, I am, and before you say anything, I know about his reissue, Austin said, surprising Pikachu, who looked down at Austin before remembering that his trainer did research the gyms a bit. What about you? I already beat Surge. Anyone can with a competent Pokémon, which is more than what I can say for most of the trainers in there, Paul said harshly with a pointed look at the Pokémon Center where various trainers were with injured Pokémon. Austin frowned, not liking that, but he kept it to himself. He didn't have to, from how Paul returned his frown. You disagree? I find that if the time and effort are put into training, any Pokémon can be strong, Austin said, not caring what Paul thought. TCH, of course, you're one of those types, Paul said bitterly. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Austin asked. Where did that come from? Why did he ask that? Do I even need to explain it? Paul asked, giving Austin a look. You'll never make it as a trainer like that. I made it this far and I only lost twice in all the battles I've had, Austin said, not in a bragging tone, but just telling the truth. Is that so? Paul asked, still a bit harsh, but a little curious at that piece of info. How many Pokémon do you have? Up to 10, but counting evolutions 15, Austin answered with a shrug. I might put more time and effort, but I don't catch too many to keep up. You? 20, Paul answered, not saying if he kept them all or not. Austin didn't want to know the answer to that one. I'm Ash, by the way, Austin said, realizing that they spoke this whole time and Paul didn't know who he was. Ash Ketchum. Hey, he seems to be getting used to doing that now. Paul just grunted, not bothering to give his name. Okay, now Austin felt himself getting annoyed before smirking. I think I might know who you are. Did you happen to fight someone named AJ? That caught Paul's attention as he gave Austin another cold look. This one, however, was one of confusion. He mentioned someone with purple hair named Paul before we battled. Would that happen to be you? By that point, now Pikachu got a pretty good idea of who this was and remembered Scyther's story, causing him to openly glare at Paul. What's it to you? Paul asked, now on the cautious side. Nothing really, just thinking it might be fun to battle you someday, Austin said with a shrug. Paul kept silent as he looked at Austin with narrowed eyes before turning around and walking away. 3-on-3, Paul spoke up, surprising both of them as they looked at Paul, who stopped. If you beat Surge, we'll battle tomorrow. With that said, Paul walked off. Austin blinked, actually not expecting that, as he thought that Paul would just blow him off as pathetic. But now he had a battle plan with him? I don't plan to lose. Austin thought, as he knew he would need his 3 strongest Pokémon to battle Paul. And if his original team would work except for Firo, as he would be out of commission for another week from what Professor Oak told him. In 2 days, however, he could get Firo back and do some light training that doesn't involve his wings. So for the battle against Paul, he would use Pikachu, Raticate, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, Scyther, or Bulbasaur. That was when Austin winced. He should let all of them, especially Scyther, know so he wouldn't be surprised. Ash. Austin's head perked up at hearing the name and turned to see the others walking out of the Pokémon Center. "Morning guys," Austin said with a wave as Pikachu was still glaring at where Paul walked off in. What's wrong with Pikachu?" Brock asked at seeing that. Austin paused, contemplating on telling them before deciding it wouldn't hurt. "We met Paul, Scyther's old trainer," he said. That got some reaction out of them. "What did he want?" Misty asked a bit frostily. She wasn't one to like anyone who abandoned their Pokémon. "He doesn't know I have Scyther and I just wished him a good morning before we got into a debate on which was a better way to raise Pokémon," Austin answered with a shrug. "Then he said if I beat Surge we would have a 3-on-3 battle tomorrow." "Ash, are you sure about that? Paul isn't someone to take lightly," Brock warned, remembering his battle against the young man. "I have every confidence that my friends will win," Austin spoke up, earning a cry of agreement from Pikachu. "Just don't get too overconfident," Misty said, making Austin twitch. "Hey! Don't worry, you'll do great," Yellow had a smile on her face. "Against both him and Surge." Thanks Yellow," Austin said as he rubbed the back of their heads sheepishly. He then paused. "What was with him today? Speaking of Surge, you better beat him," Misty had her arms crossed, giving him a look. "You already beat both Brock and me, how do you think we'll look if you lose? Do you want any to answer that?" Austin asked with a smirk, as he sometimes did that to people back home. He kind of missed that. "What's that supposed to mean?" Misty had a glare at him that caused him to laugh. "Don't worry, I don't plan on losing." "No one ever does, Ash," Brock reminded him. "Trust me, you don't want to underestimate Surge." Brock knew that Austin was a good trainer, one that would make it to the big leagues if he kept going the route he was. But Surge was a man who sometimes broke a trainer's spirit by beating them in battle. He didn't want to see that happen to Austin. "Brock, I never underestimate my opponents," Austin looked up at him with a serious look. "No matter who they are." The team he had worked to the bone this last week to get stronger, even more so when he began to exercise along with them. Austin knew that they would refuse to lose in any fight. Just like how he would from this point further. And if things kept going like from the game, or manga instead of the anime, then he couldn't afford to lose. It took a bit to make it to the gym, as they had to ask for some directions before they found themselves outside of a big building with several lightning bolts on it. Shoo! Pikachu had a determined look as he wanted to fight Paul after Surge, so he was willing to win no matter what. Austin smiled and reached up, rubbing Pikachu's cheek, causing him to give a soft cry of bliss. Amazing how in 3 months, Pikachu was so comfortable with him compared to how when they first started. "You have to admit, the guy can make an intimidating gym," Austin commented, looking at the building. How while it looked the same as the show, it had a more intimidating feel to it. "It is, isn't it?" Yellow asked, seeing what he meant. "You going to back out?" Misty asked with a smirk to show she was joking. "Nope, we won't get strong if we run away from a challenge," Austin said, Pikachu crying over the agreement. "That's why we're going to go in and win." "Are we ever going to go inside?" Brock asked, a bit amused by this. Chapter 88, Chapter number 87, Lightning Showdown Part 1. "Are we ever going to go inside?" Brock asked, a bit amused by this. Taking a deep breath, Austin pushed the doors open to complete darkness, the only light being the sunlight coming in behind the group and the windows. Austin took a few steps in before 2 people walked out. These 2, a man and a woman, were dressed as if they were a part of a gang, and they had unimpressed looks on their faces. Austin matched their unimpressed looks with an amused grin. "Hi there, I'm here to battle for a Thunder Badge." The man smirked, a little amused by Austin's bravado, and turned. "Hey boss, there's another victim for the emergency room." A second later, a large shadow stood up behind the other 2 and slowly walked into the sunlight. It was revealed to be a giant of a man, easily dwarfing everyone in the room, with spiky, dirty blonde hair and brown eyes, wearing an unbuttoned green shirt that showed his muscles and brown cargo pants along with a silver dog tag necklace. Even Austin was shocked. Sure, he knew that Surge was easily the biggest human character shown in the series, but to see how dwarfed he was compared to the giant of a man? Good lord, and I have to fight him. "Which one?" Lieutenant Surge asked with a smirk, despite knowing already. He just wanted to mess with his future victim a bit. "Welcome to Vermilion Gym," Surge boomed, his arms crossed, not pulling what he did in the show by hugging Misty. Now I recognize Brock. Lance did mention that you left the gym. Did your father finally have the balls to go back? Brock twitched at the mention of his father, apparently still a sore point. Yes. And Misty, I take it that your sisters are finally acting as they should? Serge asked in a bit of a mocking tone, showing he had no respect for the cerulean gym at all. Or are they still worried about breaking a nail? Misty wanted to say something but couldn't due to how he was right about that part. Serge just smirked before setting his eyes on Yellow. Aren't you a little young to be a trainer? He asked with a raised brow, easily seeing that she was 9 almost 10. Yellow fidgeted a bit under his gaze. I'm old enough. She muttered under her breath, a little intimidated by his hulking figure. Austin openly glared at Serge for messing with his friends, and he felt a familiar rush of anger that he felt while fighting Giselle, something that Serge noticed and laughed in amusement. Ooh, we have a tough guy here, so what's your name, baby? Serge asked, patting Austin on the head. That was when something weird happened. Austin felt everything around him as he slapped Serge's hand back while his eyes were glowing red a bit. The Serge didn't look too put off considering he had a big grin now, although he did see the glow in Austin's eyes and was curious about it. I call everyone who loses to me baby, baby. He said, pushing his buttons. My name is Ash Ketchum. That was when he noticed that his eyes stung a bit. Wah. Austin looked down at his hands in confusion while Serge finally noticed Pikachu, who was worried about how his trainer was acting. Hey Pikachu? Hey, look at this, baby brought along a baby Pokémon. Serge said to his trainees, causing them to laugh a bit arrogantly. Now Austin glared again before he calmed himself down. Nothing to say, baby? Serge asked with a chuckle. Alright, let's do this. This will be a 4-on-4 battle, how does that sound? Austin gave a nod, agreeing with those terms, not as surprised as he could have been considering the different rules that the Pewter and Cerulean gym had. Alright, the rest of you runts go up to the stands. Serge said, jabbing his thumb towards the stands. Yellow, Brock, and Misty gave Austin a worried look as they noticed how he seemed to be acting differently. Not only in his annoyance with Serge, but with how he was standing and even the look on his face. Don't worry, I have this, Austin said, attempting to smile before looking at Serge. Pikachu, you ready? Pikachu gave a nod, wanting to fight this guy for making fun of him, and ran out, causing Serge to chuckle. So you're starting with a baby Pokémon? Serge asked, walking to his side of the field, with a vicious smirk. Pokémon saved my life in the war, what chance have you got? Oh yeah, he's an army lieutenant in the game, so he's fought in a war, Austin thought as he was relieved. It seems he's a mixture of all three versions, just not a part of Team Rocket from what they've seen. Seeing that Austin and Pikachu were ready, Serge unclipped a Pokeball with a smirk. Go Pokeball! The Pokeball landed on the field and exploded in a white light that formed into a reissue, surprising everyone but Austin and Pikachu. Oh, you knew I had a reissue? Serge asked, seeing no reaction from Austin. Austin just got ready, already remembering how Ash beat Serge the last time. Begin. The referee raised the flags with Austin quickly reacting, ignoring the impulse to turn his hat around. Agility. Pikachu glowed, running as a blur around the reissue, dirt kicking up, but reissue didn't look too impressed. Fast runt, I'll give you that. Serge said, the same look on his face. Shock wave. Rai. An orb of pure electricity shot forward, closing in on Pikachu despite the speed he was doing. Not good, Austin said, remembering how Shockwave never missed before thinking over a counter strategy. Quick use dig. Pikachu listened, making it underground right as the orb hit the hole, the earth making it disappear. Serge however grinned. Mega Punch. Shoo. Reishu slammed a powered-up fist straight to the ground, causing shockwaves that sent Pikachu flying out of the ground, before rushing in with another Mega Punch, sending Pikachu flying. Pikachu! Austin called out in shock. You think I'm not prepared for anyone using a ground-type move, baby? Serge asked mockingly. Austin quickly kept his cool instead of wasting time worrying about what just happened and decided to use a combo move that he was practicing with Pikachu. Alright, Flash Clone. Chapter 89, Chapter number 88, Lightning Showdown Part 2. Austin quickly kept his cool instead of wasting time worrying about what just happened and decided to use one of that combo that he had been working on with Pikachu. Alright, Flash Clone. Flash WH. The Surge was caught off guard when multiple Pikachu began running around Reishu extremely fast and recognized the move as a double team and agility combo. Cheap trick. In the stands, Yellow looked surprised. Isn't that what Ray used in the breeding competition? She asked, remembering that. I thought it looked familiar. I never took Ash for someone to use someone else's technique, Misty said, not expecting this. Brock gave a nod. I remember seeing Ash speak with Ray before he left, but I didn't think it was about this. He said, a bit intrigued. This flash clone attack had a lot of advantages, and with how fast Pikachu was going it would take a miracle to guess the real one, so it wasn't that hard to see why Austin would want to learn it. Austin sighed in relief that it was working so far. He and Ray both traded a technique to each other. In return for learning the mechanics of flash clone, Austin gave Ray the rundown of how Ion Tail worked, considering he heard Ray mention something about getting an electric type eventually. Rayisha was cut off when Pikachu slammed into him with a quick attack before disappearing back into the clones. Giving a slight snarl, Rayisha used his tail, managing to swipe the real one, sending him flying and shot after the yellow mouse with a body slam, but Pikachu quickly regained his footing and dodged, using Iron Tail against Rayisha's head to make him dizzy before disappearing back into the flash clones. Rayisha doesn't let that pipsqueak do that to you. Surge looked annoyed when it happened a few more times. Blast them all away with thunder. Austin felt his eyes widen when Rayisha unleashed the huge blast of electricity, only for there to be no sign of Pikachu, as all of the ones running around were clones. Where did Surge's eyes widened? The pipsqueak is underground. He knew that with using that much power in thunder his main Pokémon wouldn't have enough strength to use Mega Punch, especially considering how Rayisha hasn't been to the center in a while. Rayisha quickly made it to the wall to have his back against it and keep an eye out for Pikachu, but unknown to them, that was exactly what Austin wanted, already discussing this tactic with Pikachu the night before. Brick break! Austin called out with an excited grin as the wall behind Rayisha cracked, surprising everyone, none more than Rayisha, who was turning as fast as he could. Get away from the wall! Surge tried to say, but it was too late when Pikachu broke through the wall, his paw glowing as it slammed into Rayisha right in the middle of his forehead, sending Rayisha flying back. Rai! Rayisha snarled, pushing himself up while Pikachu landed on all fours, ready to continue. The difference in health was evident with how Rayisha was panting from exertion and his injuries, and Pikachu has barely broken a sweat. Chew. Rayisha took a step forward to do a Mega Punch but stumbled and fell to the ground, knocked out. The Surge was in shock when the referee called it. Rayisha was unable to battle. Pikachu is the winner. Chew. Pikachu looked extremely happy at beating his evolution while Surge quickly returned Rayisha. Austin had a grin on his face, happy to have battled like this again. Great job, Pikachu! He called out before making a decision. Return. Pie. Pikachu looked towards him before remembering that he promised everyone else to fight and quickly ran back. So I underestimated you, Surge said with a smirk as he looked at Austin with a hint of respect in his eyes. Alright, Ash, let's do this. Austin gave a grin at hearing Surge use his name rather than calling him baby, even though it was not his name, and readied his next Pokeball. The Surge didn't call out his Pokémon as he sent it out, showing a metallic Pokémon that had 3 magnet-like heads stuck together. Bulbasaur, it's your turn. Austin called out, sending the Bulb Pokémon out, who shook his head in preparation for his first gym battle. Bulba. The Grass Pokémon called out, pawing the ground in eagerness. Surge frowned at this. At this point, neither of them had the advantage, as electric attacks won't work well on grass types, but in return, grass attacks won't work well on steel types. Thankfully, just in case this Bulbasaur had any poison attacks, his Magneton would be immune to them. Austin didn't waste any time. Razor Leaf. He called out with Bulbasaur shooting the extremely sharp leaves from his bulb. Block with metal sound. Surge returned with a big grin, causing everyone's eyes to widen right as the Magneton spun around, unleashing a horrible noise of metal clashing together. The sound was strong enough to physically block the leaves, knocking them to the floor while Bulbasaur was attempting to unsuccessfully cover his ears. Now Mirror Shot. An orb of steel energy slammed into Bulbasaur, sending him flying back, but the plant Pokémon used the momentum to land back on his feet and began to run around the Magneton, who calmly used Lock On. Flash Cannon. Surge ordered confidently. Quick, use Energy Ball. Austin had a panicked look on his face despite keeping his composure. Bulbasaur finished the energy ball just in the nick of time, but he was too close to the explosion and was sent rolling back, a bit burnt but still able to fight. Hey, you might use baby Pokémon, but they sure can fight, Surge stated, a little intrigued by how this battle was going. Energy Ball again, Austin ordered, with Bulbasaur quickly reacting. Get ready to counter. Surge told his Pokémon, but Austin then did something that not only shocked him but the others in the audience. Now eat it. Did he just say for Bulbasaur to eat it? Yellow looked shocked by the sheer danger of that move. That's a risky move, Brock said despite hearing the idea before, from Ash. He didn't expect it to be implemented this soon in a gym battle. Ash hasn't even practiced the move as far as I'm aware. Sure, it was possible that he did it when the others weren't around, but Brock couldn't help but worry. Especially with how Ash seemed to be acting in this battle. Take him down, Ash. Misty called out, enjoying seeing Surge knock down a few pegs so far. What are you giving up? Surge asked warily, never having this happen to him before, while Bulbasaur followed the order with no hesitation, showing that it was planned. An explosion of energy surrounded Bulbasaur, his bulb now growing a bright green color, not unlike the ability to overgrow. Deciding not to take any chances, Surge quickly ordered his next move. Signal Beam. The bug-type move blasted towards Bulbasaur only for him to disappear into thin air. A huge gust of wind erupting in a path told Surge what happened, as the plant Pokémon was now behind Magneton. Austin whistled in shock. The effects were different from how Grotle used it. Maybe it would have been the same if Grotle was still a Turtwig in the series? Vine Whip. Austin ordered, the adrenaline pumping through him. Seeing that Magneton was about to be knocked out and he didn't want to leave that Bulbasaur into play, Surge gave the final order. Explosion. Austin's eyes widened as Magneton began to glow. Bulbasaur, get out of dot. He stopped, feeling dizzy, his eyes giving a soft glow that was barely noticeable. Austin stumbled when the explosion went off, blowing dust everywhere as some of the lights shattered. When the dust and smoke cleared, both Pokémon were on the floor knocked out, and Bulbasaur was badly burnt. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. The referee called as Austin glared. In truth, he hated self-destruct and explosion, thinking it was a horrible move that hurts the Pokémon using it more. Yes, he could see the brilliant strategy in using it, but he still hated it. Chapter 90, Chapter number 89, Unexpected Powerhouse. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. The referee called as Austin glared. In truth, he hated self-destruct and explosion, thinking it was a horrible move that hurts the Pokémon using it more. Yes, he could see the brilliant strategy in using it, but he still hated it. If it's any consolation, you were about to beat Magneton, Surge spoke up, returning his Pokémon as Austin quickly returned Bulbasaur. Now I might be confident that I can still win, but I didn't want to leave that Bulbasaur on the field with the speed it was going. Austin sighed at that. It made sense. Austin took out his next Pokémon and sent her out at the same time as Surge. Pidgeot, take the field. Pidgeot gave a cry when a yellow canine-like Pokémon with a white mane appeared, electricity sparking off around him. A flying type. Surge smirked a bit. Bad idea. Jolteon used Thunderbolt. But he was on edge just in case. Steel Wing to disperse it into the ground. Austin quickly gave the order. Pidgeot did it immediately, both of his wings glowing as one took the Thunderbolt while the other one lodged itself to the ground. Wah! Surge looked surprised by that move, as it shouldn't be possible. While the plan for Thunder Armor was a failure, since I am pretty sure that was just Swallow activating Guts, training her resistance to electricity up, Pidgeot would have been injured from that. Austin thought as he had been practicing Winona's strategy of using Steel Wing to conduct electricity through the ground with Pidgeot. Now Sand Twister. Pidgeot took to the air, creating the twister that she used in the Cerulean Gym, only this time she aimed it at the field, causing the sand to disperse into the air, getting into Jolteon's eyes. Jolteon snarled while sliding back as he fired a shock wave, but the sand twister negated the electric attacks, giving Pidgeot a slight advantage. Surge saw this and growled. He can respect the technique, but it doesn't mean it's not pissing him off. Spam quick attack. Austin called out over the sounds of the sand twister, and Pidgeot gave a cry, showing her understanding before she flew through the sand, ignoring it as she slammed into the Jolteon, disappearing into the dust before repeating it with the Jolteon getting hit over and over again. Surge quickly went through all of the moves in his mind for Jolteon, cursing that the best ones were all electric types, as Shadow Ball, Pin Missile, and Double Kick wouldn't have much of an effect on the bird. That's it. Shadow Ball on the ground. Surge boomed with the Jolteon quickly launching the ghost move to disperse the sand twister, blasting it back so everyone had to protect their eyes. Now Thunderbolt. Pidgeot barely had time to dodge when the bolt of electricity slammed into her and sent her flying back before she righted herself, winded but not out, while Jolteon was panting from the exertion and injuries. It was time to finish this. Surge had the same idea. Shockwave with all of your power. He ordered, hoping that this would knock the surprisingly tough Pidgeot out. Aerial Wing. Pidgeot shot forward right as Jolteon shot a huge shock wave, the steel typing of the move being used to block the electricity to where it surged onto the wing before she slammed into the Jolteon, sending him flying right into Surge, who caught the canine with one arm. "Alright," Austin said with a grin as there was just one Pokémon left, but he was wary. After all, many people save their best for last, and a single Pokémon could turn the tide of a battle like Ash's battle with Gary in the Silver Conference using Charizard to take down his rival's last 3 Pokémon. Pidgeot return, Austin called out, making the birds fly to him and this time land on his head, nearly bowling him over from her weight. She was starting to feel heavier. Now looking at Pidgeot, he saw how her plumage was a bit more evident. She's close to evolving. Austin thought with a grin as Raticate showed a few signs before she evolved along with Butterfree, Fearow, and Kitty. "Alright, time to step this up a notch," Surge said, returning Jolteon before his hand went up to the dog tag, moving it to show a battered Pokeball that was shrunk. "You'll be facing the Pokémon that got me through the war." With that, he unclipped the Pokeball and enlarged it while Austin returned Pidgeot and pulled Raticate's Pokeball out, and sent the tawny-colored rat out. "Alright, Raticate is ready," Austin said as she hissed excitement, "ready to fight." "Ha, that Raticate's got spunk, I'll give you that," Surge said, feeling his partner's energy build up inside of the Pokeball from this. "Alright, Electivire, go." Austin's eyes widened at hearing that while the large yellow and black Pokémon landed on the field, the two tails twitching as he gave the Raticate a mocking glare with his red eyes. "An Electivire." Austin tensed, not expecting that. "Oh boy. It's tough," Austin thought as he saw how this one could give some of Ash's best Pokémon from his timeline a run. "But it's also old, a lot older than Surge is. With their age, Electivire wouldn't be as strong as he was years ago and would get tired rather easily." Chapter 91, Chapter number 90, The Power of Electric Types. Thunderbolt. The Surge didn't waste any time with the attack erupting from the Electivire. Dodge with quick attack, Raticate barely got out of the way with the arena being scorched and became a blur until she was right behind Electivire. Hyper Fang. Grab it with your tail. At Surge's order, Electivire's tail wrapped around Raticate's midsection and pulled her off the ground. Now thunder. Austin paled drastically at hearing that a Surge didn't seem to be holding back at all with this one, and he panicked. "Quick ice beam!" he called out, praying that it would work. Thankfully, the ice beam came faster than thunder as the latter had to take a few seconds to charge, and the close-range ice attack disrupted the Electivire's concentration, causing him to let Raticate go as the tawny-colored rat made some distance. "Heh, smart." Surge had a grin on his face. "Alright, electric terrain." "Electric what?" Austin asked, not knowing what that was, right as Electivire slammed an electric fist into the ground. "Not good, Ash is really at a disadvantage," Brock noted, his arms crossed at seeing this. Now all of Surge's electric attacks are extremely powerful. "How powerful are we talking?" Misty asked a bit hesitantly. "Enough to where a Nuzzle can take down a Gyarados." On hearing Brock's answer, Yellow was a bit worried. "So if Surge uses thunder again?" "That would be it for Raticate," Misty answered this time. "I have to say, Ash, you have made this a fun battle, but this is where it all ends," Surge stated to him, giving a vicious smirk. "Think you can win this one?" Austin's mind was in overdrive, trying to think of what electric terrain could do and what his options were, especially when he saw that the electricity was affecting Raticate a bit. "Electivire, finish this with discharge," Surge ordered, with the smell of ozone appearing in the air due to the enhanced field. Eyes widening, Austin did the only thing he could think of. "Quick, use Sucker Punch." Due to the power of the attack, Raticate's speed was increased as she shot in, slamming into the Electivire, and quickly used Hyper Fang, causing critical damage to the Electivire, who stumbled in shock. Austin didn't let up, no longer thinking this of a gym battle, but wanted to do anything to ensure this next attack wouldn't hit. Iron Tail across the face. Raticate spun around, slamming her tail right into the Electivire, but Surge had enough. Use Brick Break to get some room. The fighting type move slammed into Raticate before she could even react, and she was sent flying across the field, kicking up dust. Despite only being hit once by the Electivire, Austin could see how powerful the move was, with Raticate having trouble keeping awake as she pushed herself up, with Electivire panting, not out but injured. Thunderbolt. The Surge gave the Raticate a look of slight respect right as the blast hit Raticate, sending her flying until she hit the wall and fell over, pretty burnt from the attack. Austin quickly returned her, wanting to rush his friend to the Pokémon Center, but he had to finish this, otherwise all the fighting she did would be for nothing. "I can't use Pidgeot," Austin whispered, knowing that despite how strong the bird was, this Electivire was something else. Shoo! Pikachu jumped back into the field, his cheeks sparking while the Electivire raised a brow. Austin's eyes widened, thinking about turning the electric terrain back at Surge before discarding the idea, as no doubt the Electivire would have the ability Motor Drive. Flash Clone. Austin got on the defensive, making sure that Pikachu wouldn't get hit by that move, and before long the field was covered with Pikachus running around, making the Electivire look around in annoyance. Don't underestimate that runt, Surge ordered as he could feel his heart race from this battle. Use Shock Wave to hit him. Block with Iron Tail. Austin countered, the real Pikachu immediately knocking the electric attack away. Now Sword Strike. Shoo! Pikachu slammed into the Electivire with his speed before dodging the tail that went to wrap around him, expecting that from watching Raticate's battle. Pika! Electivire stumbled a bit but rushed forward with a brick break, with Pikachu ducking and weaving around, not wanting to get hit, along with his speed improving due to how the agility part of Flash Clone was still in effect. But Pikachu was caught off guard when Electivire used Shock Wave again, blasting him halfway across the field. Enough playing around, Surge decided to end this. Thunder on the whole field. Electivire roared and slammed both his tails and arms into the field before charging up. Austin quickly got an idea as he remembered Ash's battle against Surge and shouted the order, praying that Pikachu heard him, as the explosion that followed quickly drowned out his voice. Coughs could be heard as the arena safety features barely managed to keep the explosion contained to the field, but the smoke seeped through as everyone looked at the field with anxiety. Austin tried to peer through the smoke, hoping he wouldn't find an unconscious Pikachu, and was dismayed as he only saw Electivire's form standing out through the smoke, but the giant of a Pokémon looked incredibly exhausted, his age catching up with him before the smoke cleared some more, and to everyone's shock along with Austin's relief, Pikachu was okay, his tail still glowing from Iron Tail being embedded into the arena, although he wasn't uninjured as the sheer power of the thunder was enormous. And no way! Surge said, not expecting that, while Pikachu smirked. Pie! Pikachu quickly got himself free and shot forward, his fist glowing with a brick break. That snapped Surge out of his shock. Electivire quick use Fire Punch. Electivire stumbled as he ran forward, determined not to fall over, but Pikachu used another Iron Tail to jump over the now extended fist and slammed a brick break right into Electivire's forehead. Pikachu quickly jumped back and landed on all fours, looking wary as Electivire just stood there after the attack before he slowly fell over. Alright! Austin laughed while Pikachu sat down with a tired sigh before he turned and ran back to the box, where he made his way to Austin's shoulder and stayed there, determined not to walk anymore for the day. Austin didn't mind that, and he easily scratched Pikachu's cheek. That was amazing, Pikachu, Austin said with a grin on his face. A loud laugh echoed as Surge walked forward, clapping his hands. Well, you did it, he said, not looking annoyed at all. I haven't had a battle like that in a while. Walking until he was directly in front of Austin while the others got out of the stands, Surge reached in his jacket and pulled something out. You've earned this, he said, placing the Thunder badge in Austin's hand. I haven't fought like that in a long time. Thank you, Austin said, with Pikachu giving a small cry of agreement. Surge then looked thoughtful as he looked at Pikachu, earning a twitch of his ears from the stare. One more thing, he snapped his fingers, and one of his gym trainers gave a nod and walked forward, handing Surge something. Take this as well. Austin's eyes widened at seeing a bluish-yellow stone with a lightning emblem on it. That's a Thunderstone. Brock looked surprised when it was handed to Austin. They're pretty rare to find. I have no need for it, but your Pikachu is pretty tough, Surge said, placing it in Austin's hand. Use that and you'll have a powerful Raichu on your team. Austin looked at the stone, hesitating a bit. He was one of the people who watched the anime and was dismayed when Pikachu never evolved, as he thought the little guy would be extremely powerful if he did, but now being here and having the chance to do so, Austin didn't know. If he chose to evolve Pikachu here and now, it would be against his will, and after the bond he made at this moment, it would be like spitting on it, destroying any trust that the Pokémon gave him. With that said, he pocketed the stone. Thank you, he said again to Surge, not mentioning that he wasn't going to evolve Pikachu until the little guy wanted to. Besides, it was still too early for him to evolve, as he was still young and learning different attacks. Well, whatever you decide, be sure to go far, all right? The Surge gave another laugh, this one a bit more friendly. And make sure you come back for a rematch when you get stronger, all right? Austin gave a nod, agreeing to that before he began to run out to get his Pokémon healed, the others right behind him. What on earth happened to them? Nurse Joy asked at seeing the state of Bulbasaur and Raticate while Pidgeot and Pikachu got off lightly. Surge, Austin quickly said, causing her to sigh. I told that man too many times to take it easy, Joy muttered under her breath before smiling at Austin. But congratulations on beating him. Austin blinked. How did she know? Right, otherwise Pidgeot and Pikachu would have been in worse condition if he lost. As she took the Pokémon away to be healed, Austin gave a tired grin and walked back over to the others who were waiting for him with what looked to be lunch waiting, some of their Pokémon out at the moment. So he let Butterfree and Charmander out before he sat in a seat. Bulbasaur and Raticate will be at full health in a half hour, he said, sounding relieved. That's good to hear, Brock said, thinking back to how those two went down. They'll probably throw themselves to training more after that. Austin let out a chuckle. Yeah, they will, he said, already seeing that due to their personalities. Although Raticate might have to take it easy after all that. You thinking of sending her to Professor Oak's? Yellow asked curiously, earning a nod from Austin. Just for a small rest, I'll still be training her. Austin shrugged, enjoying the conversation after that heated battle with Surge. Looking down, he saw Charmander having a small conversation with Clefairy, Oddish, and Zubat, while Butterfree ate while talking to Kitty and Graveler. Dottie, Staryu, and Starmie were nearby talking to each other as well. So where to next? Yellow asked a bit curiously, looking at them. Brock went to answer only to stop as someone was approaching their table. Seeing the way Brock looked, Austin turned only to frown as Paul was looking right at him. Did you win? Paul asked, earning a nod from Austin as he pulled out the Thunder badge to prove it. I guess you're not all talk after all. So I take it the battle is still on? Austin asked, earning a nod from Paul, who turned around to walk off. I'll be outside Diglett Cave tomorrow at 2, Paul told him, not to pause. Don't keep me waiting. That's Paul? Misty asked in surprise, earning a nod from Austin. Yeah, Austin said. Tomorrow would be quite an interesting day. Chapter 92, Chapter number 91. Friends. Austin sat in the computer chair during the evening, looking at the 3 badges he has managed to earn in his time here. 3 months. That's how long he's been here in this world, and yet he could still clearly remember his biggest worry being school before this all happened. Now his biggest worry was who to use against Paul the next day. Pikachu and Scyther were already decided to be in the battle as he spoke to the Mantis Pokémon, and he practically jumped at the chance to fight his old trainer with a dark look in his eyes, making Austin a bit wary, but he felt that Scyther needed this and Pikachu was his strongest Pokémon at the moment, being his starter, so he was a guarantee. Now for the last one. Raticate was a bit injured from Surge and was feeling down from her loss, so he wasn't going to use her. In fact, she was at Professor Oak's in exchange for Scyther to take a small break. Firo, while he will be coming back soon, was behind everyone else in terms of training, so he was out. Bulbasaur was in the same boat as Raticate, so he wasn't going to force the plant Pokémon into this. Austin wasn't going to use Charmander and Krabby for obvious reasons, especially with the last one being new to the team, and considering Paul managed to beat AJ, Austin needed to be at his best. That leaves Butterfree, Clefairy, Pidgeot, and Squirtle. Austin looked at their Pokeballs with Pikachu jumping on the desk curiously. What do you think? Shoo. Pikachu shrugged, not sure. Pidgeot is strong, especially given what she did in Surge's gym, but Butterfree gives more versatility in a fight with his psychic abilities. Austin gave a small smile of his own before replacing it with a frown. If he used Butterfree, he would have 2 bug Pokémon on the team for Paul to use fire and flying against him if he had those. Austin knew that Paul had Grotle, considering that was his starter, unless that changed and AJ mentioned something about him having a Magmar. It was because of Magmar that he was considering Squirtle, knowing that the turtle Pokémon had quite a few tricks up his non-existent sleeves. But he lacked any real battle experience except for training. Then again, he was the leader of the Squirtle Squad, so he had to have been in some good fights. Making up his mind, Austin sent Squirtle out, causing him to yawn his sunglasses off for once, showing his red eyes. Hey Squirtle, sorry to bother you, but I want to know how you felt about a battle tomorrow. TLE. Squirtle immediately snapped his head up in attention at hearing that, an excited gleam in his eyes. Austin chuckled at how Squirtle reacted before looking serious. It's against Scyther's old trainer, and he won't be like anyone we've ever faced, he said to the turtle, making him go quiet, knowing Scyther's story as they talked a bit. I haven't used you to fight except for when we caught Krabby, so if you're not sure, I won't force you. Squirt? Squirtle reached inside of his shell and put his sunglasses on with a determined look on his face. Squirtle, squirt. Austin smiled at getting the gist of it. Thanks, I'll be counting on you. he said with Squirtle giving a fist pump in anticipation for his first trainer battle to show what he has to Austin. With Squirtle now pumped up and ready, Austin looked back at the small notebook of combos he's been writing down for everyone, attempting to think of what type of move to use against Paul. I don't know what Pokemon Paul would use, so there is no use in guess, Austin thought. Besides, I'll do alright with making plans on the fly. Despite that though, Austin was extremely worried as he wasn't sure what to expect, and from what he remembered, Paul was an extremely strong opponent. Standing up, Austin returned Squirtle while Pikachu jumped onto his shoulder before they left the room to find the others. Austin stopped to step to the side when some other trainers passed by him. Exiting the main lobby, Austin smiled when he saw Yellow, Brock, and Misty doing their own thing. Brock looked to be flirting with some of the girls before Zubat intervenes, but he kept at it despite it. Misty was across the room from him looking through a small magazine while eating some food, and Yellow was brushing Clefairy with a smile. Pika. Pikachu jumped off of Austin's shoulders and ran towards Yellow, earning a chuckle from Austin. Pikachu has taken a liking to Yellow. Austin thought, contemplating his choices here. He could either train or go talk with them. After thinking about it, Austin smiled and walked over to Brock, who was now paralyzed because of Zubat biting him, while the girl he was flirting with looked a bit dumbfounded. You alright, Brock? Just twitch me a minute. Brock managed to get out, his foot twitching. Maybe you should stop for the day, Austin suggested, knowing that Brock would bounce back from this in no time. Brock's only answer was a twitch. Zubat, I think you might have overdone it. Austin looked at the bat, who looked a bit nervous, thinking she might have done that too. Both were caught off guard when another girl passed and Brock was suddenly on his feet. Hello there, the sun may be setting but it only magnifies your beauty. Zubat was suddenly on him, making him fall over. Just like the sunset, fleeting. Deciding that he should probably walk away, knowing that Zubat would keep Brock in line, Austin walked over towards Misty to see what she was up to. Come to think of it, I haven't interacted with Misty as much as the others. Austin couldn't help but think while he did so. He'll have to fix that. Hey Misty, what are you reading? Austin asked in a cheerful tone, sitting down while Misty looked up in surprise as she didn't hear him approach. Just a fashion magazine you wouldn't be interested in, Misty commented, turning the page as she looked back at it. What about you, did you figure out what you're going to do with Paul? I made a plan from what I know so far, the rest depends on the Pokemon he uses, Austin answered with a nod before seeing a page in the magazine showing a familiar person. Hey, isn't that Lorelei of the Elite Four? Yeah, and one of the best water-type specialists in the world, Misty said with a smile while looking at her idol. Austin raised a brow. I could have sworn she was an ice-type specialist. She specializes in both, Misty gave a glare, her temper show. She's still one of the strongest. I never said she wasn't, Austin said with a chuckle. It would be cool to battle her someday. Misty gave Austin a look. Ash, she's a member of the Elite Four, you're not that strong. She reminded him. Yeah, I didn't say I was, I said someday. Austin defended himself, but he had a bit of a smile on his face. Besides, don't tell me you don't dream of surpassing her in being a water specialist. Misty looked away, not even answering that, but Austin could see the smile she had at the thought. Shoo. Austin looked over to see Pikachu playing with Clefairy while Yellow seemed to be drawing in her notebook. I'm going to let Butterfree and Pidgeot out so they can fly around before it gets too dark. Austin voiced when he got up. That's a good idea, they love flying around, Misty commented with a smile before looking at her Pokemon as they slept alongside Oddish. Once he let the two flyers out or stretch their wings, Austin approached Yellow to see that she made a pretty decent drawing of Pikachu and Cleffy playing. Hey Ash, Yellow greeted with a friendly wave at hearing him approach. Anything I can do? Just saying hi, Austin sat next to her looking at the drawing. That's pretty neat. Yellow smiled, her cheeks reddening a bit. Thanks, she said, placing the drawing down. I've been practicing quite a bit. It shows, Austin commented, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Shoo. Pikachu hopped into Austin's lap, followed by Clefairy jumping into Yellow's. Yellow just smiled and rubbed Clefairy's head while Austin scratched beneath Pikachu's chin. Both of them were content just being with their Pokemon. You're worried about the battle with Paul, aren't you? Yellow asked after a few moments, surprising Austin. How did you? Pikachu told me, Yellow answered, reminding Austin that she can communicate with Pokemon. He's worried about you. I'm fine, just not sure of how the battle will play out, Austin said, knowing that it could go either way because he didn't know any of Paul's Pokémon and it was the same for Paul himself. You'll do fine, Yellow told him without any doubt. You're a strong trainer. Pika-Pi, Pikachu spoke up, agreeing with Yellow, earning a laugh from Austin. You're right, thanks. He said to both of them. Hey, Ash. Austin looked back at her curiously. Do you think after your match against Paul we can have a small spar? Yellow asked curiously. I want to have Oddish gain a bit more experience. Sure thing, I'll use either Krabby or Charmander, Austin agreed, thinking on it. They still need to battle more as well. Yellow raised a brow, thinking that Austin would most likely use Krabby as he has a habit of using Pokémon with disadvantages in most of his battles. They work out a lot better than one expected, because of that his opponents let their guard down in the process. Chapter 93, Chapter number 92, Field Advantage. The rest of the evening passed by as it normally did for the group, especially when Brock and Misty joined Austin and Yellow at the table. So we have the choice of either heading to Saffron City or Celadon after the battle with Paul, Austin said, looking over the map with the others. Hey Ash, I know you're strong, but can we skip the Saffron Gym for a bit? Brock asked a bit nervously. Is this about Sabrina? Austin asked, earning a nod from Brock. I agree with Brock, I've heard some pretty scary things about Sabrina, Misty said a bit fearfully. Austin's brow raised. This was new. Like what? Yellow asked, beating Austin to the question. Sabrina is a gym leader, right? Brock gave another nod. That's right, and she's a psychic-type trainer, but she is one of the brutal ones, beating Surge by a mile, he said, making Yellow's eyes widen. Not even dark types are safe from her Pokémon. That caught Austin off guard. Hold up, I thought dark types were immune to psychic attacks. They are, but Sabrina found a way around that by having one of her Pokémon using psychic to lift a part of the field and bash it into the dark Pokémon, Misty explained, making Pikachu pale at the thought of battling someone like that. As long as she doesn't turn people into dolls, we're fine, Austin muttered under his breath while giving a now nervous laugh. I wasn't planning on challenging her yet anyways, you just made that resolve stronger, Austin said, not looking forward to when he would have to. Maybe he can save Sabrina for last? Somehow he didn't think he would be able to, knowing his luck. Now Celadon on the other hand has a more manageable gym leader, although Erica is still pretty strong, Austin said, trying to change the conversation. And you have the main advantage as most of your Pokémon can beat grass types, Misty said, making Austin grin. Plus Celadon City has quite a few places we should visit, like the department store. They have some pretty good trainer items we wouldn't be able to get anywhere else, Brock commented, flipping through the book. Along with a salon for Pokémon and a game corner. A salon? That sounds amazing. Misty had a bit of a dreamy look just imagining that. Austin, however, froze at the thought of the game corner. Was that one of Team Rocket's hideouts in this world, or was he worried for nothing? It would probably be a good idea to stay clear of that place for the time being. Instead, he placed a grin on his face. Now I can't wait. Around 1:50 in the afternoon, Austin slowly walked towards Diglett's cave with a determined look on his face, the others trailing behind him. Paul was already waiting there, his eyes closed while he stood with his hands in his pockets until they got closer. You're early, he commented, opening his eyes to see Austin looking serious. So are you. Austin returned, earning a light grunt from Paul. You ready? Let's get this over with, Paul commented, walking to his side of the field. Good luck, Ash, Yellow told him, walking off to the side. Misty followed, but not before giving Ash a few words herself. Make sure to beat him. Austin grinned in response. The only person staying was Brock, who walked to the middle of the field to act as the referee, to avoid this battle from getting out of hand. This will be a 3-on-3 match between Ash and Paul with no time limit, best 2 out of 3 wins. Switching out is an automatic forfeit, Brock shouted across the field, the wind blowing the dust into the air between the two trainers while using the rules that were used in the league matches. You may begin whenever you're ready. Shoo. Pikachu glared at Paul, his cheeks sparking before Austin placed a gentle hand on his head. Don't worry Pikachu, you'll get in this battle, but someone else has some unfinished business with him, Austin said, taking out his first Pokémon. Paul wasted no time. Nidorino, stand by for battle. He called out, sending a 4-legged purple poison-type Pokémon out with venomous spikes on its back, crying as it pawed the ground with a vicious smirk. Scyther, take the field. Austin sent the Mantis Pokémon out, surprising Paul, who recognized the bug Pokémon. Humph, so that's what happened to him, Paul commented while Scyther glared daggers at him. You took that weakling in. Scyther is no weakling and will prove it, Austin told him with Scyther crying over the agreement. We'll see. Paul didn't sound too convinced, but he wasn't going to let his guard down for one moment. Poison sting. Nidorino shot a barrage of purple needles at the Scyther tensed. Dodge with sword dance, Austin ordered as Scyther smirked and began to dance, dodging the needles while his attack was increasing. Paul didn't look too worried as the first attack was to test the type of battler that Austin was. Disable. Nidorino's eyes glowed blue, paralyzing Scyther and preventing him from doing that while Austin was caught off guard. That was an egg move, but how? Oh yeah. His brother Reggie is a breeder. Austin thought while cursing as he forgot about that, and that meant that any number of Paul's Pokémon could know some good egg moves. One sword dance is good, Austin grinned while giving out the next order. Use agility followed by aerial ace. Scyther became a blur of white energy while he shot at the Nidorino before Paul made his next move. Mud slap. Once more Austin was caught off guard when the ground practically exploded with mud that slammed into Scyther, knocking him back. That's impossible, mud slap doesn't look like that. He muttered, not sure what was going on. Do you seriously not know what just happened? Paul asked with a raised brow while Scyther was trying to wipe the mud slap. How did you make it this far? Austin just glared while Paul sighed. There's a reason I challenged you to battle in front of Diglett Cave, the surrounding terrain makes any ground or rock type moves a lot stronger, Paul explained while Austin finally noted how the area seemed to have changed quite a bit since Paul used the mud slap. It's a simple field advantage. Field advantage. Austin thought, his eyes widening when he remembered various times his Pokémon were strong in certain locations. When they were lost, Bulbasaur showed a lot of strength in the forests along with Squirtle and Krabby being stronger on the beach. Plus Pidgeot was able to fight a lot more effectively inside Surge's gym with all the electricity surging around him. Austin could remember some other times when it happened now that he could think about it. AJ's arena made his Rhyhorn, Primeape, and Sandshrew stronger, and didn't Zubat's supersonic seem stronger inside of MT Moon with how it echoed around them? All of those times and he never noticed it. It just shows how much he still has left to learn about Pokémon battling. This isn't a turn-based game, this is real-life battling where the mechanics are much more complicated. Chapter 94, Chapter number 93, One-Sided Domination. Field Advantage. Austin thought, his eyes widening when he remembered various times his Pokémon were strong in certain locations. When they were lost, Bulbasaur showed a lot of strength in the forests along with Squirtle and Krabby being stronger on the beach. Plus Pidgeot was able to fight a lot more effectively inside Surge's gym with all the electricity surging around him. Austin could remember some other times when it happened now that he could think about it. AJ's arena made his Rhyhorn, Primeape, and Sandshrew stronger, and didn't Zubat's supersonic seem stronger inside of MT Moon with how it echoed around them? All of those times and he never noticed it. It just shows how much he still has left to learn. Paul's voice brought Austin back to the battle at hand. Head smash. Eyes widening at the rock move, Austin quickly refocused on the battle, knowing that he was at a severe advantage here. Use aerial ace to get away. Energy surrounded Nidorino as it ran full speed towards the Scyther, who used his ears to hear where the Nidorino was and to avoid him by using aerial ace to zip past the purple Pokémon. Paul didn't look too bothered when he gave his next order. Toxic spikes. Nidorino cried when purple energy shot from the spikes on his back, landing on the field. "Aw man, I hate this move," Austin said, clearly remembering when that was used against Ash. "That's not good, now any of Ash's Pokémon will be poisoned when he has to switch," Brock said with a grim look at seeing the different fighting styles between both trainers. Not only that, but from what Paul's saying, he might only be using Pokémon that can use ground or rock moves in this battle, putting Ash in a bad spot. He's practically leading Ash on in this fight. Misty agreed to sound worried for Ash's team. "Ash can turn this around," Yellow said, knowing that Austin always managed to get out of tight spots before. "He can, but he'll have to think outside of the box here." Brock agreed. "I think I have your strategy figured out. You try and power up your Pokémon before going in for a hit and run technique." Paul looked at Austin, who was going over all of Scyther's current moves in his head. Not a bad strategy for a rookie, but still easy to beat. "Razor Wind," Austin whispered so Paul wouldn't hear, but Scyther picked it up and began to charge the attack. Paul however caught onto that from how still Scyther was being. Thunderbolt. Electricity surged from Nidorino right at Scyther, who shot the Razor Wind, but the electric attack went right through it, blasting Scyther until he was on the ground struggling to remain conscious. Still as pathetic as I remember. Scyther could only narrow his eyes before he collapsed. Scyther is unable to battle, Brock called out at seeing that. The first round goes to Paul and his Nidorino. Austin sighed and returned Scyther. You did great Scyther, I should have been able to think about the field along with your attacks. He said putting the ball up before taking Squirtle's Pokeball out, seeing that Paul just returned the Nidorino. Not even going to congratulate him. Why would I do that when all he did was beat that weakling of a Pokemon? Paul asked, earning a glare from Austin before he sent out his next Pokemon. Magmar, stand by for battle. Squirtle, your time to shine. Austin sent out the tiny shell Pokemon right as Magmar appeared on the field, roaring a flame design on its midsection separating into two colors with red scale-like arms and a yellow tail. Squirt! Squirtle landed on the field, ready to fight only to grimace as purple energy surged through him. Paul kept quiet with his arms crossed while both Pokemon had a stare-off, although he did raise a questionable brow at the sunglasses Squirtle seemed to be wearing. Just like when he fought Ash, he's waiting for me to make the first move. Austin realized. He has some tricks up his sleeves. Deciding to go on the defensive, Austin got ready. Use withdraw. Squirtle gave a nod and retreated into his shell, which was now glowing, to raise his defense. Sunny day, Paul ordered, with Magmar rearing his head to shoot into the sky, the clear daylight turning harsh. It was only seconds before sweat began to drip down Austin's face from the heat of the day along with the heat that the Magmar was portraying, now knowing he was really at a disadvantage. He should look into teaching Squirtle rain dance. Squirtle eventually came out of his shell, looking annoyed by the heat, right as Paul gave an order for Mach Punch, the Magmar shooting at him with heightened speed. Austin barely gave the order in time. Protect! A dome of energy surrounded Squirtle that Magmar slammed into, barely being pushed back for the counterattack. Aura Sphere. That caught Paul off guard when a sphere of bluish energy formed in Squirtle's hand before it slammed into Magmar, sending him back. Quick follow-up with Water Gun. TLE. Squirtle shot a jet of water, although it looked weakened due to the sun. Magmar easily dodged it, firing a smokescreen to cover his movements, leaving Squirtle wary in the smoke cloud, wincing as purple energy surged through him again. Thunder Punch. Squirtle barely had any warning when Magmar shot through the smoke, slamming an electric fist into his soft stomach, and sending Squirtle flying back across the field. Squirtle shakily pushed himself up, breathing heavily while Magmar looked just fine. This is nuts. Austin thought in a bit of a panic. This wasn't a battle, it was a curb stomp. Ash focus, Brock called, bringing Austin back to reality right when Magmar was doing a body slam. Chapter 95, Chapter number 94, Fire vs Water. Ash focus. Brock called, bringing Austin back to reality right when Magmar was doing a body slam. Eyes widening, Austin took a chance. Mud sport on the whole field. It was a gamble as Squirtle has yet to master the move, but the tiny turtle listened, first by using Water Gun to launch himself into the air right as Magmar landed where he was, the fire Pokemon barely looking up when Squirtle managed to fire a glob of wet mud at the ground, causing it to go everywhere, landing on Magmar making him stumble, blinded. Normally it would just cancel out the electric attacks, but Austin figured with the field it would turn into an actual attack. Now that Magmar was stunned, Austin got on the offensive. Aura Sphere. He wasn't risking Water Gun to wash off the mud, especially when it was hardening due to the heat Magmar was portraying. Get it off of you! Paul snapped, looking annoyed by this before Aura Sphere slammed into Magmar, knocking him off of his feet. Squirtle landed on his feet with a smirk, grimacing again when the poison surged through him and got to one knee. I have to take care of that poison, but there's no point in that if Squirtle gets knocked out. Austin reminded himself. Wait. A plan forming in his mind, Austin got ready. Squirtle use Ice Beam on the whole field. Forcing himself up, Squirtle listened, gathering as much energy as he could before firing the blue beams that slammed into the field, making an eruption of ice, the mud freezing. Even Magmar froze for a second before the flames melted him out, the mud knocked off. That's good thinking, Brock said, seeing what Austin was doing. If Squirtle can keep moving past the poison, he can turn this around. I don't ret it, what did he do? Yellow asked, sneezing a bit from the cold, feeling a bit sleepy. He changed the whole field, Misty said, looking surprised that Squirtle managed to pull off the ice beam already. Now Paul can't use that against him. Not only that, but the ice prevents the toxic spikes from reaching him, so when the final battle comes, his Pokemon won't be poisoned, Brock explained, but he still looked wary. He also weakened Magmar as the cold temperature makes it harder for Magmar to remain active and his fire attacks aren't as strong. So it's now a fight to see who will stay awake the longest. Yellow asked as Squirtle was weakened by the poison a lot more than Magmar being slowed by the ice. Exactly. This battle is already over, Paul commented from how weak Squirtle looked while Magmar was beginning to pant from the cold. You should just stop before you embarrass yourself. Although Paul had to give some props for him changing the field, perhaps if he did that in the beginning this would have gone differently. TLE. Squirtle clenched his fist while glaring, tension felt around the field. Squirtle squirt. Thanks for the advice, but as long as we have a chance we won't give up, Austin told him, his heart pounding from this battle. We'll fight to the end. Paul frowned, for a moment being reminded of his older brother. Very well. He said, giving out his next order. Lava Plume. Knowing that would destroy his advantage, Austin reacted. Water Gun. Squirtle quickly fired the water attack, one that seemed stronger with the ice making it colder. The shock interrupted Magmar's attack as he stepped back a lot slower from the cold attack. The poison coursed through Squirtle again, making him fall to his knees. Just one more time and he's done, Paul commented with Austin gritting his teeth before his eyes widened at seeing Squirtle's tail giving a soft glow. Don't you know not to corner someone who's injured? Austin asked, making Paul's eyes narrow before they widened in realization. Water Gun. TLE. Squirtle forced himself up with Torrent activating as Water Gun erupted from him, slamming into the Magmar, sending him through 3 iced rocks where he skidded across the ice. This time the Magmar stayed down. Magmar is unable to battle, Brock reacted with how Austin managed to pull through. The second round goes to Ash and Squirtle. Alright Squirtle, Austin cheered with Squirtle raising a fist in celebration right when the poison surged through him one last time, forcing him to collapse, right as Austin ran out and picked him up, nearly slipping on the ice. You were amazing out there. Squirt? Squirtle had a smile, happy that he proved to his new trainer that he was strong before he fell unconscious. Seeing that, Austin returned Squirtle while Paul returned his Magmar. You had him and he stole the win, talk about pathetic, Paul said to his Magmar, making Austin frown. It's time we finish this. Anger bubbled up inside of Austin before his eyes gave the soft red glow. I couldn't agree more, Paul, Austin said with a frown. Paul gave him a look as he thought that his opponent's eyes glowed red for a bit. Maybe he saw something, no doubt seeing something was different, but he didn't care. Grotle, stand by for battle. Pikachu, I choose you, Austin said with Pikachu hopping off of his shoulder, landing on the ice field with Grotle appearing, glaring at the mouse despite the small, rare shivers showing the advantage they had. The tension was thick between the two as they stared each other down, Paul and Austin for wanting to end this. Chapter 96, Chapter number 95 on another level. Quick attack, Austin ordered with Pikachu moving in a blur across the ice, around the Grotle who turned his head from side to side right when Pikachu slammed into him before retreating. Paul looked a bit surprised by the change of tactics with starting offensive rather than defensive, but he quickly shook it off and changed tactics himself. Curse. Grotle began to glow red as he lost his speed, but his attack and defense were rising, something that Austin noticed. Use Thunderbolt. Shoo. Pikachu gathered the needed electricity before firing it at Grotle, the energy sending him back a bit. Austin gave a grin. Just because Curse raised the defense, doesn't mean it raised the special defense. Paul frowned, seeing how strong this Pikachu was from that electric attack doing damage to Grotle, and got on the offensive. Leaf Storm. He ordered with Grotle giving a cry, the leaves surging off of him as they fired at Pikachu who crouched and got ready. Counter Shield. Pikachu jumped, landing on his back to spin around with electricity surging off of him, the ice making him go a bit faster as the counter shield blocked the leaf storm. Paul quickly switched tactics by ordering a sand tomb that Austin dodged with agility. Pikachu slid across the ice, delivering an uppercut of an iron tail, making Grotle stumble back, but it left him open to a razor leaf, the attack cutting into his fur and sending him flying into an iced rock. Pikachu use Electro Ball. He ordered, considering how Pikachu outclassed Grotle in terms of speed. As Pikachu launched into the air, Paul reacted. Leech Seed, follow with Seed Bomb. Pikachu barely reacted when the first one hit him, the vines wrapped around him while he charged the Electro Ball, but he fired it at the same time as the Seed Bomb, creating an explosion that destroyed some of the ice. Man, we're destroying the environment here, Austin commented with a bead of sweat on the back of his head while Pikachu cringed when energy was sapped from him, looking dirty from the explosion while Grotle looked to be glowing. Oh crap, he's using synthesis. Seeing as how Grotle was at full health now, Paul smirked with Pikachu panting, but he kept his guard up. Overconfidence was how Magmar lost, and he wasn't going to lose this time. We need a plan. Just as the thought formed, Austin's eyes widened at a sudden inspiration. Iron Tail on the ground. Paul tensed, not knowing what to expect when Pikachu cried, slamming the steel move into the ground to bring a couple of baseball-sized ice shards into the air. Now launch them with Thunderbolt. Chew! Pikachu shot at the shards, charging them with electricity to fire at Grotle, making an improvised electric-charged ice shard. Grotle cried out when they slammed into him, sending him rolling, but he got back up, his defensive capabilities keeping him in the fight. We really should write that one down, Austin said, liking the move. Alright, now finish this with Thunderbolt. Pi. Pikachu was charging when Paul smirked and gave his order. Earth Power. Pikachu, get out of there. Austin called out when Pikachu finished charging right as the energy composed of the earth erupted from around Grotle, heading straight for Pikachu. Shoo! Pikachu knew he wouldn't be able to move in time, so he opted to fire the Thunderbolt into the ice, throwing up some of them as a shield to block out the earth power as it slammed into the ice, shattering it and slamming into the mouse. Pika! Sliding across the ice, Pikachu struggled to push himself up. The only reason he was conscious was that the ice weakened the earth power when it slammed into it. As the two glared at each other, Pikachu tensed when he felt the leech seed drain the last of his energy, forcing him to fall over. No, Austin said in surprise before he ran across the ice right as Brock called the match. Pikachu. Pikachu was unable to battle, Brock said, looking worried. The match goes to Paul. Paul didn't say anything when he returned Grotle and turned to walk away. But he stopped and looked back to see Austin lifting Pikachu while his friends ran towards them. The resemblance to Reggie was just uncanny. That's why he lost. Paul thought harshly, turning to leave, not even saying anything else to Austin as he was just bringing back the memories of Reggie losing. He's way too soft. Austin didn't say anything to Paul's retreating figure while Pikachu slowly opened his eyes. Shoo! He said, annoyed at himself for losing that fight. Hey, it's alright, you were great, Austin said to Pikachu, knowing that he was amazing out there. Let me see Pikachu, Yellow said with Austin giving a nod, knowing what she was doing. Although he was still a little against the idea of using her power to heal Pikachu, not that he hated it, but he didn't want to just have that as the go-to thing to do. While Yellow did that, Brock spoke. You did pretty well in that battle, but Paul is on a whole other level. Austin finished already, knowing what he was going to say. While it was true he gave Paul quite the battle after the first round, Paul was a lot stronger because he was able to beat AJ with no sweat while Austin lost that battle. Scyther didn't have any advantages to beat the Nidorino, something he would have to work on, and Squirtle, despite winning only one because of the unusual strategies and type advantage that he deployed because he was still new to the team. Pikachu managed to do quite a bit of damage to Paul's starter, but it was because of that synthesis and leech seed that Pikachu was drained. Not only that, but there was also the field advantage taking him by complete surprise. I should have seen that coming. Austin thought, clenching his fists. You'll beat him next time, Misty spoke up, seeing how Austin was keeping quiet. Everyone loses at times, remember? Why yet? Austin gave a nod, thinking back on that. So what if he lost now? He'll use that loss to get stronger. Plus now he knew about the field advantages and can implement them in his fighting style. Next time we meet you're going down, Paul, Austin promised before Pikachu, who was healed by Yellow, jumped onto his shoulder. Pi Pikachu. Pikachu agreed to look determined. Unknown to the group, a trio in the shadows saw the whole battle and grinned. The twerp has gotten stronger, the female of the group, revealing herself to be Jessie, said. Think we should give him one of the tickets? Why, of course, Jessie, after all, we do owe him, James said, holding a rose. Meowth, and when they are all there we will steal his Pokémon right from under their noses. Meowth gave a grin. After all, they're not the only ones who got stronger. Across the city, a familiar figure entered with a stretch. And here I come. Leaf Green cheered with Jigglypuff running in front of her. The thought of all the suckers to rip off just brought a smile to her face as she ran by a red car where Gary was leaning against it looking through his Pokédex. He overheard her and gave them a thoughtful grin. The SS. Anne was said to have some pretty strong trainers with rare Pokémon, so it would be the perfect place to train his team, especially if he was going to stay ahead of Ashy Boy. Closing the Pokédex, he went to make a call to his grandfather to see if he could find a way to get on the ship. Chapter 97, Chapter number 96 Armored Pokémon. Barring any records of the time before, the regions of Kanto and Johto have always been like two independent provinces that shared a lot of traditions and history together. Johto and Kanto were known to be together in strength and spirit, a vision promoted by the fact that both regions were governed by the same committee, though under the jurisdiction of two independent organizations, the Indigo League of Kanto and the Johto League of Johto. The conferences were responsible for the regulation of Pokémon training, battling, conservation and development. Each conference had a defensive wing, known as the Elite Four, a group of 4 talented individuals, who were master of a particular Pokémon type, both in breeding, training, and battle. When it came to a matter of regional security, the word of an Elite Four member was law, and only superseded by the inter-regional head of defense, also known as the champion. Every year, the Indigo Conference held an international event, known as the Indigo Conference, a grand-scale tournament that allowed participating trainers from all parts of the world to come and participate, the sole requirement being that they would have to win 8 badges from the various gyms spread throughout the Kanto region, usually 1 in each city. Once in the tournament, a trainer would have to battle other participants, and so on. Through the process of elimination, a single winner would be chosen. After the completion of the tournament proceedings, the winner is given an offer on behalf of the Indigo League, the chance to join its ranks as an ace trainer. After his joining, the winner would go through extensive private training with the Elite Four, the entire time limited to a single year at maximum, after which, he would join the ranks as a full-fledged ace trainer, a job with good social stature, solid money, and perks. Ace trainers were, in effect, the second layer of defense against malicious forces, the first layer divided into 2 divisions: the police force, responsible for cutting down human-related crime, and the Pokémon Ranger Squad, responsible for preventing Pokémon-related crime, though the 2 divisions are known to work together on numerous occasions. Should the matter be beyond either of the divisions, only then are the Ace Squad called in for duty. However, should the matter in question involve supernatural activity connected to legendary Pokémon, or cataclysmic events engineered by malicious organizations, then the big guns come out to play, namely the Elite Four. Currently, the positions are held by the Fighting-type Master Bruno, the Ice-type Master Lorelei, and the Ghost-type Master Agatha. These 3 behemoths, with the occasional presence of the current champion Dragon-type Master Lanswataru, are responsible for maintaining peace over the lands of Kanto. Indigo Plateau. Offices of the Kanto Elite Four. Lance, exactly how difficult is it to understand the point I'm trying to make? Lanswataru was annoyed. The Dragon Master from the legendary Wataru clan had single-handedly maintained peace over the regions of Kanto and Johto for the last 9 years. However, ever since the Kanto-Hone cooperation program had come into effect, things had gotten a little worse around there. To improve and maintain relations, he had invited the former champion of Hone, Stephen Stone, to take up the post of his deputy, and make sure that the Johto region didn't suffer from any negligence, since it seemed like Kanto would be occupying his time for quite some time now. Stephen, who had been champion for 5 years before losing it to the new champion Wallace, had greatly appreciated the thought and taken up the offer. In hindsight, it was also a perfect move for positive media coverage and had gone a good way in the mutual relationship between the regions. It was almost worth the headache the same Stephen Stone was giving him right now. He stood up from his chair, glaring at the widescreen opposite him, his usual mode of communication with the former Hone champion, as he tried to keep his irritation in check. "Tell me, Stephen," he began slowly, "outside of these premonitions that Sabrina has been getting, what exactly are your reasons to cancel the biggest event of the decade? The unexplained draconic activity over the cerulean is classified and too localized to be of any importance." Lance cut him out. "Stephen, I know that you, and your family, are downright religious with metagross and psychic premonitions, but trust me, this is beyond reason. You, on the mere word of a single girl, want me to completely shatter everything I've been working on." "We have been working on it," Stephen corrected angrily. "And just so you know, this girl you are referring to is the youngest ace trainer of Kanto, and perhaps the most powerful psychic ever born in the world. For once, Lance, get your head out of this fucking promotion event and look at the..." "Don't call it a promotion event," Lance barked. "The SS. Anne Cruz is a symbol of hope that will finally seal the barely functioning cooperation between Hone and Kanto." "For which you've done a lot," Stephen agreed. "I don't disagree with that, but is it worth it, Lance? With all that's happening all around?" "What, may I ask, is happening all around?" Steven took a deep breath. Drake mentioned that things were unruly in the air. Lance opened his mouth, then shut it. The sudden rise of this Team Rocket, Steven sneered, the sudden hyperactivity of psychic Pokémon, Sabrina's premonitions, and the rumors about Entei's outrage. Need I go on? Lance took a deep breath. Steven, I understand your point, but if it is Devoncorp that's troubling you, then you know that I need to make a single call, and it will be done. Steven offered. As if I didn't consider that already. Lance thought bitterly. You have made your point, Steven. Now consider mine. The S.'s event has been broadcasted to every city and shore in the Kanto region for the last 2 months. Vermilion City is swarming with trainers, rushing in for the ticket, all in anticipation of the greatest event of the decade. People from Sinnoh, including the champion, have boarded the ship as it heads for Kanto in 4 days, and you want me to cancel the entire thing. But Lance, hundreds of trainers, and dozens of VVIP, all on that single ship, alone in the sea, without any fortifications. Don't you think we are painting the bullseye? Lance considered his words. I admit it might seem like that from a perspective, but what could defeat 2 champions, a team of Elite 4, and hundreds of competent trainers? He paused. Or are you trying to tell me that the champions and the Ace Squad are so incapable that we won't stand a chance against these Rockets? Not against the Rockets, I'm not saying that. Then the armored Pokémon. That shut Lance up. There had been potential rumors about a certain armored humanoid Pokémon spotted in several regions of Kanto and Johto, although there had been no digital footage of the events under question. It had been responsible for the deaths of a herd of toros in 5 Isle Meadow, where 341 toros had been strangled to death. The forensics had disclosed it to be the work of a single, large-scale psychic attack, followed by a single, large-scale crunch, the latter aimed exactly at the first 3 vertebrae, tearing the spinal cords with the precision of an alakazam. It had bamboozled everyone since there weren't any psychic/dark-type Pokémon known to any league. Lance had personally called for favors and inquired about the existence of such a Pokémon. There were none. And even so, it still wouldn't explain how said Pokémon was able to perform both a psychic type and a dark type attack at the same time, and that too, over such an extensive population, with 100% precision. Lance knew for a fact that none of the known legendaries were involved, since the League's Absol team was pretty good at determining the epicenter of an oncoming legendary interaction. Chapter 98, Chapter number 97 Preparation. Lance stayed busy in his thoughts, his palm firmly holding the edge of the table. Lance. Yes. Lance looked up, his expression disturbed by the thought of such a disturbing notion. What are we going to do, if, hypothetically, this armored Pokémon exists, and decides to attack SS? And how are we to know that this Team Rocket is not behind all of this? Lance fell back to his chair. Then I suppose, we need to take protective measures about it. You and the Sinnoh champion will be present on the ship, with Agatha and Sabrina. Sabrina has straightaway refused to get close to the vessel, as she calls it. Right. Lance drew. Very well, I'll send Agatha and Lorelei perhaps, to be on board. I, along with a team of aces, will patrol the surroundings, keeping our distance from the ship. The champion of Kanto and Johto wouldn't be there for the largest promotion event of the decade. Steven asked, surprised. As I said, Lance stressed, this event is something we cannot afford to cancel. If I'm playing on the safety of several hundred of my region's population, I need to get the job done without any problems. But Lance. No more hitches, please. Lance raised a hand. I'll call Bruno and Sabrina, to take care of Kanto while this SS's event is on board. Very well. Austin lay on his bed, looking at the ceiling with a frown. He was by himself as the others were in the main lobby of the Pokémon Center. Even Pikachu was with them as he wanted to be alone. It's been a day since he lost to Paul, and he couldn't help but think about how that battle went from start to finish. There was no way around it, he was completely outmatched. Yes, Squirtle did win and Pikachu did a lot of damage, but his strategies were child play compared to the field advantages, something that Paul knew pretty well. All of my training and all of my preparation, and I couldn't even beat Paul. He's not even as strong as he was in Ash's timeline yet, Austin said to himself. Austin gave a sigh and looked around the room that was practically clean as they were planning on leaving Vermilion to begin the journey to Celadon that day. Austin saw that it was 9 in the morning. He knew that Brock left the room around 8 due to being up but pretending to be asleep. I should probably head out before the others get too worried, Austin said, standing up. And to get Firo back. Austin smiles a bit more widely. It would be great to have Firo back again. Straightening the cap, Austin stopped at seeing himself in the mirror, still dressed as Ash. I should get some new clothes when I am in Celadon, Austin said, due to wanting to have his style. Plus he missed wearing a hoodie. Pulling the backpack on and leaving the room, but not before grabbing a small notebook from the desk. After the battle, Austin wrote down everything he knew about field effects from the battle to his past experiences now that he thought about it. It wasn't that much, but it was better than nothing. On entering the main lobby of the Pokémon Center, Austin saw the others waiting for him, Brock looking over a map while Misty was petting Pikachu and Yellow looked to be sleeping. Pika. Pikachu saw Austin first and ran over to him, immediately getting to his spot on his shoulder. Morning to you, Pikachu, Austin said with a grin scratching under his chin. Are you feeling alright, Ash? Brock asked, folding the map up curiously while Austin gave a nod. I am. Not only do we continue down the road, but I'm getting Firo back today, Austin said with a grin, excited about that. That's today? Misty asked in surprise, forgetting about that before asking another question. Who are you going to exchange for him? I'm thinking about giving Squirtle a small break. For now, I can always call him back for training later, Austin said with a grin. So a few moments later, Austin was on the video phone talking to Professor Oak with Pikachu still on his shoulder. Don't have him strain himself too much or his wing will start to aggravate him, Professor Oak warned when they did the switch. Firo is behind your other Pokémon in terms of strength. Got it, Professor Oak, Austin said with a smile, holding Firo's Pokeball once more. I don't plan on having him battle anytime soon until he's cleared. Pikachu gave a nod, intent on helping with that matter. Professor Oak gave a nod, smiling at Austin. Oh, and congrats on beating Surge. I saw the battle itself, you showed a lot of good tactics in that one. Is Pikachu going into the wall and Bulbasaur eating his energy ball? Brilliant. Austin rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Thanks, but I still have a lot to learn. Shoo. Pikachu smiled at hearing the praise from Professor Oak. Nice to see these wins haven't gotten to your head. Professor Oak said with a chuckle. So how are Krabby, Raticate, and Bulbasaur doing? Austin asked to check in on his other 3 Pokémon. Pika-Pie. Pikachu looked just as curious. They're doing fine. In fact, Bulbasaur has been sparring with Krabby to help him become a fighter, and when they aren't, Krabby has been helping me with some of my errands, Professor Oak said with a smile. Bulbasaur has also been helping with keeping the peace between the other Pokémon on the ranch. That's great, Austin said at hearing that. Just like last time. Raticate, however, has been getting restless. I think you should take her with you for the moment. Professor Oak said, surprising Austin before he gave a nod. All right, let me figure out who to send first, Austin said, looking through who he had. He wasn't going to send Pikachu, Firo, or Charmander, the latter because the fire type was still so fragile and he wanted to help Charmander with that. Plus he just got Firo back, so he wasn't going to send him back. But that left the choice between Butterfree, Clefairy, Pidgeot, and Scyther. Just thinking about Butterfree made Austin hesitant, as it was getting closer to the mating season that he left in the series and he wasn't sure if he would be strong enough to allow that because Butterfree has grown on him. Deciding to try and make the last few moments with Butterfree matter, Austin chose not to send him back and thought between Clefairy, Pidgeot, and Scyther. Clefairy was extremely close to Yellow and he didn't want to make his friend cry, so that was a no-go. Scyther has been pretty down the last day after the battle with Paul, so Austin could send him back for some R&R, but he could also use the time to train him. But Pidgeot was already sent back when he caught Bulbasaur and recently joined back up with him, so it would be cruel to send her back. Give me a moment, Prof, Austin said, standing up and holding Scyther's Pokeball while Pikachu leaped off his shoulder. Professor Oak raised a brow before looking at Pikachu. So how are you doing? He asked, despite knowing he wouldn't understand Pikachu. Seeing Pikachu smile and give cry made Professor Oak chuckle, happy to see how close Pikachu and Ash were, considering how Pikachu hated him on the day they left. While that was happening, Austin sent Scyther out, who looked down. Hey, I'm going to send you to the ranch for some rest, he said, and to his sadness, he saw Scyther's head hang a bit lower at hearing that. There, Scyther muttered, looking away, thinking that with how badly he failed his trainer he was just going to be left there. Hey, Austin placed a gentle hand on Scyther's shoulder. This isn't a punishment for that battle, you've never been to the ranch and you won't be alone because Bulbasaur, Squirtle and Krabby are there too. I promise to call you back as soon as possible for some training because I'll be using you in the next gym battle. That caught Scyther's attention as he looked at Austin intently for any signs of him lying. You stuck with us because you're a part of the family, Austin said, hoping that Scyther would believe him. And someday we'll have a rematch against Paul and we'll beat him. After a second, Scyther gave a nod, happy to hear that. Giving a smile, Austin returned him and got back to Professor Oak. All right, I'll be sending Scyther in exchange for Raticate. He said with Professor Oak giving a nod, accepting that. I have her Pokeball ready for the exchange. Professor Oak said with Austin placed Scyther's Pokeball on the transfer machine and a second later the exchange was made. Picking up Raticate's Pokeball, Austin thanked the professor and ended the feed with the man wishing Austin luck on his next gym challenge. Once outside, Austin held Firo's Pokeball after letting everyone else out. But he didn't release the flyer yet due to how he didn't know how Firo would act. While it was true that he defended Austin, the trainer didn't know if it was a one-time thing or if Firo truly does care what happens now. Something wrong, Ash? Yellow asked, seeing his hesitation while she, Brock, and Misty were waiting so they could get on the road. Just a little nervous, it's the first time I'll be seeing Firo since the incident with Damian, Austin said with Charmander nearby looking away at hearing his former trainer's name. So I want to believe that Firo is giving me another chance, but I don't know. Only one way to find out. Misty reminded him, and with a deep breath, Austin gave a nod and threw Firo's Pokeball into the air. Chapter 99, Chapter number 98, Standoff. A flash of light later and Firo cried, announcing his presence. Hey, Firo, Austin said to the first Pokémon he caught as Firo brought his wings against his body and looked down at him. Welcome back. Firo just kept his piercing gaze on him before abruptly turning away with his eyes closed. Pie. Pikachu looked surprised while Austin's face fell at seeing this. A second later, Firo opened one eye and smirked before gently knocking his head against Austin, surprising him. Immediately, Austin's face lit up as he hugged Firo while Pikachu smiled at him. That's a relief, Brock said as he and the others were fooled by Firo's attitude before that. While Pikachu and Austin were talking animatedly with Firo, Raticate, Butterfree, Clefairy, and Pidgeot were a bit hesitant due to remembering how prideful Firo was in having been with him since the beginning. But Charmander slowly approached Firo and began to talk. Austin gave a gulp when they were passing by the harbor, but everyone stopped after seeing the SS. And remembering what happened in the original timeline, Austin decided to skip this event. Wow, Yellow said, seeing the giant cruise ship in awe. I've heard of them but I've never seen one in real life. It is amazing, isn't it? Misty asked with a grin. If I had one of those I would have an easier time traveling to become a water Pokémon master. Then why did you try to catch Yellow's Oddish? Austin asked, earning a glare. I can have a Pokémon that's not a water type on the team, Misty said, giving him a look while he laughed. I know, I'm just teasing, Austin said, rubbing his nose with a grin. But Misty is right, you would be able to meet all kinds of Pokémon on this ship, Brock said, hearing about the parties on the SS. And it's a ship full of trainers just eager to battle. Not only that, but I would be able to sunbathe on the ship deck to relax. Misty clasped her hands together, a look of enjoyment on her face. And then see the sunset reflect off the water. Yellow smiled at the thought. I would like to meet all the Pokémon on there, she said, thinking about it. Misty agreed with her. A relaxing sea cruise would be amazing. Brock, however, decided to be the realist. We don't have that kind of money, he pointed out, making Misty's face fall. Yellow looked disappointed as well as everything she heard made her want to go on. Eventually, they walked off dejectedly while Austin followed them with his hands behind his head. Reality is harsh, he paused for a second. Depends on the reality. Pops of fireworks surprised the group while Austin paled in dread at seeing two people. They looked nothing like Jesse and James. Austin knew it was them, but their disguise was much better than the one shown in the anime, which makes sense really because on the show it was easy to see through them to have the viewers tell who it was, but here it was nearly impossible to show how everyone failed to see through it. Congratulations, you people are super lucky, Jesse and James said while Austin felt his brow twitch as he had to remind himself that one of these girls was James cross-dressing and he wasn't sure how to feel about that. Or at least you will feel that way. Hey! Everyone asked while Austin kept his guard up. Pikachu sniffed the air as there was something familiar about the scent of those two girls, but he couldn't for the life of him a place where he would have seen them before. Jessie spoke up. "We have reservations for, like, this party," she said with James saying super right after. "Isn't it neat?" "What is?" Yellow asked curiously while Jessie held out 4 tickets. "These are tickets to the SS. And we had reservations with our boyfriends, but they, like, had to cancel last minute." Jessie muttered under her breath as if annoyed. "Typical guys," Misty said with a huff. Misty, you have 2 guys right here." Austin deadpanned with Brock now hanging his head in shame. "And we couldn't help but overhear you 4 not having tickets, and we thought, like, why not give them to you instead?" Jessie said, holding the tickets out. "You're bound to have more fun than us. Is it okay?" Yellow asked with Jessie giving the tickets to her. "Like of course," Jessie said with a wink. "Super," James said in a girly tone that was a bit overdoing it. "Hold up, what's the catch?" Austin wanted to avoid going on that ship while Jessie and James momentarily froze, not thinking he would question it. "People just don't give out tickets like that. Misty pulled on the back of his vest, making him yelp. "Ash, we have a chance to go on a cruise," she hissed in his ear. "Don't screw this up." "And I find this a bit too convenient," Austin hissed back. "You can't tell me this doesn't bother you even a little bit." "Shoo." Pikachu gave a nod at that. "Ash does have a point, Misty," Brock said, agreeing with him as he looked at the tickets. "There has to be a catch." Misty frowned a bit, getting that, but this was a cruise on the SS. And, for most people it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Before she grinned slyly. "So you're opposed to going on a ship full of trainers to battle and beautiful girls to talk to?" To her surprise, however, Austin frowned. A little. Brock, however, was reeled in at the beautiful girls part. "Ash, Misty is right, this is quite the opportunity. Think with your real head." Austin hissed at him in disbelief that he fell for that. "What about you, Yellow, don't you want to go?" Misty asked, looking at the blonde-haired girl who fidgeted a bit with the tickets. "I've never been on a cruise before," Yellow muttered with Misty giving a nod. "Are you going to deny something like that, Ash?" Misty asked with Austin's brow twitching. "I can't get out of this, can I?" he thought. "I know the events that are going to happen, but at this point, I don't have a damn clue if the events are going to be different or not." Austin finally groaned. "Fine, but if something happens I have the right to say I told you so. He said with Misty throwing a fist in the air in celebration. "Don't worry, you'll have fun," Jessie said, feeling relieved that they took the bait. "Be sure to party hard." With that, she and James left, with the latter giving out one last super while doing so. Moments later the group was on the ship with hundreds of trainers walking around. Chapter 100, Chapter number 99, Power Plant. Commerce City. Midnight. The lights gleamed brightly in the central tower, as the entire plant functioned, its giant turbines running, roaring like some apocryphal creature, generating vast amounts of power, one that had always been the lifeline of Commerce City, and by extension, the main fuel for all 16 cities in the vicinity, all the way to Cinnabar Island. Usually, the offices would be deserted by 7 in the evening, with the last of the workers emptying the place by 10. Tonight, however, the lights in the office of the manager glowed brightly, despite it being almost 10 at the night, the sign outside his chamber displaying busy, as he served as an audience for one of the most intimidating people in Kanto. "As you can understand, Mr. Levinsky, my partner, and I are in dire need of this solution, and we sincerely hope to go ahead with this acquisition without unnecessary trouble." The man, known to all as the business tycoon of Kanto, sat back, his head casually inclined towards the other man in the room, seated beside him. Strangely, he had a large hood covering most of his face, except for a heavily chiseled greyish chin, devoid of any facial hair. The stranger had been sitting silently on the chair for the entire duration, giving Levinsky the impression of either being too frail or someone who didn't make a single movement without need. Levinsky didn't know which was more incongruous. Mr. Giovani, the manager, a blonde-haired man of 46, answered, keeping a sideward glance at the other man's oddly silent associate, "I understand that someone of your stature wouldn't just do things on a mere whim, but the power plant is the only source for the nearby regions. With all the power directed towards..." His eyes flickered towards the equipment placed a dozen feet away. "The equipment would cause a lot of trouble, even if it is merely for a day. I seem to remember that power might be cut off from time to time, to conduct turbine maintenance, Mr. Levinsky. Believe me, I was once a gym leader and thus, I can go through all the stipulations myself. Then surely as a former gym leader, you understand that cutting off the power would cause a lot of distress amongst the Pokémon centers and hospitals. Should the League consider it, they might as well send someone for verification. I'd lose my job in an instant should that happen. The manager returned, feeling rather uncomfortable about agreeing to the meeting in the first place. Giovani let out a sigh. I urge you to think of it as an acceptable risk in a business venture of sorts. My equipment will go a long way in making my venture successful. I assure you, the benefits you'd gain from this would greatly outweigh the acceptable risk. What sort of venture requires you to, forgive me for being blunt, eat away enough power to fuel 17 cities for a day? He paused, looking at the equipment with distaste, and for the life of me, I cannot figure out how that tiny thing can keep its parts together after consuming that much power. Giovani chortled. I'm sorry. There seems to be a misunderstanding. That thing wouldn't consume the power. It is built more along the lines of, acting like a conduit to transfer all that power. A conduit to transfer that much electrical power? Into what? The manager couldn't help but think. Even so, I honestly cannot agree with your request. Please forgive me. Giovani snorted again. And here I was thinking that we would be able to come to a peaceful conclusion. He stood up, brushing off imaginary dust from his impeccable suit. Very well, I'll have to approach things more directly, as my partner is fond of doing. Directly? The manager felt uneasiness growing within him, as the stranger stood up from his seat, his face still covered by the hood. I assure you, this will be quick and painless. Levinsky paled, as he heard the ominous voice in his mind, as the stranger lifted his hood, as the lights in the office room flickered for a moment. Not a single worker left the power plant that night. Vermilion City, Pokémon Center. How could this be happening? Commerce City always has 20% of its production directed to Vermilion. That's how it has been for decades. Nurse Joy admonished. The police official, a certain Gasper Michaels, took a step back. The pink-haired nurse had always been a rather no-nonsense type, everyone in the city could vouch for that. However, it certainly didn't make facing her any less intimidating. Please ma'am, try to understand. We are not authorized to enter the main power generation plant, and the manager is certainly not being forthcoming. I have checked with the agreement between the power plant and the League, and according to that, there can be a shortage of power because of turbine maintenance, although the shortage could continue to a maximum of 2 days. Shortage of power, yes. No power, certainly not. The nurse retorted, and Mew helps you if you want to convince me that all the 3 turbines, which are run by hundreds of Magnemite and Magneton, and are separated into 3 distinct divisions of the power plant, have all broken down at the same time. Actually from our sources, the water is still flowing in, which means the turbines are functioning. The nurse deduced. Yes. Michaels agreed hesitantly. However, there is no output generated despite that. The manager has issued an official statement, making it to be some kind of interior malfunctioning, which will be solved in another day or so. If the turbines are working, where is the power going? We do not know, ma'am. It's strange, and almost like something is soaking up all the power from the turbines. Gasper replied, his face hung low. The plant provides power to 17 cities, Officer Michaels. Nurse Joy scoffed. No machine cannot soak in that much power for itself. What is Officer Jenny doing? I need that arse of a manager under arrest and questioned. I understand madam, but... Nurse Joy wasn't done speaking yet. She stepped forward and held the officer by his tie. Listen to me, Officer Michaels. This is Vermilion City, and I have had dozens of injured Pokémon since last night, and none of them can receive proper treatment because of the power failure. I am very desperate right now, and you do not want me desperate. Michaels swallowed. I need power back in less than an hour. Get it? Her eyes seemed to glow with anger, as she directed all her intimidation on the poor official, who looked like he was about to faint in a minute, should this continue. Suddenly pushing the man back, she let go of his tie, allowing the intimidated man to fall to the ground. The moment Michaels saw his chance, he instantly sped off, not wanting to be the victim of the ruthless nurse of Vermilion City. The pink-haired woman saw the sad excuse of an officer speeding away, letting out a frustrated sigh. True to her words, the center was devoid of power since midnight, and the injured Pokémon weren't getting the treatment they deserved. Sure, She could manage to counter the more extreme cases with backup power, but she needed the main supply to be back and functioning. She took a glance at the lobby, where trainers were sitting, their faces worried about their injured Pokémon. I will be getting a reprimand for this. Despite that probability, she knew that she would have to act, and act soon. If the police weren't ready to bring that manager to his senses, she would have to ensure that someone did it for her. Switching on the telephone at her help desk, she dialed a number.
Thanks for listening.